morning, everyone. It's good to see so many of you here today. Thank you very much for joining us. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Honorary Distinguished Jeffrey Chia Professor at Sunway University. Mr. Frederick Sao, Chairman of the Sao Pao Chi Group. The Honorable Clement Wu, Under-Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Professor Dr. Elizabeth Lee, Chief Executive Officer of Sunway Education Group. Dr. Stella Christie, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Indonesia. Mr. Chang Chuan Wei, Chairman and CEO of Mingyang Group. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. I'm Jared Ratnam, and I'll be with you throughout the day. Now, the 2026 GBA-ASEAN Conference on Energy Transition and Integration brings together more than 200 leaders from government, business, academia, and international organizations. Now, let's talk about the Greater Bay Area for a while. The Greater Bay Area, comprising Hong Kong, Macau, and 9 cities in Guangdong, is one of the world's fastest growing economic regions. Together with ASEAN, it presents enormous opportunities for cooperation in trade, in innovation, and also in sustainable development. Now, today's conference explores how that partnership can help accelerate the energy transition while strengthening regional integration. Before we get started, here's a quick look at what's ahead today. Shortly, we'll begin with an introduction to the GBA-ASEAN Initiative that will be followed by opening remarks from our distinguished guests. Now, the morning will then continue with 2 panel discussions before we welcome the Prime Minister of Malaysia for this afternoon's keynote address. The program will conclude this evening with the launch of the 2026 Sustainable Development Report. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 GBA-ASEAN Conference on Energy Transition and Integration. That's your cue to clap. Good morning, everyone. Before we get underway, let's take a moment to learn a little bit more about the GBA-ASEAN Initiative. Let me direct your attention to the screen in front of you. Roll VT.
The idea of the Greater Bay Area ASEAN Initiative, or GAI as we call it, is to help make stronger connections.
It's a natural in the whole integration of humanity. We're always integrating. It's how we do it. This is most important. And what context we think about this integration.
So we are very promote just not only idea, we're trying to turn those ideas into practice.
We should and we must focus our attentions on Southeast Asia and on ASEAN because it's right on our doorstep and it is part of our DNA.
The Greater Bay Area ASEAN Initiative is a welcome initiative. I think it has incredible potential.
Bringing the Greater Bay Area and ASEAN closer is going to allow us to take the whole energy transition discussion and debate forward.
The world is changing rapidly. We all need to adapt. The focus on collaboration between the 2 regions is actually essential.
There is every confidence that they will be able to bring together even more partners from the region and beyond.
And it could become a global model for collaboration that focus on sustainability and economic growth and economic justice.
We'll be able to collectively conduct research, put together practical solutions and best practices to find solutions for the region and indeed for the whole world.
For the SDSN to bring the 2 regions together through this platform will really open the way towards a lot of rich collaborations.
And if these 2 regions, they can really join their hands together, I think that could really create a unique model that offers an opportunity for the solution of the world crisis.
To join to uphold the principles of the United Nations and the practices of WTO.
We should think about how to leverage all these new technological developments like AI
to facilitate a better and more inclusive economic development.
Plays a very important role to bring investment from ASEAN to China and also from China to Asia.
As being a very important strategic role, not only in trade, in finance, and also in SDG.
Bring the connection between policymaker, education, and business.
We're not going to have a greener and digitalization in the region. So we believe this is the key trend of this ASEAN and the GBA collaborations.
Understanding is really critical today when we have lack of that. And GBA-ASEAN Initiative is to help create better understanding across all these different regions.
We're going to see China and ASEAN growing together economically. The GAI aims to make that work effectively.
Thank you very much. Now, to set the stage for today's conference, I'd like to invite Philo Wang, Head of Policy and Research for Asia and Small Islands Developing States at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Ms. Philo Wang, Head of Policy and Research for Asia and SIDS. A warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests, Deputy Minister Stella Christie, Under Secretary Clement Wu, dear colleagues, welcome to the 2026 GBA-ASEAN Conference on Energy Transition and Integration. It is my great honor to bring this conference to Malaysia. Last year, we successfully launched it in Hong Kong and in Shenzhen, and we brought over 400 participants from all around the world, and particularly from ASEAN, to visit the Greater Bay Area, a lot of them for the first time. And we had a wonderful discussion, and we established very strong connection with the business community, with the academics, as well as with the government in the region. And so this time is our ASEAN leg of the conference that we're aiming to bring the business community from the GBA and the government official academics to visit Malaysia to understand the dynamics of the ASEAN. And so before we start the conference, I would like to give you a bit more context about the work, the way we work, and what we have been working on. In the last couple of days, Jeff, Sonia, Lisa, and I, we've been traveling together. Jeff's travel was a bit more extensive that he will perhaps share later. But we met with the Chief Executive of Hong Kong, and we discussed with him about the role of Hong Kong as the International Green Finance Center, how Hong Kong can leverage its role to channel, first of all, the great manufacturing capacity of green technology in the Greater Bay Area, how Hong Kong can bring that technology to enable the energy transition effort in the ASEAN, and how Hong Kong can play such an important role to bring down the cost of financing that transition. And the Chief Executive was very happy to learn that we're hosting the conference here today, and he delivered his wishes. And we also met with the Prime Minister of Singapore and discussed with him about Singapore's role in next year's ASEAN chairmanship and how Singapore can support an integrated ASEAN energy system. We're very excited to welcome the Prime Minister of Malaysia to join us this afternoon at 2 p.m. to deliver Malaysia's perspective on the integrated ASEAN energy system. And so, other than just working with government officials, supporting them in their energy transition effort, we also work with academic institutions to collaborate with them on research. So we're very happy to work with our SDG Transformation Center to produce a regional sustainable development report. And we also work with the UN Council of Engineers for Energy Transition to produce a vision for an interconnected GBA-ASEAN energy system. And we also work with Oxford University to produce a regional happiness report to fill in the research gap in the area of well-being for this region. The GBA-ASEAN Initiative is really about facilitating a platform for business, for the government officials, as well as for academics to come together to meet in different parts of this region, the GBA or part of the ASEAN, and to strengthen the trade, finance, technology, as well as policy linkage. And for me, this means so much to be able to work on this because I'm from Dongguan, I'm from the Greater Bay Area, and every day when we're doing this work, we know that we're working on something that's it's close to home, and it literally brings us home. And so this means so much for us, and we're also happy that we're working on this with a lot of wonderful partners. We're not in this mission ourselves. So thanks to the wonderful support and partnership with TPC Group, Number 17 Foundation, ASEAN Chamber of Commerce Hong Kong, Hong Kong ASEAN Foundation, Jeffrey Chia Foundation, Sunway University, and the Asian Strategy and Leadership Institute, that we were able to create this conference and to continue to do wonderful work. And so today the Prime Minister will join us, so I wouldn't take too long of a lunch break because you wouldn't want to miss that wonderful keynote. And thank you again for joining us, and I wish you a wonderful rest of the day, and we have prepared a wonderful program for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philo, for setting the stage for the conversations we'll be having throughout the day. Philo Wang, Head of Policy and Research for Asia and Small Islands Developing States at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Now, before we move into panel discussions, we'll hear from 4 distinguished speakers who will help us frame the conversations ahead of today. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Honorary Distinguished Jeffrey Chia Professor at Sunway University. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm round of applause, please. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, friends. It's great to be back at Sunway University and Sunway Group, and as always, with our gratitude for the hospitality and for the wonderful initiatives and base of operations here. And thank all of you for coming, and many have come from Hong Kong, from China, from Indonesia, from outside of KL, and we're very grateful that you have joined. And of course, we're very gratified that Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim will honor us with his presence this afternoon, which will be very exciting. He is a fabulous leader and was a great president of ASEAN last year and helped push forward ASEAN's integration and its advance in the energy transformation which the whole world urgently needs. I'll just say a brief word about our agenda. This has been a year of more climate upheaval. As we all know, 2026 and 2027 will surely be either the hottest year in history or in the top 2 or 3 hottest years of history. And by history, I mean of the last thousands of years, not just the instrument record. We're in not quite runaway human-induced climate change, but we're getting very close to the tipping points that are extraordinarily dangerous. We'll be at 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial temperature.
We know that Earth is warming at an accelerating rate. Everywhere in the world this year there has been climate upheaval. Everywhere, therefore, the signal of the need to accelerate the energy transformation to green energy, to non-emitting energy, has become more and more apparent. The feasibility of this transformation is greater than ever. We are not talking about theoretical change, we're talking about change that's underway and accelerating that change. The last 45 days of travel for Sonia and me has confirmed that. We took a road trip from Rome to Hong Kong on the path of Marco Polo, who took that road trip 750 years ago. We did it by BYD electric vehicles. We did it without range anxiety because there were charging stations for 15,000 kilometers. We never had a problem. Of course, we had wonderful BYD support all along. But there was no problem in making this trip. It was smooth, safe, comfortable, and green the whole way. The charging points, by the way, typically were solar chargers. So there would be solar panels above the electric chargers, and this is what enabled us to make a green journey. Well, we know that all of this is possible because of the dramatic reductions of costs of the entire green stack. And we have one of the leaders of that cost reduction and one of the technology leaders with us, Chairman Zhang of Mingyang Group, whom we'll hear from shortly. We have now intersected several times in the last 45 days because Mingyang, I'm happy to say, has investments all over this middle corridor of Eurasia that we traveled. Wherever we were, we saw wind turbines from Mingyang. So it was wonderful to see that, and wonderful to have the chairman of Mingyang Group with us today. Let me say that our idea of GBA and ASEAN comes from the fact that we have two extraordinarily dynamic and important regions. GBA is 70 million people approximately, and it is, objectively speaking, and by UN ranking, the #1 most innovative cluster of the whole world today. This is important to remember. If you look at the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, which lists the 100 top innovation clusters of the world, #1 in the world is Hong Kong, Shenzhen, Guangzhou. In other words, the Greater Bay Area. And this is where so much of the innovation of the world and the financing of that innovation is taking place. ASEAN is 10 times larger in population, 700 million people. It's a center of global dynamism, a pole of global growth, a region of extraordinary potential and rapid advancement. And we feel that the partnership of GBA and ASEAN is central to the success of both regions and the global success. ASEAN will be not only a place that will deploy green energy in the next 30 years, but it will produce a lot of the green energy, not in power generation, but in the industrial supply chain. So this will be a region of industrialization. It will be a target region for outward investment by leading Chinese companies, in fact. And that's one of the reasons why we want to connect the two regions. The Chinese high-tech companies that now lead the world want to invest outward, and they want to build industrial supply chains in other parts of the world. and ASEAN is the next door neighbor. And so this is the absolutely likely and logical and successful place for that economic partnership. That's our core motivation. We have a wonderful program. Thank you so much for being here, and I very much look forward to our discussions and deliberations together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs, for giving us much to think about as we begin today's conference. Our next is the Honorable Mr. Clement Wu, Undersecretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Clement Wu.
Professor Sachs, Deputy Minister Dr. Christie, Professor Lee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is my honor joining this conference with you today in this dynamic region. ASEAN's enduring legacy as a bridge between diverse nations mirrors Hong Kong's role as a vibrant meeting point of East and West. Today, let's explore how we can turn global challenges into shared victories together, leveraging the dynamism of Hong Kong and the GBA. At this moment, like it or not, we are in the face of turbulence and uncertainties. The rising trade protectionism and growing geopolitical tensions threatens free trade. Yet, in crisis lies opportunity. As world trade fractures, cooperation becomes our powerful tool. ASEAN and Hong Kong share a common vision to foster open markets, fair trade, and close collaboration. As you all know, Hong Kong is part of China, and yet it is not a typical city of China. We are a strategic dual gateway, a bridge to Chinese mainland, and a springboard to the world. Under one country, two systems, we offer what no other city can. First, global trust. Hong Kong maintains its rule of law and common law system. We are aligned with international standards and rules, and we have our free port status, free flow of capital, and a simple and low-tax regime. These are well known to and trusted by the international business community. Second, access to both global and mainland markets. And third, stability. In a divided world, Hong Kong remains an open, internationalized, and market-oriented economy. It provides a stable and predictable platform for investment and deal-making. All this define Hong Kong's uniqueness. What's more, China's 15th five-year plan supports Hong Kong in consolidating and enhancing its status as an international financial, shipping, and trade center, an international aviation hub. It also supports Hong Kong in developing into an international innovation and technology hub, while deepening its developments as an international legal and dispute resolution service center. The plan also explicitly backs Hong Kong in accelerating the development of the Northern Metropolis and building an international hub for high-caliber talent. To proactively align with the national development strategies and seize the significant opportunities arising therefrom, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region is for the first time formulating the first five-year plan, and a public consultation exercise is now underway. The city's five-year plan will provide a forward-looking, strategic, and operable guiding document for Hong Kong's development for the next 5 years. Driving high-quality development and allowing all Hong Kong people to benefit from the city's growth. The national development strategies, coupled with Hong Kong's proactive efforts in enhancing economic and trade ties with different markets and a wide range of initiatives to promote economic growth, will certainly buttress Hong Kong's economy. To improve the long-term growth momentum, Hong Kong has been proactively building capacity for economic development through various measures, such as developing the Northern Metropolis and cross-border transport infrastructure to further enhance connectivity with the mainland cities, attracting enterprises in strategic fields such as AI and robotics, life and health tech, data science and fintech, and attracting international top talents to develop in Hong Kong. Moreover, the government has been strengthening traditional industries where Hong Kong has competitive edges and promoting the development of new emerging strategic areas where Hong Kong has potential. All these efforts will enable Hong Kong to withstand keen competition from other economies and grasp the opportunity brought by the changing global demand. Being one of the most open and economically vibrant regions, the GBA is well placed to give new impetus to Hong Kong's development. In particular, it can help identify new areas of growth and foster the diversified development of industries. Hong Kong's unique strengths can complement the edges of the 9 mainland cities, which include a vast market and all-rounded industrial system. How can this be possible given the GBA is developed under the conditions of 1 country, 2 systems, 3 separate custom territories, and 3 currencies? Despite the differences in legislative and administrative systems between Hong Kong and other GBA cities, we are actually taking proactive steps to seek policy innovation and breakthrough so as to facilitate the efficient flow of people, goods, capital, and information within the area. Over the past few years, facilitative measures have been implemented to promote high-quality development of the GBA and to enhance Hong Kong's strengths. For instance, Hong Kong has been one of the world's leading international financial centers, and we have our mutual capital market access programs with the mainland, or what is commonly known as the Connect schemes. The Connect schemes are a trusted avenue for international investors to access the mainland's capital market. Over 70% of foreign holdings of China's A shares were acquired through the Stock Connect. Overseas companies can come to Hong Kong to raise funds in renminbi to support their business growth in the mainland, or invest in Hong Kong their renminbi holdings from trade surplus. In respect of trade, the mainland and Hong Kong closer economic partnership arrangement is a unique free trade agreement between Hong Kong and Chinese mainland that grants zero tariff on Hong Kong's origin goods and preferential access in most of the service sectors. This arrangement enables Hong Kong-based companies to enjoy preferential treatment when entering the mainland market. Turning to innovation and technology, Hong Kong is positioned as an international I&T hub of the GBA. Our scientific research capabilities are excellent. 5 of our universities are ranked among the top global 100. Last year, as Professor Sachs just mentioned, the Shenzhen Hong Kong Guangzhou Science and Technology Cluster topped the world's 100 leading innovation clusters in the World Intellectual Property Organization's Global Innovation Index. The cluster has demonstrated exceptional strength in mobilizing capital to transform innovative ideas into tangible, market-ready outcomes. And we will fully utilize the Northern Metropolis, which takes up about 1/3 of Hong Kong's land area and is adjacent to Shenzhen, to provide the much-needed space for innovation and research development. Straddling the Shenzhen River, the Hetao Shenzhen Hong Kong Science and Technology Innovation Cooperation Zones promotes INT collaboration between Hong Kong and mainland. The Hong Kong part in the zone, and very much part of the northern metropolis, now boasts tenants from life and health technology, AI, microelectronics, and other pillar industries. We welcome more global companies, including those from ASEAN, to establish a presence in the Hong Kong Park and the wider northern metropolis to capitalize on our INT ambition. On energy, the Hong Kong SAR government and Dongguan government has led a local enterprise, EcoClearance, one of the world's major sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF, suppliers, to build in Dongguan a sustainable aviation fuel value chain in the GBA. The collaboration between Hong Kong and Dongguan in the realization of executive-led governance of Hong Kong, and also the joint working of effective government and efficient market. It is also an excellent example of synergy of the two places. Hong Kong brings global finance, professional services, and research capabilities. Dongguan, on the other hand, brings mature chemical industrial park, logistics, and a steady supply of used cooking oil, a valuable feedstock for SAF. Together, the two GBA cities form a powerful combination. We can turn green challenges into green opportunities. While time does not allow me to go into greater details of each and every exciting development, suffice to say, for ASEAN businesses and tenants, the developments in Hong Kong and the GBA being unmatched opportunities. In stormy seas, one needs a reliable port. While protectionism rises, Hong Kong upholds steadfastly to free and open trade, zero tariff, alignment with the best international standards and practices, and hence remains your reliable partner. So how to seize the boundless opportunities presented by the GBA development? Our candid advice is act now. Set up your Asian Pacific headquarters in Hong Kong before expanding your footprint and getting registered in Chinese mainland to enjoy the option of using Hong Kong laws as the applicable laws on specific civil and commercial contracts and choosing Hong Kong as the seat of arbitration, or list on Hong Kong Stock Exchange to access mainland and global capital, or join our R&D initiatives in AI, biotech, and data science in the Hong Kong Park in Hetao, or the wider northern metropolis, or leverage the Hong Kong International Airport and its logistics park in Dongguan for transshipment of goods into the GBA from abroad, or vice versa, to enhance efficiency and reduce cost, if you will. In any event, Hong Kong will support you every step of the way. Hong Kong takes pride in performing the role of a super connector and super value adder. Through Hong Kong, you will find not just a market of 88 million, but a gateway to 1.4 billion. Let's turn uncertainty into prosperity together. May I wish the conference a great success and you all the best of health and businesses in the years to come. I look forward to welcoming you in open arms in Hong Kong soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Under-Secretary Wu, for sharing Hong Kong's perspective on deepening GBA-ASEAN cooperation. Now, education and innovation will play a central role in the energy transition, and a few understand that better than our next speaker. Please welcome Professor Dr. Elizabeth Lee, the Chief Executive Officer of Sunway Education Group.
Yang berbahagia Dato' Anwar Taib, President of the Sunway Group, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and the Sir Geoffrey Chia Honorary Distinguished Professor at Sunway University, Under-Secretary Clement Wu, most distinguished leaders of the Greater Bay Area and ASEAN, including Vice Minister Stella Christie of Indonesia, Excellencies, honored guests and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is such a pleasure and privilege to welcome all, and especially our international guests, to Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur for the 2026 GBA-ASEAN Conference on Energy Transition and Integration. When we speak about energy transition and regional integration, our minds often immediately turn to technology, capital, infrastructure, and policy. We think of renewable energy systems, smart grids, sustainable financing, and cross-border connectivity. These are, of course, essential, but as an educator, I've always believed that behind every technological breakthrough, policy innovation, and every successful transformation, there are the people. I believe it is human talent, human values, and human collaboration which remain the most powerful drivers of progress. And that is why this conference is particularly meaningful to me. Having had the privilege of studying multicultural education at university, much of my professional journey has focused on bringing people together across cultures, disciplines, and borders. Over the years, I've shared interests, but on mutual understanding, over the years, I've learned that the most enduring partnerships are built not simply on shared interests, but on mutual understanding, trust, and the willingness to learn from one another. When I look around the hall today, I see far more than representatives from two dynamic economic regions. I see communities connected by a shared commitment to sustainable development and a common desire to create a better future. And this is why the GBA-ASEAN Initiative, or GAI as Jeff calls it, resonates so strongly with everyone here. Conceived by the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, this initiative represents a bold effort to deepen collaboration across economic, academic, technological, and cultural spheres. The Greater Bay Area, or the GBA, stands as one of the world's most vibrant centers of innovation, finance, technology, and advanced manufacturing. ASEAN, meanwhile, is home to one of the world's youngest and fastest growing populations, with tremendous opportunities in digital transformation, sustainable development, and of course, the green economy. Together, these regions possess remarkable complementary strengths. The opportunities before us extend well beyond trade and investment. They include the exchange of ideas, development of talent, advancement of research, and the creation of solutions to some of the most pressing challenges of our time. As we focus on energy transition and integration, however, we must remember that technology and infrastructure do not guarantee success. The real challenge and the real opportunity are in preparing people to work together effectively across cultures, sectors, and borders. Energy systems may be connected through transmission lines and digital networks, but meaningful regional integration is built through human relationships. Throughout my career, I have come to appreciate that diversity is not a challenge to be managed, but a strength to be harnessed. Genuine collaboration does not come from insisting that others think as we do. It comes from listening with humility, respecting different perspectives, and finding common purpose. Whether we are developing sustainable energy solutions, strengthening regional cooperation, or advancing climate action, we must remain committed to building relationships rather than barriers. When leaders, policymakers, researchers, investors, and innovators from across the GBA and ASEAN come together, we should see not competitors pursuing separate interests, but partners contributing to a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, for this partnership to flourish, our people must be prepared to adapt and evolve alongside a rapidly changing world. This brings me to the importance of lifelong learning. The energy sector is evolving at such an extraordinary pace. New technologies are emerging, industries are transforming, entire categories of jobs are being created while others are being redefined. Recognizing this reality, Malaysia's Higher Education Blueprint 2026 to 2035 calls for a shift away from viewing education as a fixed period of formal study towards a culture of lifelong and life-wide learning. This is not simply about preparing graduates for the first job. It is about preparing people for a lifetime of change. It's about nurturing individuals who remain curious, adaptable, and committed to learning throughout their lives. Indeed, in an age of constant disruption, the capacity to learn may well be the most important skill of all. Many of the green economy jobs that will define the coming decades have yet to be fully imagined. If we rely solely on traditional educational pathways, we risk falling behind. Instead, we must building ecosystems which are flexible, inclusive, and accessible throughout life. At Sunway, please allow me to share that we have long championed flexible postgraduate programs and modular learning pathways which enable working adults to continuously upgrade their skills. Malaysia has also taken important steps through the accreditation of prior experiential learning, or APEL, which recognizes that valuable learning takes place not only in classrooms, but also through work and life experience. Through APEL, learners from diverse backgrounds can access higher education and continue their learning journey regardless of where learning first took place. We have also introduced innovative pathways such as 42 Malaysia as part of the Global Eco 42 network, which provides peer-to-peer learning in coding, software development, and digital technologies. These programs challenge conventional notions of education and demonstrate that learning can be more accessible, flexible, and relevant to the needs of a rapidly changing world. No pre-qualifications required, no tuition fees even, and no age barriers. Underlying all these initiatives is a simple belief that every individual should have the opportunity to learn, unlearn, and relearn throughout their lifetime. The transition to a sustainable energy future will require such a mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, at Sunway, sustainability is not simply a strategic priority. It is fundamental to who we are. Our founder and chairman, Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia, who can't be with us today, transformed this barren tin mining landscape into what today Sunway City Kuala Lumpur is. An integrated and sustainable township built upon a long-term vision of environmental stewardship and community development. Tan Sri Chia understood the concept of sustainable development way before sustainable development became the buzzword or the driver of people, communities, and organizations that it is today. Equally significant was his decision to place Sunway Education Group under the ownership and governance of the Jeffrey Chia Foundation, Malaysia's largest education-focused social enterprise. This ensures that our institutions remain dedicated to serving society with surpluses reinvested into scholarships, research, education, and community impact. Close to reaching RM 1 billion to date, the foundation has awarded more than 967 million ringgit in scholarships and grants, benefiting more than 87,000 students and scholars. Through education, we seek not only to develop skilled professionals, but also responsible citizens who will contribute positively back to society. And our commitment to sustainability also aligns closely with the goals of this conference. We are privileged to host the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network Asia headquarters and the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development at the university. We are also home to the Sunway Center for Planetary Health, which advances research and action at the intersection of human health, climate resilience, and environmental sustainability. Across our campuses, both at Sunway University and also in our campuses for the colleges, we continue our journey towards net zero emissions while embedding sustainability into teaching, research, and our operations. Ladies and gentlemen, the energy transition is one of the defining challenges and opportunities of our generation. As I've said earlier, the Greater Bay Area brings extraordinary strengths in innovation, technology, manufacturing, and finance. ASEAN, on the other hand, contributes vibrant markets, rich diversity, immense potential, and a young population eager to shape the future. Together, we have the opportunity to create something far greater. The bridges we build through this initiative must extend beyond energy systems, trade routes, and investment corridors. They must be bridges of understanding, trust, and shared purpose. They should be built by people who possess not only just knowledge and skills, but also values, vision, and compassion. If we invest in our people as intentionally as we invest in our infrastructure, there is no limit to what we can achieve together. So let us work together across the Greater Bay Area and ASEAN to power our future not only through clean energy, but through educated minds, collaborative hearts, and a shared commitment to sustainable development. Thank you very much for listening to me. God bless.
Thank you, Professor Dato' Elizabeth Lee, for your gracious words and for Sunway's continued partnership in hosting this conference. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dato' Elizabeth Lee. A warm round of applause, please. Now, to round off our opening remarks, we're pleased to welcome Dr. Stella Christie, Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology from the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Dr. Stella Christie.
Very good morning. Very happy to be here, Professor Sachs, Undersecretary Wu. Thank you for the invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Stella Christie, the Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Today I'll be talking about sustainable opportunities in Indonesia in relation to the Greater Bay Area, China, ASEAN region. We live in interesting times, times of change that is larger and faster than any in living memory. And I think it's not an overstatement to say that these changes are majorly created by two countries in particular. I've been privileged to spend significant amount of time in both of these countries in particular. I spent 16 years in the United States, first as an undergraduate at Harvard University, and later, eventually, as a tenured faculty at Swarthmore College. I also spent 7 years in China. I am a professor at Tsinghua University, Tsinghua Daxue. I still am a full professor at Tsinghua, but currently taking a leave of absence to serve as the Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology. So I've been away from my country for the past 32 years, but President Prabowo called me to come back home to serve as the Vice Minister without any political background, because President Prabowo is very committed to build the science and technology of Indonesia. And so when I speak about opportunities of ASEAN and China, I speak with deep knowledge about these potentials because I know both sides intimately. And I would like to ask all of us here today to think about what really is the most strategic way to leverage these opportunities. Professor Sachs has mentioned ASEAN 700 millions, China 1.4 billions. They're not equal, but we are comparable as partners. And so when we think about this, I believe that the structure that we need to think about is actually this. That we really need to think about the connections between knowledge, because knowledge is the one that attracts investment. We can see this in Hong Kong, very proudly the #1 innovation cluster, and that's really what attracts investment. Knowledge attracts investment. Investment attracts infrastructure, able to build infrastructure, and this infrastructure enables greater innovation, greater knowledge that then can circle back to greater investment. I think we can see this very well in the development of the Greater Bay Area and in China, of course, overall. And that is truly what I have learned by 7 years being at Tsinghua University. As a professor there, compared to being a professor in the United States, I deal much more frequently with the industry, with CEOs, even though the research that I do is fundamental science. So when we look at Indonesia, a very important, this is not the correct, this is not the correct link. This is not the correct talk. Sorry about this. My secretary, can you please make sure that this is the correct talk? This is not the correct talk. Angel, ini harusnya yang di... Apologies for this. So I'm just going to be talking on. So we talk about knowledge, investment, and infrastructure. And when we talk about this in Indonesia, there is in Indonesia, if we talk about investment, there is actually not a lack of investment. Hong Kong actually builds the greatest, and Hong Kong actually is the greatest investment in Indonesia. And together with mainland China, it is the largest, together with mainland China, it is actually the largest investment in Indonesia. But when we think about knowledge, this is something that is not particularly present in Indonesia yet. So in terms of investment, we also know that Indonesia currently has the Danantara, which is the sovereign fund of $900 billion US dollars. We are very ready to make all kinds of investments in Indonesia in partnerships with the ASEAN countries and with China and the Greater Bay Area. The investment side is the knowledge side is something that we need to focus on. In the slide that we actually have, if we can have them, but you trust me, there is a very important slide of 28 major natural resources in Indonesia. These are natural resources that we are very blessed with. You want it, you need it, the world needs it, Indonesia has it. This goes all the way from critical minerals itself, bauxite, nickel. Indonesia is #2 largest nickel in the world. We also have huge amount of bauxite, huge amount of silica. That's on the mineral side. But also on all things in maritime, in agriculture, that is very important for sustainability. I want to take these 28 major resources and illustrate to you what I mean that while investment is there, the knowledge is not yet there. And the things that we have done so far to build this investment and knowledge. And from these 28 major resources, one of them is seaweed. Now, if you're wondering about seaweed and why would that be actually very related to sustainability, seaweed is actually very promisingly is going to replace food crop, okay, as the resources for sustainable aviation fuel. So we're very happy to hear that, very excited to hear that in Tongguan, of course, there is a large center for the food crop and sustainable aviation fuel. But in terms of technology, food crop is obviously competing with the source that it should be used for food. And secondly, there is a very important thing that food crop has the lignin. And this lignin needs to be broken down. This lignin has to be broken down, and breaking down this lignin actually takes a lot of energy. Seaweed does not have lignin. So it's extremely promising for the future resources for sustainable aviation fuel. Indonesia is the largest tropical seaweed producer in the world. Okay? And being the largest tropical seaweed producer in the world, and it's the largest second producer of any kind in the world, Indonesia is poised to actually really play a big role in the sustainable aviation fuel market. The question is, right now, is not the technology to move the seaweed or to change the seaweed to sustainable aviation fuel. That we already have. That is relatively easy to do. The question right now is a technology that can produce and farm seaweed at scale and a really large quantity, so the economic value of cost production of seaweed becomes much lower. The goal is about 1 liter. If I have a slide, I actually can show all the calculation that we have done together with scientists from UC Berkeley. Now, so we know that the technology or the knowledge that we need in order to get that investment and building that infrastructure is about the biotechnology. And for this, we have actively taken the opportunity to actually go and collaborate with China. So I have visited the Beijing Genomics Institute, particularly the one in Qinghai, because they are focusing on the genomics of things that are under the sea. And BGI has actually come together with a relatively small university, but very, very strong in seaweed research, and that is University of Mataram in Lombok. Okay, so hopefully now that actually works. This is the right one. Thank you, great, okay. So this is the 28 major resources, a very important one. If you want to invest in Indonesia, this is what Indonesia have, and almost all of them are super important. So I'm right now here, and this is the benchmarking for biofuel costs. When we talk about this, I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but we have all the details. We really need to build the technology. So together with BGI, what we are doing right now with Beijing Genomics Institute is really mapping the genomics of seaweed such that we can farm them at scale and be able to reach that sustainable aviation fuel. We're thinking about 10 years' time that it will be economics. So once we have that knowledge, what we're hoping to do is attracting investment to build infrastructure so this knowledge can be produced. Right now, we don't have a large laboratory. We are currently building the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center, and the amount that we need, since we're talking about investment, is very small. It's only about 4 billion Indonesian rupiah, or 220,000 US dollars, or 150万 renminbi. So this is a real example about what we can do together. Again, we're taking cues from the Greater Bay Area. Dongguan is focusing on sustainable aviation fuel. All these things about seaweed is about sustainable aviation fuel, but it's promised to be even larger than food crop. I want to take you to a different example of knowledge, investment, and infrastructure. Not many of you know, but this is actually very, very critical for energy and sustainability. March last year, in France, there was a really big discovery of white hydrogen. White hydrogen means hydrogen that's really found in the ground. In terms of quality of carbon, of CO2 emission, white hydrogen emit almost none. Very, very low. Very different from gray hydrogen, and even lower than green hydrogen. And in terms of pricing, white hydrogen is also the cheapest compared to gray and green hydrogen. So it is extremely valuable, and the discovery in France is estimated to be 92 billion US dollars for energy market. Now, not many of you know this, but in the last 3 years, we have done research in Indonesia, and we believe that the same white hydrogen is actually larger reserve in Indonesia. The reason being, Indonesia is also formed by serpentinite processing. There is a lot of old coal mines. There is also huge reserves of, in order to have hydrogen, you need to have the water and heat. And so we have a lot of geothermals in Indonesia. And our research estimates, we have to verify this even further, but we are quite sure about this, that the reserve of white hydrogen in Indonesia is 30 times larger than the reserve in France. 30 times 92 billion US dollars. All of these, however, are not yet there. And one thing was very exciting, this is the map of hydrogen exploration in the world, the current player of white hydrogen in the world. Suffice to say that there is not a single country that has yet dominated the technology, the knowledge, the investment, and the infrastructure for hydrogen. What it means right now is that it's a level playing field. This is not to be found in many other areas, but in hydrogen it is. And it's a very important one. And Indonesia, we are poised to actually can be a leader in this if we correctly work together with the ASEAN and with GB, with Greater Bay Area, with China, to really have the knowledge that can attract investment and build the infrastructure. We are actually right now thinking, just from the oven 2 days ago, I'm discussing with many stakeholders about building a hydrogen research center in Indonesia. This is just a taste, ladies and gentlemen, if we talk about energy and sustainability, renewable energies. In Indonesia, we have an enormous amount of renewable energy, be it solar, wind, geothermal. We are number 2 largest reserve of geothermal in the world. Number 1 is the United States, but number 2 is Indonesia. And as you know, the data centers in the United States right now are looking at geothermal as their renewable source of energy for the data centers. We are also extremely large in hydrogen, and hydrogen is very exciting because the playing field is even for everybody right now, which means it's a huge opportunity. Of course, traditionally, we are very big in oil and gas, and we have already built carbon capture storage that we think is going to be the center of carbon capture storage, given our huge number of oil and gas non-operating wells that we can make into carbon capture storage, that this can be the center of carbon capture storage in the ASEAN and the Asia-Pacific region. So all these things are led majorly by Pertamina, particularly by Pertamina Hulu Energy or Pertamina Upstream, the state-owned national company of oil and gas that is variously in charge of all these renewable energies and existing energies. I sit as the board of commissioner of Pertamina Upstream, overseeing all the science and technology for all the renewable energies that we're talking about, right now focusing on hydrogen as well as the other ones. So I welcome conversations and discussions after this. Coming back, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to highlight the point that I think it's not only that the opportunities between the Greater Bay Areas, China and ASEAN is extremely exciting. I also think that we have to talk about sustainability, renewable and sustainability in the energy market in a strategic and important way. China, particularly the Greater Bay Area, has really shown by data and by facts, it really needs to start with knowledge. You have to have the knowledge that can attract investment and build the infrastructure for greater knowledge and innovation. The challenge of Indonesia, the largest economy in the ASEAN market, $1.55 trillion US dollars, is that knowledge bit. So we are changing under the government of President Prabowo, under the leadership, that we really now is the time for us to focus on this knowledge while at the same time keep up that level of big investment. In other words, we would like to have investment in knowledge, in partnership with our neighboring countries, with all the ASEAN neighbors, and with China in particular. Very glad again to be here, very excited to be here, and I hope together we can build a knowledge-based investment and infrastructure that will create a great China-ASEAN energy economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stella Christie. Dr. Stella, if I could ask you to remain on stage. May I also invite Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Secretary Wu, and Professor Dr. Elizabeth Lee to join Dr. Stella for a brief photo opportunity on stage at this point. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Stella Christie, Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her another warm round of applause. We'd like to take this opportunity to apologize for the little technical difficulty we had earlier. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our speakers, a warm round of applause for them bringing us insights before we get into the panel sessions. Now we're going to start with panel 1 and we need to end by 11:15 because having tea in Malaysia is a very important thing. So I'll get straight to it now. Ideas matter, but they only make a difference when they're backed by investments and delivered at scale. Now that's the focus of our first panel discussion. Moderating this panel is Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Honorary Distinguished Jeffrey Chia Professor at Sunway University. I'd like to invite him on stage. He'll be joined by distinguished panelists, Mr. Chevrolet Frederick Tsao, Chairman of TPC Group. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you. At this juncture, I'd also like to invite Mr. Cheng Chuan Wei, Founder and President of Ming Yap Group. Not forgetting Dato' Muhammad Anwar bin Taib, President and Non-Independent Executive Director of Sunway Group. And last but not least, Mr. Philip Hu, Founding Member and Managing Director of Primavera Capital. Professor Sachs, panelists, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We have a wonderful group of business leaders, key investors, people who are putting that investment and infrastructure into place that Stella just told us about so wonderfully. And I just want to add and concur that virtuous cycle of knowledge, investment, infrastructure, knowledge, investment, infrastructure is the spiral of sustainable development. So it was very gratifying to hear that, and all of these knowledge-based investment initiatives. Well, we have a very knowledgeable panel, and without further ado, I'm going to ask Fred Tsao, who is chairman of the TPC Group and is an innovator in the well-being economy, in impact investing, and in a wide range of initiatives, higher education, energy sector, well-being economy, many, many, many sectors. Fred, if you could start us off.
Yes, I started impact investing in 2010. That's a fairly new time. And what I see is that over the years of what I'm doing is, while I know that in the afternoon we'll talk about 2030 and beyond, from what we are doing, there is a prep period. Number one, I see most of the key technologies there, but more and more technologies adding on at an increasing speed. To translate from technology into project, into result, we also have to consider the integration of the 17 goals to make it impactful. So what I see is that, in effect, while at the end result we do not see a lot of movement, but the prep work for taking off is increasing, certainly from the private capital. Of course, private capital is important because you need longer-term capital, more prescribed capital for different kind of work. And so I'm actually very positive on the sustainability goal from the private sector perspective, that there is a groundwork that needs to do before it distillates into results and impact. Now, back to the energy thing. You know, we do a full range of investments, whether it's a battery or a tech or this and that. But we are now moving to the next stage of acceleration, which means that from investment, how do we become execution, the implementation on the grounds? Whether it's a microgrid, whether it's EV vehicle, whether maritime or land, all that. It needs execution, and there are a lot of problems or barriers or risks or network or so forth in execution. And we need to now really focus on what is the best way of implementation to accelerate the impact. And I think the co-creation is very important. I was talking to Jeffrey a few days ago in another event. I said, UN can help facilitate a lot of big projects. Now, we also invested in the Singapore, Indonesia, a bigger infrastructure project. But we also can do a lot of things that private sector can do on the ground, like microgrid, and, you know, from investment and to making it possible. To my thing, we need to implement an acceleration plan through co-creation of institutes and make it into a system that people know, okay, I want to get involved, and then I can do it this way. In fact, in the morning flying here, I was sitting next to another family business, and she said, well, I'm not very successful at all these things. And I said, yes, we are developing a system, and United Nations can help this promotion of the system so people can channel in capital for impact.
This is really great, and Fred and I have talked about the role that the UN can play in this. The UN is not an investor primarily, but it can be a convener, and it can help to set a framework in which family businesses, for example, can scale up their activities. And one of the points that I've been emphasizing is that I'm hoping that this region can host a major UN campus on these issues, because there's a lot of UN in New York or in parts of Western Europe, but not enough UN in Asia where the real action is and where the real population is and where the real transformation is. So I have said many times to the government leaders in China, host a major UN center here that could help to convene the whole world on the very practical approaches. And I think what you emphasized, Fred, is very, very important, and I will convey that message. We're very lucky to have Chairman Zhang Chuanwei with us. He is the founder and president of the Mingyang Group, which is one of the world's leading innovators in green energy. And I see their presence all over the place, and with very bold investments and very big intentions for world-scale transformation. So we're very eager to hear from you, Chairman, about what Mingyang is doing and what your vision is.
非常尊敬的谢普里教授、女士们、先生们，大家上午好！非常高兴参加今天这个论坛。可持续发展和能源转型，特别是目前的能源安全，是我们共同面临一集中的挑战，也是我们正在解决的问题。
Thank you, Professor Sachs. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy to be in this panel discussion. As some guests has mentioned and talked earlier, that currently the sustainable development, energy transmission, energy security are the common challenges in front of us. And of course, and as a family private business, we are making all the efforts trying to address all these challenges.
我也非常高兴。在这个能源转型和能源安全的这一次的重大的挑战面前，民阳可以充当一个非常重要的角色。
And of course, personally, I'm very happy that in addressing the security transmission and security energy, Mingyang Group has its dual and pivotal role to play.
民扬是来自于大湾区，来自于中国的伟人孙中山的家乡。那么，民扬现在是全球最大的新能源科技的集团，在过去的20年期间，向全世界提供了170个吉瓦的各种风光氢这些电力技术和装备。
Mingyang is located in Zhongshan, Guangdong province, a great city of the GBA, and also is a hometown of a Chinese famous person called SDSN. And Mingyang Group is also the world's largest new energy technological company. And over the last 20 years, we have offered various technologies and equipment in the wind, solar, and hydrogen with a installed capacity of 170 gigawatts to the world.
民扬领导了全球过去10年甚至更长时间海上风电的开发和技术。
And over the past 10 years, Mingyang is one of the leading company in the offshore wind industry.
在全球现在已经安装的海上风电中，有45%到50%的风机和技术是来自于民扬创造的。
Globally, the 40% to 50% of the installed offshore wind projects using the technologies and equipment from Mingyang Group.
那么我们知道，现在谈到可持续和能源转型，对于我们东盟和中国来说，都是一次历史性的机会，当然也是挑战。就东盟来讲，我们现在看到，特别是俄乌战争和这次中东的战争发生以来，能源价格、能源安全和能源转型，还有能源价格，已经影响了我们地区经济可持续和安全。
As everyone knows that currently the sustainable development and energy transmission are the historical opportunities, but challenges as well for ASEAN countries and China. As we know that after the several wars, and we have noticed the pricing, security, and transmission of energy are impacting people's life and the economic development and security of various countries.
事实上，在过去很多年，我们谈的更多的是净零计划、减排和解决这个能源转型问题。但事实上，现在面临的主要话题还是能源安全问题。
Over the recent years, people have talked a lot on zero carbon, reduction of emission, and energy security. But I think that currently, probably we should focus more on the energy security.
刚才部长阁下也谈到印尼，我也去过很多次，我也到过越南。越南这两个国家都是经济发展速度非常快的，而且对能源的需求量也是剧增的，而且绝大部分都是运用化石能源为主体，所以能源安全、能源转型对于印尼和越南这样的东盟为代表的东盟国家来讲，显得非常迫切，而且我们和这东盟国家都建立了非常普遍的联系，都有一个强烈的意愿，就是加速推进中国和东盟国家的合作，来推动技术解决方案和能源转型。最重要的能解决能源安全，包括重点也放在了海上，这些解决方案。
Just now we have listened to the introduction by the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology. And of course, personally, I've visited Indonesia multiple times, and Vietnam and some other ASEAN countries. And also, I think that in these ASEAN countries, they have maintained very rapid economic development, but also has a large demand of energy currently. Some countries mainly relied on the fossil fuels. So I think for the current stage, the energy transmission and energy security is getting much more important and much needed in ASEAN countries. And I have noticed that many countries have their strong willingness to strengthen the cooperation of technology and energy solution with China. And also, we hope that in the future we can join hands to address the challenges like the energy security and transmission.
我们印尼总统宣布了100个吉瓦的太阳能发展计划。事实上，海上不仅可以建太阳能、漂浮式太阳能，也可以建海上风电，风和光可以实现互补。再加上部长阁下谈到的，其实风和光在至亲就解决了一个完整的能源解决方案。那么在越南，在仅仅上半年到现在已经宣布了20个吉瓦的海风开发计划，20个吉瓦的海风开发计划，就意味着越南将在未来的3到5年时间，海风产生的电力将占越南新增电力的40%到50%的规模。你看，这就是能源转型和能源安全对可再生能源带来的一个重大的发展机会。
The president of Indonesia announced their plan to develop 100 gigawatt new solar energy development, and of course that with the combination of solar and wind, particularly for the floating wind turbines, we can fully enhance the downstream product like the hydrogen and offer a very completed solution for the new renewable energies. And also in Vietnam, they have announced that they have a plan to develop the offshore wind project with a capacity of 20 gigawatts, which means that in the upcoming 3 to 5 years, the electricity generated by the offshore wind will account for 40 to 50% of the new electricity generated by Vietnam. So both in these both aspects, I think that energy transmission and security is going to offer us much more new opportunities, particularly for the renewable energy.
像马来西亚马六甲海峡的两岸也可以进行大规模的海风开发。泰国也有具有光伏和太阳能和海风的这个协同开发的这个庞大的潜力。事实上，在我们东盟，如果能进行顶层的规划，来进行风和光和氢能的这个立体融合开发，那么东盟的能源安全和能源转型就是历史性的一个新的开始。
And also for Malaysia, I think the strait has very good resources for the offshore wind project development. And also I know that Thailand has a coordinated development with solar and offshore wind as well. And I think that in ASEAN, if we can have a very good top level design and have a solution of wind, solar, and hydrogen, which will surely help offer a better opportunity and just kick off a historical beginning for the energy security and energy transmission.
这里头在推进这个新能源开发的时候，最重要的是要2大课题。第一个是技术和装备，能不能大规模的推进这个开发？那么这是中国大陆和大湾区与我们东盟进行合作的一个重要点。第二个话题呢，就是资本 可融资性，这些新能源项目能不能融到资，才能促进这些大规模的开发。而且这个课题在我们过去几年时间也是最重要的挑战。那么这个香港和中国大陆乃至于新加坡作为，特别是香港和新加坡作为国际资本中心，那么更有利于促进这个能源转型和能源安全推进的新能源开发。我想这个资本和这个能源这个计划是一个重要的合作和结合点。
There are two things that we should consider when we kick off the new energy project. The first one is the technology and equipment. We should consider about whether the current technology and equipment are good enough to implement, particularly in large scale. I think that the technology and equipment of the renewable energies can be one of the focal points for GBA and ASEAN. And secondly, I think that capital and funding are also very important for us to kick off any new projects. If we can combine the technology, equipment, capital, and funding, then I think we will have a very sound basis for the future coordination. And as we know that Hong Kong and Singapore are the world well-known international financial center and capital centers. And together with the mainland of China, we have our due role to play in this regard. And of course, with the capital and the energy, I think this will kick off the new opportunities for each of us.
今天这个论坛就非常重要，我觉得把投资界的投资家，还有企业家，还有我们政府的官员都在这里。其实不走到一起，这个问题是不好解决的。但是如果我们坐在这里，我可以告诉大家，在菲律宾、在越南，包括我们印尼，甚至包括我们看到的马来西亚可能推进的海上风电和泰国可能推进的风光海上风光的计划。按照我们的技术和装备和我们过去的积累的解决方案来看，海风我们最有可能做到不高于5美分1度电，光伏可以做到最低的能做到3美分1度电，这是严重低于化石能源的。我说，如果能把这个价格做到这样低，我们投资界都有信心了，现金流也就好了，能源转型的速度和推力也就有了。所以我想在这里呼吁的就是，我们只要能够协同起来、合作起来，利用大湾区、利用香港、利用新加坡的资本优势，利用中国大陆的装备、技术和产业链优势，我们东盟庞大的风光资源优势，进行高度的合作，这个能源转型和能源安全这个课题就游刃而解。这是我想最愿意带到今天会议的一个话题。
I think today's forum is a very nice opportunity to bring together the investors, entrepreneurs, and officials of the government. And I think that if we can go together, we'll surely definitely can solve any problems. For example, in Philippines, the Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, they have the very good natural resources. And if we can conduct the renewable energy projects here, I think it will bring much more benefits to the people's life. For example, for the offshore wind projects, if we can complete it successfully, I think that we can reduce the price of the electricity to 5 cents per kilowatt hours. And for solar, I think the price of that can be reduced to 3 cents. which will be surely lower than the price, than the electric price of the generated by the fossil fuels. So if we can fully take down the prices and costs of the renewable energies, I think the investors will be much more confident in this. And in this regard, we can also bring the much more driving forces, particularly for the energy transmission and the security. And I wanted to say that as long as we can coordinate and go hand in hand, tap into the potential of the capitals of Hong Kong and Singapore, and the technology and equipment of mainland of China, and the natural resources of ASEAN countries, we can surely have a very promising future for the energy transmission and the energy security. That's one of the topics I would like to bring here and have more discussions today.
最后想讲的就是算力和电力问题。我们东盟把这些风光电大规模的开发，有利于我们推进 AI 和算力 AI 算力与电力的高度融合，也可以用这种新能源这个低廉的电价和大规模的开发来支持算力事业的发展。我想这都是我们现在已经做的。我们正在海南做一个海上风电和海上算力的一体化示范项目，1个吉瓦的海风做大型算力中心，做一个算力站。所以我想只要我们走在一起就可以合作起来。我们愿意跟大家一起来分享我们的创新和合作。谢谢。
And I also want to say that maybe in the future, the new renewable energies can do more for the computing center. If we can have the large-scale development and of the wind, solar in ASEAN countries, which will surely bring much more benefits to the computing center and big data centers. And we can fully tap into the potential of the low cost of the electricity generated by the renewable energies to support the development of the computing centers and the big data centers. Currently, we have a project combining with the offshore wind and computer centers together, which should be a demo or pilot project in Hainan in China. We are developing 1 gigawatt offshore wind capacity to support a computer center in Hainan. So as long as we can go together and join hands, and I think we will bring much more benefits and bear much more fruitful outcomes. And we are stand ready to share the innovation and what we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such an encouraging report and exactly the idea of bringing together all of the different facets of the primary energy sources, the financing, the technology, the connectivity, and the good news about the very low cost of power that will result from that in a secure and clean energy system. Well, our host is Sunway Group, and Sunway has been an innovator in sustainability from its inception. We are in an abandoned tin site, as Professor Elizabeth Lee mentioned to you. This is a restoration project of tremendous success and significance, and all before sustainable development became even a topic and a theme. It was invented here. So if we could get an update of what Sunway Group's ideas and intentions are and next steps as a business group and as a leader in this area, I'd be grateful.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. And thank you for all of you who have chosen Sunway to be an event for today. Thank you very much. I hope you find your stay, whether it's long or short, to be pleasant. Thank you. I think for us, Sunway, we have been in this business about almost 52 years now. And as you can see, this is kind of what you can see above the iceberg. Thriving township with, it's about 800 acres, with many facets of the township. And what you don't see are the other businesses that gets to this township, that build this township as well. The quarry business, the road construction, maintenance business, the construction business that do what you call mostly data center nowadays, and many others. What happened is that what I'm trying to do to say is, and this township is the first one, we have 2 more that we are building. And our founder and the ethos of the company has always been, we build and we operate. And it's always been long term. So when I mention that that's as a framework, what comes with it when it gets to energy transition is that we will have to deal with what is today, which was actually framed when, like Professor mentioned, that before the energy transition become an in thing. And we also had to build capability for the future, so the next 2 townships will benefit from the energy transition that we are pushing. And this is the world of and. It is not a world of or, where you will only do energy transition projects and forget the past. The past is today, the past is with us. So basically for Sunway City, we work a few things that we focus on so that we can actually replicate in the other business, in the other locations, as well as most likely we'll bring it into a standalone businesses. So I'll give you some examples. We started on the energy transition with solar on the roof, mostly for Bandar Sunway. I think we have had about 30 million ringgit that we spent, or 8 million US, that we actually have invested. And those projects, like many other business ventures, we have to make money out of it. Because non-profitable businesses will not be sustainable. It could be a sustainable energy project, but if as a business it is not sustainable, it's not profitable, it is not sustainable. So that is our foundation. So we had the solar. From that, we got ourselves into the large-scale solar business. This is about 50 megawatts somewhere in the north. And then afterward, we are looking today at the Malaysian government have decided to say you could actually do corporate large-scale solar, where we could actually have a point-to-point between us as a supplier and a corporate customer for solar business. And since our construction division has been, I think, the preferred construction group for many of the data centers, which we have, all the top 4 what we call AI digital companies from the US has been our main customers. These are the people that we could go and say, well, since data center takes a lot of energy, would you consider as us developing a solar and battery, what we call combo, for you to use it as your primary, what we call electricity, primary power supply. In doing so, it reduces the demand or the stress onto the public grid. And in doing this, what we call solar and battery, we need collaboration. We have to have a collaboration with, companies from China like Huawei and whatnot to be able to provide the technology, the know-how, and for us, the know-how and the customer that we have to connect. So that's, we start with learning, small rooftop solar, learning, bringing into a slightly larger scale, and then now trying to push for a point-to-point, what we call supplier to customer, large-scale solar for data center. And that's one of those examples. We do have, in the past, sometimes it's nice joining the company. I just joined the company about 1.5 years ago. And when you're new, you start to look at what the company has, and then you start to say, well, these are gems that we can actually build upon. So back in the 90s, we had always issues with water supply. There's always water contamination, and because our location have 2 lakes, the founder decided to build a reverse osmosis water treatment plant. Very similar to what you have in Singapore, they call it new water. Or it's not desalination, it's just reverse osmosis. Now, as we go along, we have upgraded the facilities. So that's why if you are Malaysian and you are in and you live in Klang Valley, the moment we have a rationing of water, please book yourself into any of the Sunway hotels because we will not be running out of water. We have our own water supply. Okay, that's my spiel for a bit. But in reality, what we learn, again, through what we learn from our data center work through the construction group, water treatment, water supply become a stress in this new world. So again, for sustainable, so we use what we call the capability and the experience that we have built. We start looking at now, how could we scale it up? And when we scale it, that means we do two things. One, we are able to go and take away, first we got to go make it into, first must be able to make it into a viable business. Second, we actually take off the burden of supplying water, supplying electricity from the municipal suppliers. Because those, I believe, should be, for sustainability and for development of people, those energy and water should go to the public, where there were needs. I grew up in times, way back, where we only have 4 hours of electricity. Being able to have 24 hours of electricity a day, that means you can study at night. And that gives you completely different results. Because I had cousins who didn't even have electricity, so they couldn't study at night. They were smarter than I was, but I had better access to electricity, therefore had better grades, get to be somebody when I grew up. You know, this is a Malay kind of things that we say. Hopefully, when you grow up, you become a person. Yeah? And I do believe that I've become a person because I had better access of energy and electricity way back. So at least it is my belief that municipal electricity, power generation, water must be able to benefit people. And then the corporate side of power generation, that is a different business segment that we could actually work and put money and investment and know-how and discipline into it as we go along. Thank you.
When you go around Sunway, you find the signs of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals everywhere and on the campus, and what you've just said about universal access, safe water, SDG 6, clean energy, SDG 7. This is a core part of the philosophy as well, that not only are the technologies deployed, but they're available for everybody. So thank you very much for the wonderful work. And now we'll turn to Philip Hu, who is the founding member and managing director of Primavera Capital, to hear from the investor side. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you so much, Professor Sachs and the whole GAI team for the great work you do in hosting this conference. My wife actually wanted me to thank Sunway Group as well. She's from the UK, she's British, but it was a surprise when I told her where the conference was. She said, oh my goodness, we had a family trip as a child to the Sunway Lagoon Park. So she said that was a core, wonderful memory. So, thank you for that. A little background on Primavera Capital. We were founded in 2010. We manage around $20 billion in AUM across private equity, venture capital, and credit strategies. We've been doing cross-border investments since 2015. We've invested in over 100 portfolio companies globally, including companies across GBA and in ASEAN regions. We have around 100 people worldwide, including offices across GBA and ASEAN. I'd like to share an investment we made in a portfolio company called Envision Energy. So like Mingyang, it is also a wind turbine manufacturer. It's one of the largest in the world, more focused on onshore, so a little bit different from Mingyang, which is focused on offshore, as earlier mentioned. But there's a project that they did with the Laos government called Project Monsoon. Project Monsoon is ambitiously the first wind project in Laos. It is also the largest wind turbine farm in all of Southeast Asia. And it is also the first cross-border renewable project in ASEAN's history. So very ambitious. So Envision teamed up with Laos government to provide its wind turbines for this project. And the Laos government has a mandate. They would like to be Southeast Asia's next battery for the region and a net exporter of green energy. So Project Monsoon, it's 600 megawatts. It's 133 wind turbines, which Envision Energy did not deliver on time. They delivered ahead of schedule. And the project can now power 1 million homes. In terms of carbon offset, it can offset 1.3 million tons of CO2 a year, which I think, I asked AI, what does that mean in layman's terms, in terms of equivalence? It's about 280,000 internal combustion engine cars taken off the road a year, or driving 3.2 billion miles in total. So that's a substantial amount of carbon removed from this project. But this project, I think, is so fascinating as a GBA-ASEAN partnership, because even just the logistics of getting the wind turbines from China to Laos was a miracle in many respects. In terms of the location of where the project is set, it's set in the southeast portion of Laos, which used to be a conflict zone. So actually specialists had to go in and clear 1,200 landmines to make the area safe before they could begin construction. In terms of getting those wind turbines from China, they had to transfer them by ship to Thailand, and by land through mountainous regions as high as 1,700 meter mountains, cliffs, and a very difficult geographic environment. And think about it, every wind turbine, there are multiple blades, which are 80 meters in length. And then you have the equipment, which weighs 350 tons. And then you have segmented, towers. All of that needs to be transported through this environment. Was extremely challenging, but they did it, and they did it ahead of schedule. So that again is partnership between GBA and ASEAN, which you cannot say is so common anywhere else in the world. What are the benefits? Energy diversity. So in Laos and Vietnam, there is existing hydropower. But hydropower, obviously, you get more of it during the wet season. But because of this large wind farm, they've now diversified. So in the dry season, they now have access to another form of energy that is abundant, which is wind. In terms of grid parity as well, there are very few places in the world where this can be done. And again, it's through this combination. But the cost is 6.95 cents per kilowatt hour, which is comparable to other sources. And actually, if you look at retail or commercial cost for the region, it's between 7 and 19 cents per kilowatt hour. So that is very favorable. In terms of other benefits, success stories is a really great route to pipeline. So we're already seeing more projects on the way in the region. And again, you look at Western comparable companies, frankly speaking, it's just not possible for them to be able to undergo this type of project. So again, a very strong GBA-ASEAN case study, I feel. And in a way, when I think about this project and when I think about this conference and everyone here, I often think of GBA and ASEAN as a beacon of hope, not just for the region, but for the world. And Professor Sachs, I'm going to be a little bit bold here and criticize the US a little bit, if you permit me. But if folks here can,
I'll encourage you.
Okay. If you could raise your hand here, if you heard of the acronym OBBBA. Has anyone heard of that acronym? Nobody here. Okay. I see Professor Sachs smiling, so he knows what OBBA. OBBA in the US stands for Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, right, which was passed. And OBBA, unfortunately, is not particularly beautiful for energy transition, right? Some reports say that this act has canceled, closed, or downsized over 200 clean energy projects in the US between 2025 and 2026. But what I would like to do today, Professor Sachs, if you would permit me, is I'd like to reframe the acronym OBBA. And I looked up online, nobody else has come up with this new acronym I've come up with. I'd like the new acronym to be One Big, Bright, Beautiful Asia. Okay, I'd like this to reframe where OBBA may have failed us in the US for energy transition. It has not failed us in Asia. Actually, it's a big, bright, beautiful Asia that we have here for energy transition. So, but why is there success here in Asia? It's really about partnerships, right? It's really about partnerships across not just geographies, but partnerships between the public sector and the private sector. So, you know, when we look back to Project Monsoon when it was first initiated, almost everybody who heard about it said, that's impossible. That's never gonna happen. And I think individually, yes. If any one country, any one person, any one organization said, oh, we're gonna do this ambitious project by ourselves, yes, possibly, very likely impossible. But because so many GBA-ASEAN partners have come together across geographies, across different multilateral organizations, across public and private sector, look where we are today. It's been achieved and it's very successful. So I'm very proud to be here, thank you, and very proud to be part of the GBA-ASEAN geography. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the wonderful presentations and the very practical demonstrations of how indeed Asia is moving rapidly in this region, and our GBA-ASEAN interconnection is moving very rapidly in the right direction. And we are going to move very rapidly to a very important segment of the day, as we've heard, and that is the tea break. So I turn it over to our MC again and thank the panelists. Thank you very much.
Professor, thank you very much. And also a big thanks to all our panelists. If we can take one shot for the books, for the photo album. We would like for our panelists to remain on stage for one photo op. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Sachs and our panelists. If the first discussion focused on financing and implementation, the next one turns to another equally important question, which is collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, a big warm round of applause for panel one. And we'd like to thank the moderator, Professor Sachs. It's time for a tea break. If you're new to Malaysia, anyone here new to Malaysia? And show of hands, please. Anyone here new to Malaysia? No, everyone's here. Well, if you don't know, if you're new to Malaysia, food isn't just a part of our culture. It's practically a national pastime for all of us here in Kuala Lumpur. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. We've got tea being served on the left side of the stage. So if you see where I'm pointing, in that general direction, please go out of the hall, and there's a tea break put aside for everyone. Please enjoy your tea, and we'll see you here at 11:30 for the next session. You can bring your refreshments back into the hall if it's already time for the next, or when we reach that time for the next panel session. So once we pass 11:30 and you still think you want to have a drink, please bring your drink into the hall with you. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this morning. And we're really glad to have you here at the 2026 GBA-ASEAN Conference on Energy Transition and Integration. No single organization can deliver the energy transition on its own. Panel 2 speaks about multilateral leadership for delivering the GBA-ASEAN energy transition. Now, that's the focus of our next discussion, how collaboration across sectors can help turn ambition into progress. Our moderator for this session is Professor Amy Gui of Monash University, who also serves as a member of the Council of Engineers for the energy transition. Please give a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Joining her on the panel is Geeta Sabrawal, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Indonesia. Also joining the discussion is Daniel Fong, Chairman of the ASEAN Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong and Vice Chairman of Hong Kong's Financial Services Development Council. We're also pleased to welcome Chow Kao, Senior Research Fellow at the Economic and Technology Research Institute of GATECO, GEIDC. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Panel 2, Multilateral Leadership for Delivering the GBA-ASEAN Energy Transition, moderated by Professor Amy Gui. Professor, the floor is yours.
Dear Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, welcome to the second session. I'm Amy Gui, professor at Monash University and member of the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition, an independent advisory body to the UN Secretary General on the engineering pathway to achieve net zero by mid-century, co-chaired by UNIDO and SDSN. So in the last decade, I worked closely with the governments, intergovernmental organizations, multilateral agencies, utilities, businesses, and civil societies in Southeast Asia to address clean energy transition and sustainable development challenges, facilitating knowledge collaboration and regional learnings in low carbon development, net zero energy planning, energy resilience, and just and equitable energy coal and fossil fuel transitions. A few distinguished speakers mentioned key words for this session to advance the region's energy transition. Its implementation and collaboration. So in the next hour, the panelists will share their experience and perspectives, particularly from finance, grid infrastructure, legal and policy advisory, and country-level implementation to examine the GBA-ASEAN energy transition and explore opportunities for regional energy cooperation and connectivity to enhance the region's energy security, resilience, and sustainable and inclusive energy development. I'll start with a brief introduction to our panelists. So Mrs. Geeta Sabrawal is an UN resident coordinator in Indonesia. She leads 21 agencies, funds, and programs under the UN country team to accelerate the sustainable development goals in partnership with the government, private sector, and civil society. She brings 30 years of experience in development, supporting climate transition, sustainable peace, governance, and social policy. She previously served as UN resident coordinator in Thailand and as peace building and development advisor at UN in Sri Lanka. Before joining UN, she was the Asia Foundation's deputy country representative for Maldives and Sri Lanka and held a position as the poverty and policy advisor for the United Kingdom's Department for International Development in India and Vietnam. And we have Professor Daniel Fong, is the chairman of the ASEAN Chamber of Commerce and vice chairman of Hong Kong's Finance Services Development Council. He has 50 years of legal practice in both public and private sector and in academia. He's also a member of both the English Bar and the Hong Kong Bar, played a key role in Hong Kong's transition from British colony to China's Special Administrative Region as a member of the Basic Law Consultative Committee. He was appointed Queen's Counsel and the first person of ethnic Chinese descent to serve as Hong Kong's last Solicitor General under British rule and first Solicitor General under Chinese sovereignty. Daniel also has been honored by the UN for his contribution to China's attainment of the MDGs and by Hong Kong for his contribution to Hong Kong's constitutional development. Dr. Chao Gao is a senior researcher at the Economic and Technological Research Institute. He's an expert in power system planning, including generator development, demand forecasting, power grid scheme design, and has participated in China's 13th five-year and 15th five-year grid planning research. And last but not least, Dr. Faiz Ahmed is the head of advisory and research advocacy at the Asian Strategy and Leadership Institutes. He leads policy-oriented research and advisory engagement at the intersection of corporate governance, sustainability, and policy, translating research into actionable insights for ASEAN stakeholders. Without further ado, we will move on to key discussions around challenges and opportunities around cross-border financing and energy transition between GBA and ASEAN with the panelists. I'll start with Mrs. Kita. So as a UN resident coordinator with a deep experience in Indonesia, Thailand, and across the region, so what implementation, coordination, and collaboration challenges are you looking to address at the country level and at the regional level?
Thank you, Professor Emmy. A pleasure to join you along with the fellow panelists to discuss how government and multilateral institutions engage for accelerating the energy transition. As we all know, energy transition is no longer solely a climate agenda. It's an economic and strategic imperative in many ways, and Vice Minister Stella had earlier spoken about this. Energy has also become a top priority for political leaders across this region and beyond. In Indonesia, the president has placed energy at the heart of his economic agenda. He set a transformative goal of securing 100 gigawatts of solar capacity across the country, which doubles the electricity generation that currently exists in Indonesia. B50 biodiesel blend, which has been accelerated by close to 2 years, is the highest blend across the region, but more importantly, it is going to help the government save close to $9 billion and contribute in a major way to energy security. So I believe the question before us is how do players like the United Nations and other international partners step in to convert the ambition of governments into action at the scale and pace that the moment demands. The UN strategy is to connect national priorities with global expertise, technology, financing, and partnerships, largely through national institutions. Because when you work through national institutions, it gives you the scale of impact that is needed. This is underpinned by a recognition that each development actor needs to play to their competitive advantage. Governments by setting policy direction, private sector by investing and innovating, IFIs, that your international financial institutions, by mobilizing financing at scale, and development partners like the UN to invest in capacities and expertise. It's also underpinned by a recognition that net zero targets that private sector companies have set for themselves, together with NDCs, serve as a driver to accelerate the energy transition. Let me now move to 4 examples from the UN system that emerge from the ask that the government has identified for the UN in Indonesia. First, critical minerals. Second, green shipping. And third is accelerating or scaling up renewables. For critical minerals, the UN works through UNIDO, largely partnering with one of the largest producers of nickel in the world. And interestingly, the private sector companies comes from the GBA area to introduce ESG standards and frameworks across over 60 factories in the eastern part of the country. This helps introduce clean technology, it helps reduce emissions and makes the factories globally competitive. And not just in the region, but even across borders. We are also, UNIDO is also entered into a strategic partnership with industrial parks, which are major drivers of growth. And we are introducing clean energy, largely solar, to make sure that the mix that they currently have as part of the captive off-grid power plants become cleaner. We've so far installed 17 megawatts of solar energy, which is a very small fraction of the total energy needs of industrial parks. But it goes to show that partnerships like this can serve as a major driver or an accelerator for transformation. On green shipping, the UN has the International Maritime Organization stepping in the context of Indonesia to introduce green shipping fuel. And Vice Minister Stella, this builds off the point of white hydrogen that you mentioned. We are piloting green hydrogen in Indonesia with the Jakarta port, and also looking at reducing emissions for ports through electrification. Initially focusing on Indonesia and slowly taking some of this technology across ASEAN. Besides global expertise, we also bring technology. And technology largely sits in the context of grids, as you had mentioned, Professor Emi. We have developed a smart control center for the Java, Bali, Madura grid, which is the largest in Indonesia, servicing 160 million people. This allows renewables to come online while also managing the variability of renewable energy, alongside integrating utility level storage systems for renewable energy that is generated. This is based on the success of the Java, Bali, Madura grid, we are taking this technology to 4 other island grids, right, across the country. I want to end with the 100 gigawatts of solar commitment that the president has made. Here we are deploying satellite imagery along with high resolution imagery to map solar resources, infrastructure, and electricity demand across the island to support an evidence-based rollout of solar power. So I want to end by saying that it's technology and global expertise that we are bringing to bear to address issues of critical minerals, cleaner critical minerals and supply chains, along with the green shipping and scaling up renewables. Thank you, Professor.
Thanks, Ms. Gita. We all recognize without energy connectivity, the energy transition will not be advanced as fast as it needs to be. So the next question I'll address to Dr. Gao. So what has been achieved so far to boost energy connectivity in ASEAN and GBA-ASEAN region? And what more are needed to better achieve the energy connectivity in the region?
Thank you, Professor. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And it's my great honor to attend this conference on behalf of GuideCo. And GuideCo is an international organization and dedicated to promoting large-scale development of renewable energy and cross-border power grid interconnection. And from what I can see, ASEAN has made great progress on energy connectivity and across the region. And thanks to the ASEAN's Power Grid APG initiative, it provides a clear long-term vision. And there are 8 power grid projects are already operating out of 18 identified projects. The APG plays a critical role in accelerating the regional energy transition, and the cross-border interconnections allow the countries to tap into the regional and renewable energy potentials of 8,000 gigawatt of solar and 300 gigawatt of wind capacity, and supporting the regional goals that of 23% of renewable energy share by 2025, and progressing towards the 52% by 2040. And even so, many ambitious plans are yet to be translated into real projects. Some bottlenecks must be tackled if we want to better achieve energy connectivity in ASEAN. And the first, ASEAN countries have different rules for power trade, different technical standards, and also different tariff mechanisms. Second, there is not a unified long-term regional planning to coordinate each country and in the whole region. And in addition, we still lack enough money for energy infrastructure development. And the funding gap is huge, which slows down the energy transition. And to fix these issues and turn plans into reality, I think all sides should, such as the governments, companies, and regional and international institutions, need to work together. And everyone should provide more support for energy transition step by step. We should share the research outcomes and push forward regional standards, create financing and investment risk mitigation tools, attract steady long-term investment, and connect Greater Bay Area industrial resources with the ASEAN market. By combining all of this, we can better connect the regional energy systems and put forward sustainable development for the whole area. Thank you, Professor.
Cross-border energy investment, of course, in this case, are critical, as our speakers already hinted. So my next question addressed to Professor Daniel Fong. So cross-border energy investment depends on legal certainty and regulatory compatibility. From your experience at the intersection of commercial law and financial services policy, what are the most significant governance and regulatory barriers to GBA-ASEAN energy financing, and where do you see the most opportunities?
Actually, I think we build on very strong foundations already. And those foundations predate, in many different ways, the establishment of ASEAN, and definitely predate the GBA. I'm referring to the foundational building blocks of the common law, which have empowered many different countries, not just in this region, but globally, to achieve prosperity. The common law is a legacy, let's be realistic, of the British period, which has infused the histories of Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, Myanmar. Just to give a few examples within this particular region. But if you look further afield to South Asia, to India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and then beyond into other parts of the world, particularly the developing world in sub-Saharan Africa, in parts of Latin America, and of course, not forgetting North America itself, and of course, Australia and New Zealand. We see the common law as a web which connects all these different economies. And I believe very detailed analyses have been made going back more than 30 years to a study which was conducted at Harvard at the time I was there as a visiting scholar, and I'm sure Jeffrey Sachs remembers this very well, that common law jurisdictions actually propel market development far more than continental systems, which tend to be more top-down, vertical, and geared towards administrative governance, as opposed to the common law, which is horizontal, which empowers individuals, corporations, and markets to develop. This phenomenon is recognized globally. And I believe that study was conducted by Andre Schleifer and like scholars that Jeff Sachs knows extremely well. And it's borne out by both history and statistical evidence. Now, how does that translate into what we're talking about today? I think it translates into a propulsion of ASEAN and the GBA, because Hong Kong is part of GBA, into world-class development status. And I don't think this is a hyperbole at all, because Hong Kong capital raising, this is both market capital raising plus private capital, has been responsible for our prosperity in Hong Kong, and also radiates into the GBA itself. And within ASEAN, we've seen the same phenomenon in different parts of ASEAN which belong to this common law tradition. But it's inclusive, it radiates beyond common law jurisdiction. So we see in international capital centers such as Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and that's just GCC countries. But beyond GCC countries, we see in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, in Astana, the capital, in Uzbekistan, all adopting common law jurisdictions to govern dispute resolution and to build their international dispute resolution centers and international financial centers. So the development of law and finance is interrelated in a very profound way, and we see that at work. So I'm not saying this just because I wear my other hat as Vice Chairman of the Financial Services Development Council, but just going back to my personal experience over 50 years in the law, we see this transformation of this region from a fairly rudimentary development status focused on either agriculture or light manufacturing into the powerhouse of the world. So we see GBA at the cutting edge of global technology, not just in AI, not just in quantum computing, not just in life sciences, not just in biotech, but coming back to the theme of this conference, actually in the global energy transition, which is a part of the UN SDGs, is critical to this transition. Let me give just one example, and I give this example wearing my other hat as chairman of a company known as Hynatech Global, which is a hydrogen company which actually synergizes with the presentation made by Vice Minister Stella Christie earlier this morning, that the critical element in the hydrogen revolution is actually the stabilization of hydrogen, which is a very volatile element into something that can be stored safely, reliably, and transported. That's the key to the hydrogen revolution. The reason why the hydrogen revolution has been slow to take off over the past 30 years is because in order traditionally to stabilize hydrogen, you need to freeze it to minus 253 Celsius. And then you need to physically compress it in order to maintain it in liquid form. But still, that liquid form is highly flammable, explosive, dangerous. And the whole process is extremely expensive if you have to maintain that temperature for storage and transportation. But today, there is breakthrough technology from China, the company I was mentioning. That breakthrough technology is not a physical compression of hydrogen, but a chemical manipulation of hydrogen to render it a stable, safe liquid, which looks like water, completely transparent, no tint to it. And if you take a blowtorch to that liquid, it doesn't light up at all. It's much safer than gasoline, safer than any petroleum product, and it can be transported as is being done in China today as safe transport, not dangerous goods at all. And we can use exactly the same infrastructure, such as tankers, and we can fill cars with hydrogen fuel with the same pumping station and same equipment. So actually, there's no real increase of capex at all. That is the true revolution. And to demonstrate why this is relevant to ASEAN, that technology is currently being deployed in Singapore. From China, direct to Singapore, in order to power data centers in Singapore. And the idea actually is to build 1,000 data centers throughout ASEAN, extending beyond ASEAN into Northern Australia, in order to render this entire region, ASEAN Plus, as the data center of centers in the world. Not the United States, not the European Union, but ASEAN Plus, using Chinese technology. And the irony is that the Chinese developed technology originated in the United States because the founder inventor went to the US as one of the first batch of students from mainland China to study in the United States in the late 1980s. He got his PhD in chemistry at Princeton in 1991. He worked in the United States for 20 odd years. He spearheaded the hydrogen team in the US government energy department under George W. Bush, as well as under President Obama. And under President Obama, the program was killed. Why was it killed? No prizes for guessing the answer. There is such a thing as the oil lobby in the United States, which I don't believe exists in similar form anywhere else in the world. And in the same year, the president of China, Li Keqiang, invited the inventor to come home as the first batch of the 1,000 Talent Scheme. And for family reasons, he actually taught in NUS in Singapore for 4 years before returning to China. In 2014, started his company, and basically is spearheading powering of data centers in Chongqing, which is a major center for data centers in China, plus powering internal domestic riverine transport. So there is a central government directive that all river transport in China go green. No fossil fuel, using hydrogen technology. And the hub for that policy push is Wuhan, which is where the company is situated. That is the center of the Yangtze River. This is the beginning of the hydrogen revolution. And Hong Kong plays a role as a major finance hub for this revolution. And we hope to perform the same service for ASEAN. The whole point of the ASEAN Chamber of Commerce, of which I'm the founding chair, is in fact to connect, I think as Professor Jeff Sachs mentioned this morning, connect the 700 million of ASEAN, the youngest growing, most dynamic part of the world, with the cutting edge technology of GBA, 90 million people, including Hong Kong and Macau, plus beyond that, the 1.4 billion of China. This is the real revolution. And throughout this revolution, the building blocks of the law, as we've mentioned, the financial machinery of Hong Kong, plus the cutting-edge technology of China, this is a win-win-win. And we really see the ASEAN Chamber of Commerce performing this role as super connector, bridge builder, interface, membrane between China and ASEAN. We are neighbors. And the roots between ASEAN and the GBA long predate both the founding of the GBA plus the founding of ASEAN, because the links of finance, capital raising, and beyond finance in terms of education between Southeast Asia and Hong Kong go back to 1850s. The 1850s, shortly after the founding of Hong Kong. These roots go beyond a century and a half. They're very deep. And we do tap into those roots in order to build an extraordinary future for this part of the world. And beyond this part of the world, we hope that GBA ASEAN can be a template for global development. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing the valuable insights on the critical role of the adequate legal framework and governance in advancing the region's energy transition. Of course, that also reduces the risk and cost for state-owned enterprises and the private sector in the space, which are both central to financing ASEAN's energy transition. But we all realize that they all operate in very different incentives constraints. So Dr. Fiaz, so from your research and advisory work, how are these actors currently engaging with each other, and where do you see the greatest opportunity for the corporate sector to drive the transition forward in the region?
So thank you so much. I'll thank Professor Fong for making my job easier. He actually explained the Asia and all the stuff and how ASEAN is doing in terms of energy transition. So for example, let's start with the market of ASEAN. So ASEAN market is like 4.5K public listed companies in whole ASEAN market, right? And the total volume of this market is $3.3 trillion, right? So the role of SOEs, state-owned enterprises, is crucial. You can name in Malaysia, we have TNB, we have Petronas in Indonesia, we have PLN in Vietnam, we have EVN. So these are the giant SOEs. They are doing the major work in energy transition, in development and building the infrastructure for the nations, right? So their role is very crucial. And all these public listed companies, they are 4.5K in whole ASEAN, the big market in ASEAN market, right? So they are the key stakeholders when it comes to the collaboration, when it comes to the public-private partnership, and when we look at their role specifically in terms of building the infrastructure within ASEAN, building the partnership within ASEAN, right? So for example, we have a good example of this collaboration in the form of Laos, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand's collaboration of electricity, right? Electricity, and they have this multilateral agreement of 200 megawatts electricity, right? And now it's moving towards Malaysia is also becoming a key partner in this partnership, and they will be directly supplying the electricity to Singapore in this case. So they are the key stakeholders in terms of investments. And we can link back this investment and this relationship to the whole ASEAN countries. There are companies, they are collaborating with each other in terms of their infrastructure development, in terms of their investment sharing, in terms of their knowledge sharing, expertise sharing. For example, Prof. Fung mentioned about China's expertise, right? So this is another avenue for all the ASEAN countries, ASEAN nations to learn and share the knowledge capital with each other in terms of their stakes, their rationales, their expertise, and their skills. We can have another example I can share with you guys. Like, for example, back in 1980s, Pakistan came up with this idea of IPPs, independent power producers. And this was a public-private partnership because the government at that time was having a lack of funds. So what they did was, they invited all the private stakeholders and asked them to invest in the power generation infrastructure. So that leads to a good amount of electricity generation. But what happened then? And the agreement was very crucial at that time that the government made, that even if you produce and the amount, what amount you will produce, we will buy from you, even there is no consumption. So what it did was, it became a whole circular debt for the national economy, right? And now, if I quote in PKR, it's 2.39 trillion circular debt by that IPP that generate, and now it become a national burden. So when we are engaging the public limited companies, we are engaging the SOEs, we have to be very clear with their contracts, with their TORs, and how they're gonna contribute to the national economy or to the international networks, right? So that's why in whole the discussion, even in the previous panel, so we talk about the role of partnerships, we talk about the role of financing, we talk about the role of capitals, but considering the stakeholders, the big stakeholders in the form of SOEs, as per the report of OECD, they mention in whole Asia, there are 26% SOEs around, right? So if there is a collaboration network and a mutual pool of investment that can be directed towards the power generation, infrastructure development, energy transition, so that will be a crucial action for ASEAN to achieve the 1997 dream of ASEAN power grid, right? Thank you so much.
Thanks for this. Thank you for sharing such valuable experience and case studies. I guess as a researcher, I would say. So I'll come back to Ms. Gita and Dr. Gao. So based on your experience, where is collaboration between GBN and ASEAN working, and where are the gaps?
Thanks. I wanted to use this to speak a little to the financing part of UN strategy, right? And most of our experience of unlocking capital in the context of Indonesia can be scaled up across ASEAN. And there are 4 major entry points for us that we as the UN system collectively are prioritizing. First, we are looking at sovereign bonds. We work very closely in close partnership with the Ministry of Finance for issuing SDG bonds, green bonds, blue bonds, and green sukuks, right? And over the past 5 years, we've unlocked close to $12.6 billion, right? And most of this money is on budget and goes towards supporting SDGs, including energy transition, right? Such like low-cost transport, amongst other issues. Annually, we mobilize close to $700+ million, right? Which we as the UN system, together with the Ministry of Finance, then monitor. Right? So that's the scale that we are looking at, which obviously contributes to energy transition. But more importantly, I think it's extremely critical to look at corporate SDG bonds. And we've been talking to a lot of private sector in Indonesia with the idea of seeing how we can move the needle on energy transition, leveraging the private sector. Our first one was with a state-owned enterprise in Indonesia, which unlocked close to $45 million, small compared to the challenge, largely in support of low-cost green housing, so low-energy housing. The second one that we are currently looking at is with the energy company for floating solar, mini hydro, and more importantly, for electric mobility. Given that Indonesia is the third largest motorcycles in the world, right? So electric mobility matters. And this obviously helps take those incremental steps towards unlocking capital in the context of Indonesia, but can be scaled up across ASEAN. The second area that we are leveraging is national banks. We work with national banks through the UN principles of responsible banking to move the portfolio to unlock ESG, in support of ESG, which means that for every percentage point shift, it can unlock $1.23 billion in support of climate and energy transition. The UN has committed, together with the government, to unlock $1.6 billion through ESG portfolios over 2026 and 27. And we are going to be held accountable for that, together with the 6 banks that we partner with. So that gives you the scale at which this can be unlocked. And this is one of the things that, of course, can be taken across ASEAN, across ASEAN to, with banks sitting across the region. The third instrument that we are looking at, and this comes more from the experience of Africa, is results-based financing for clean energy. It's been very successful in Africa, and we want to see how this can be leveraged for the president's priority of securing 100 gigawatts of solar power. And this implies payments that are made for the private sector on connections that they make, on emission reductions that are achieved, or meeting even energy demand. So there's a very clear criteria on which money comes, but when monies get released, they help investor confidence and help a commercially sustainable model in the long run. So we want to explore that over the coming year. The fourth is generating new sources of revenue. And this is extremely critical. And all of us know that carbon markets are a very, very big potential in ASEAN and even bigger potential for Indonesia. It's got amongst the largest peatlands, mangroves, and tropical forests, right? And the government is committed to making it a major supplier of carbon credits. So we are working with ASEAN, working with the government of Indonesia, on mapping blue carbon as well through seagrass and mangroves together with UNDP and SCAP. And this just adds on to the carbon stock that contributes to the NDCs, but also contributes to generating value. Right? We are bringing technical experts from UNEP, a carbon market expert from UNEP, and UNFCCC, the 2 premium bodies that look at carbon markets, to work very closely to invest in high-integrity carbon credits that can be traded domestically and internationally and across the region, right? So this generates value over time and adds another pathway to governments' bilateral trade agreements that they have for carbon transfers, right? What you call ITMO in the UNFCCC language, right? So those are pathways that we are adopting in the context of Indonesia, and obviously with the idea of taking it across ASEAN to accelerate financing for the energy transition.
Would you like to share your story, Dr. Gao, from GACO or energy grid integration perspective?
Okay, and I think, and drawing on GACO's global experience, and then I think, and there are many successful stories and in the cross-border financing and regional collaboration, and they can offer many lessons for the regions. And I think the biggest barrier lies in the financing and in ASEAN region is that there is a major financing mismatch for the cross-border energy infrastructure and development. And most energy infrastructure projects require a massive initial investment, but they come with the long payback period and make it difficult to attract the long-term cheap money. In addition, the scale of the international climate finance that allocated to Southeast Asia, this region is far from enough to meet the huge gap. And one critical takeaway is that, and I think the regional cooperation cannot only rely on the bilateral deals and the multilateral institutions that can support more for the energy transition in many practical ways. Thank you.
Thanks for your response. I have worked with quite a few regional government stakeholders, and there is always this grand vision for regional collaboration. So a few different initiatives, I guess, come up. For example, ASEAN Power Grid, as mentioned already, ASEAN Fossil Fuel Transition Plan Roadmap, ASEAN Climate Fund, ASEAN Carbon Market, or ASEAN Supply Chain even. So we all know that the challenge we face, we need all of this. So from collaboration perspective, I'll leave this open to the panel, and who would like to respond, who can go ahead. So which regional initiative do you think will bring the most benefits to the region? And what does it take to bring such initiatives alive? Anyone would like to respond first?
Mention to supplement what you said. I think we should also pay attention to what the markets can do in this transition. So, and apart from government initiatives, I think we should look at both the debt market as well as the equity market as engines of propulsion. Let me just give a couple of examples. The Hong Kong government 2 years ago issued the world's biggest cash of green bonds. This is a global record. It was all subscribed. And beyond government initiatives, what we're seeing today is a tsunami of applications from Indonesia, especially, amongst other ASEAN markets, plus Central Asia, especially Kazakhstan, to tap into Hong Kong's equity markets for financing. So that pipeline of IPOs from Indonesia and Kazakhstan is real, and it feeds off the fact that Hong Kong was held the world's record in IPOs last year. It completely eclipsed London as well as New York in terms of IPO listings. This year is different because of the listing of SpaceX. But the SpaceX is a one-off. We don't even know whether Anthropic or OpenAI will actually list, not sure. But the momentum of the IPO pipeline from, as I've said, Indonesia and Kazakhstan is real. And it's chock-a-block for the rest of this year going into next year. We see that trend as sustainable. Why do I say that? Because traditionally, many Indonesian and Kazakhstan or Central Asian companies are in the extraction business, oil and gas, copper, gold, uranium, rare earths, etc., bauxite. And traditionally, they've always listed in London or Toronto. Today, because of the shifting of the geostrategic and the geoeconomic tectonic plates, the listings come to Hong Kong. And I see that as sustainable. I don't think that's a flash in the pan, unlike specific companies like SpaceX, etc. And because the SpaceX stock actually tanked, it lost over 40% of its value from listing. And the offer of SpaceX bonds indicates that the market has certain doubts as to the sustainability of this particular stock. Therefore, we should not actually focus on particular companies, but we should focus much more on the shifting of the listings. And I think the markets play an extremely important role, quite apart from public financing.
Thanks for sharing this. We really have to actually closing to make a way for the arrival of Prime Minister this afternoon. So I would like to bring up the last question to all the panelists. Please give a precise answer for less than 1 minute, please, if you could. So what's one key change that panelists would like to see to accelerate cross-border financing and energy transition between GBA and ASEAN? Very short answer, please. I'll start from you, maybe, Ms. Gita.
Thank you, Professor. For me, what I see as the one key thing, I would like to see more partnerships with private sector from the Greater Bay Area with the UN. We've got proof of concept that this works. UNIDO is doing it currently with the largest nickel producer in the GBA area. And we want to leverage this partnership for a win-win, for transfer of technology, for scaling up cleaner technology, for reducing emissions and accelerating energy transition, and for sustainable financing. So that to me is a win-win for Indonesia and ASEAN.
Thanks. Professor Fong?
Again, I'd also like to see greater cooperation between public and private sector, the PPP, which is a well-known formula for success. And I also want to see greater cooperation between GBA and ASEAN. I appreciate there are linguistic, cultural barriers between mainland China and ASEAN. We understand all of that. We've seen that for the past 30 years. But I think Hong Kong provides a solution, both in terms of language, in terms of culture, in terms of law, as we've mentioned, in terms of financial infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, and in my opinion, and the most important change we need is to build a project-focused, coordinated mechanism and to integrate the regional power interconnection planning and unified the technical standards and cross-border green financing. And as we know, the Greater Bay Area is a very reliable partner for ASEAN. And we no longer only sell products to each other, and instead we work together to build projects and carry out deeper teamwork. And this shift will significantly accelerate the energy transition in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Dr. Fiat.
I will quote one thing and one exemplary project that is a good example of public-private partnership. It's between TMB and Terengganu Incorporation. They are building a solar capacity program in Terengganu, right? And then they are also building another great project with the help of Gulf, Saudi Arabia. It's a 100 megawatt project in Terengganu as well. So we are focusing in our collaboration within ASEAN and GBA, but we can also consider other key players within Asia, so they can provide with the funding, resources, knowledge sharing, capital, so that this transition can be smooth. And one more thing that I want is the higher share of private investments in energy transition in ASEAN. That's really, really crucial to fulfill the Malaysia ASEAN Power Action Plan.
Thank you very much for all our distinguished panelists for sharing their insights and valuable perspectives to advance the cooperation between GBA and ASEAN's energy transition. I'm sure there will be more productive conversation to be had over the lunch, and we're closing this session here. And thank you very much for your attention.
That was the end of panel 2, multilateral leadership for delivering the GBA-ASEAN energy transition. If you could have the panelists and the moderator up front for photo op, that'll be fantastic. Once again, we'd like to thank the moderator, Professor Amy Goy of Monash University, Gita Sabral, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Indonesia. Also joining the discussion is Daniel Fong, Chairman of the ASEAN Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong and Vice Chairman of Hong Kong's Financial Services Development Council, Mr. Chow Kao, Senior Research Fellow at the Economic and Technology Research Institute of Gateco. And completing the panel is Fiaz Ahmad, Head of Advisory and Research Advocacy at the ASEAN Strategy and Leadership Institute and an Adjunct Research Fellow at Sunway Business School, Sunway University. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Just a quick note before you go, lunch will be served at the Sunset Terrace. You can collect your lunch voucher from our ushers as you leave the hall. They'll also be happy to direct you to the Sunset Terrace. Enjoy your lunch. And very, very importantly, if you have your belongings with you, if you do have bags, so on and so forth, please take them with you. We need to prepare the room for what's to come after lunch. Thank you very much. Once again, a quick reminder that you need to take your belongings with you as you leave the hall for lunch. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Announcing the arrival of Yang Amat Berhormat, Dato Sri Anwar bin Ibrahim, the Prime Minister of Malaysia.
Tak kira apa warna, takkan ada yang membezakan kita. Selamanya Malaysia kita, Melayu, Cina, India, intan kadasar kita sejiwa. Malaysia madani, rakyat disantuni, timur, barat, selatan dan utara. Malaysia madani, aku satu hati, kita semua sama Malaysia. Malaysia madani, rakyat disantuni, satukan asa demi negara. Malaysia madani, hai bersatu hati, kita semua sama Malaysia. Berdiri megah, selamanya kita bersama, warisan takkan binasa. Setia gagah bersama kita merdeka, kita semua anak Malaysia. Selamanya Malaysia kita, Melayu, Cina, India, intan kadasar kita sejiwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Malaysia. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a chance to recharge over lunch. Now, this morning we heard from experts across government, academia, industry, and international organizations. Together, they've helped paint a picture of the opportunities and challenges of the energy transition. This morning has been about ideas. This afternoon is about leadership. And I think it's only fitting that we take a moment to extend a warm welcome to our Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Yang Amat Berhormat, Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim, who joins us today. To introduce our keynote speaker, please welcome Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Honorary Distinguished Jeffrey Chia Professor at Sunway University. Professor Sachs, the floor is yours for the introduction.
Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you are Malaysian, speaking as an American, I can't tell you how envious I am. Think of your leader, to my mind, one of the world's great statesmen and leaders in the world. Think of my leader, I will say no more. But as an American, I stand humbled here. I have known your Prime Minister for 30 years, and I have watched his leadership. And Prime Minister, it is exemplary. It is you are a model of intelligence, decency, and integrity. And it really is a very, very profound honor to know you, to watch what you are doing to help lift Malaysia. And also, I want to say, to help lift the whole world. Because when you speak about the situation in the world, you infuse the world with a very rare and very vitally needed ethics and morality. You speak about decency in the world, about peace, about ending the wars, about sustainable development, and your voice is heard all over the world with profound gratitude. Can we thank the Prime Minister again for that? We're here, Prime Minister. We're so grateful for your presence. We're here at the meeting of the Greater Bay Area ASEAN Initiative. And this initiative recognizes the incredible importance of the partnership of ASEAN with all its dynamism, its 700 million people, all of the phenomenal development potential with the Greater Bay Area of China and with China more generally. The Greater Bay Area, as you know, is the #1 innovation cluster in the whole world, and that says a lot. And that dynamism is a perfect match, a perfect partnership for the dynamism of Malaysia and the dynamism of ASEAN. When Malaysia held the presidency last year of ASEAN, and the Prime Minister therefore held the presidency of ASEAN, this was a time of moving forward the energy transformation and the energy integration in ASEAN, exactly our themes of our conference here. You made a very big step forward, and we see it continuing with the Philippine presidency. A couple of days ago, we were with the Prime Minister of Singapore and discussed with him the continuation of what you have really pushed forward under the presidency of Singapore. So we're looking forward to very big things. I can say, Prime Minister, that this morning we heard from a lot of business leaders, both in this region and from China, and some of the leaders in green tech and green energy. They want to be here, they want to invest in ASEAN, they want to make an integrated, green, clean, resilient, efficient energy system, which lies at the very core of development for the coming decades. So there's a tremendous amount of goodwill and a tremendous amount of positive vibes, and you have done so much to make that the case. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is my profound, really profound honor and my personal joy in inviting Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim to give the speech today. Thank you.
Once again, we'd like to welcome Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Anwar bin Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, to deliver the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera yang mulia Tengku Zain Al-Abidin, Saudara Profesor Jeffrey Sachs, Saudara Anwar Taib, rekan-rekan yang saya muliakan, satu penghormatan untuk bersama menjayakan GBA-ASEAN Conference yang tentunya sangat mendesak kerana negara dan dunia tercabar akibat daripada kecuaian manusia mengendali, mengurus alam dan persekitaran, dan justru itu perbincangan dan wacana yang segar harus diteruskan. Dunia ini menuntut perubahan berdasarkan komitmen untuk mengangkat martabat kemanusiaan dan juga memelihara persekitaran. Saya percaya rakan-rakan yang hadir dari pelbagai negara akan menumpukan perhatian berusaha dalam usaha gigih menuntut perubahan. Yang hadir percaya bahawa mengekalkan keadaan seperti mana yang wujud bukan jawapan. Merubahnya menjamin keselamatan, keadilan, keseluruhannya. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time when the term global uncertainty and instability is becoming increasingly inadequate to describe the magnitude and degree of volatility and severity of the challenges that are confronting us today. Jeffrey Sachs, of course, a pronounced intellect, widely acclaimed, and should be giving you this keynote address. But these are, they say, what are friends for? He gave me this rare honor, and I've, of course, putting me, I just finished a very long, lengthy, and tumultuous cabinet meeting. I just finished about 1:15 just now. And those of you who follow Malaysian politics wouldn't envy me. but there's some great news in terms of honoring the principles of accountability, transparency, and what we refer to as democratization process. But back to this conference, thank you again, Prof. Jeffrey Sachs, who has been a great friend, not only to Sunway, but also to Malaysia and the region. And I used to tease him to say that, he remains to be one of the popular names in this country, in the region, and also in the third world, primarily too in the Muslim world, for his courage and conviction, for his tenacity of purpose, and for a very consistent principle to adhere to the issues of humanity, of justice, and human rights. So thank you again on behalf of all Malaysians. Thank you for being a great friend. Now, February 28th, 2026 will go down in the annals of modern history as the day of infamy. The day when the United States and the Zionist regime of Israel launched the start of the deadly and ruthless airstrikes on Iran. And since then, thousands of civilians have been killed. It's precipitated countless engagements affecting the region, and in the process, the entire world. Now, apart from the human toll and the destruction of the critical infrastructure, we are now confronted with the massive disruption of economies and energy supply chains, a situation made even worse by the blockade of the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. And this takes us to the crux of our deliberations this afternoon, which is the way forward concerning our initiatives on energy transition and integration under these utterly chaotic and destabilizing circumstances. Or the Americans who put it as circumstances, train the English teachers to become circumstances. I hope you bear with me, Sex. Now, for many years, fossil fuels resources have powered industrial growth and helped increase living standards for Malaysia and many other countries in the world. But it's also undeniable that today this model is increasingly exposed to new global realities, not least the geopolitical tensions and eruptions I have just alluded to, which are disrupting supply chains and driving volatile prices. Now, these are not mere exhortations or pronouncements. It's affecting the lives of our people, including the most marginalized and the poorest. Reliance on finite energy sources carries inherent risks. The transitions towards clean, renewable energy sources is therefore not just an ecological preference, it is a core national security imperative. It is central to strengthening Malaysia's and the region's energy security. Equally, the transition is about economic competitiveness. But let us share the inconvenient truth. We need capital to build solar farms, upgrade grids, install battery shortage, and upskill workers. A massive, sustained, and structured capital. National governments cannot bear this burden alone. Achieving the energy transition at scale will require unprecedented collaboration among the private sector, public sector, investors, and project developers. In Malaysia, we have long recognized the power of innovative finance. Back in 2017, we launched the Green Sukuk, or Islamic bond. This was not a coincidence. It was a deliberate marriage of Islamic finance principles which emphasized ethical stewardship, social justice, and tangible asset backing with the modern imperatives of environmental stability or sustainability. Since then, Malaysia's financial markets have expanded dynamically, cementing our position as the region's most attractive destination for sustainable investment. By incorporating the technological and structural innovations of the Greater Bay Area, we can accelerate the proliferation of renewable energy and build robust, modern power systems across our borders. China's clean energy is so massive that it takes up over a tenth of its GDP. For ASEAN member states, deeper engagement with China and other partner countries should be pursued through ASEAN-led mechanisms such as the ASEAN Power Grid. A remarkable feat and success because the ASEAN Power Grid from Vietnam undersea cable to North Malaya, right through Singapore. And the second phase will cross Laos, Thailand, into Malaya to Singapore. Then we have the Sarawak abundance of energy supply, undersea cable again to Peninsular Malaya, to Singapore, through Sabah, Kalimantan, and possibly southern Philippines. My focus last year, as alluded to by Professor Sachs, is to make sure this alternative green energy and this region, because of it is very cohesive, one of the most peaceful regions in the world, and economically dynamic, vibrant, can showcase how peace and sustainability, with their focus on alternative energy and environmentally sustainable policy. Now, the challenge is real. An energy transition does not proceed on a straight line, nor can integration proceed in isolation. Even before the current energy crunch, over-dependence on fossil fuels have drawn much of ASEAN's attention to alternatives such as solar and wind. And yet, nuclear power appears to be relegated to a lesser significance. This is rather unfortunate considering that the region has substantive regulatory experience as well as the requisite technical expertise to proceed in a course of action that could significantly contribute toward the realization of the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation pillars. In this regard, the threefold objective of the Malaysia's National Energy Transition Roadmap bears analysis. Firstly, to ensure a stable, affordable, and reliable energy supply. Secondly, to preserve to serve as a driver of economic growth. And thirdly, to reduce emissions across targeted sectors while preserving natural ecosystems. Under this roadmap, Malaysia set a target of 31% of renewable energy capacity by 2025, scaling up to 40% by 2035, and ultimately reaching 70% by 2050. We have committed to no new coal plants. Easier said than done with this energy crisis, but no new coal plants, and to the gradual retirement of existing coal capacity. Natural gas will continue to play a stabilizing role in the near term as the country journeys towards a long-term aspirations of higher share of renewables. By any measure, these are ambitious goals, and yet the government, together with industry partners, is committed to pursuing them for the long-term benefits of our people and planet. So, ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the crossroads in human history. We referred to the genocide in Gaza, which is continuing, and many other contentious, explosive regions and areas and countries in the world. And it has exacerbated by crisis or by a humanitarian crisis of untold proportions. Of course, on top of brutal settler violence committed with utter impunity. Referring to this sub-region alone with ramifications in the region and the world, we cannot ignore the fact that this is an ongoing tragedy. We witness on a daily basis hundreds, thousands being murdered by the incessant bombardment of not only Iran and Lebanon, but affecting the entire lives of men, women, children. And regrettably, US-Iran war shows no sign, no clear sign of coming to an end. Looking from senses of power, we just pray and hope that sanity prevails. But we should be alarmed. The more so-called civilized we are, the more sophisticated our technology, the more dehumanizing and insane some of us have become. And worse, those with such influence and power. inflicting so much misery to so many people. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at an inflection point, straddling a poly-crisis that will continue to pose a formidable challenge to our resolve and our determination. Do we throw our hands up and resign our fate to destiny, or do we persevere in our endeavors? I believe you share with me, you see this indefatigable fighter for justice and freedom, Jeffrey Sachs. The answer is clear. We have charted a course, and our determination and destination must remain in sight. For ASEAN, energy transition and integration warrant collective action and a convergence of resolve. Malaysia has taken an active role, and we will continue to do so. And as we navigate this course, we must never lose sight of the ethical core of our mission. Some are familiar with Madani framework. Propelling growth, yes. Digital transformation, energy transition, but we have never lost sight of our culture, our humanity, and our ethics. That is sufficient what Madani concept and society is all about. A transition that is technologically brilliant but socially devastating is not a transition. It is an injustice. At the end of the day, energy transition and integration or digital transformation is about the people. Hence, we cannot overstress the imperative of prioritizing the poor and the marginalized in these consequential ventures, or else continue to perpetuate gross social inequities. The Global Bay Area represents a unique combination of global leaders in international finance, cutting-edge technology, and advanced manufacturing capability. It has been recognized as the World Intellectual Property Organization's top global innovation cluster, ranking ahead of technology hubs such as San Francisco, Tokyo, and Seoul. With its 86 million residents, an integrated and dynamic GBA acts as an indispensable partner that will profoundly benefit us here in Malaysia and all of ASEAN. The decision we make in these critical years will echo for decades. Let us be remembered as the architects of a green golden age, an era when the economy thrived, the environment healed, and our societies become more compassionate, just, and unified. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Sri. May I invite Yang Amat Berhormat to return to your seat. We'd now like to take our official conference photograph with our distinguished guests and all our delegates together with Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Sri Anwar bin Ibrahim. If you can all stand to take a family photo with the Prime Minister or the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia. Is everyone ready? Let's take the official photo. So we've got two, one the serious one and the freestyle. So let's go with the serious one first. Okay, cam dah okay dah? Boleh alih ke freestyle? Okay, kita alih ke freestyle. Let's do the freestyle now. Thank you very much, Press. Professor Jeffrey has something to say. Just, can we all be seated, please?
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you for the wonderful words which demonstrate exactly that vision and that ethical leadership which is so much needed. I wanted to take 1 minute to mention something and to hand you something. In the last 45 days before arriving here, my wife and I, Sonia and I, were on a Marco Polo journey. We went by electric vehicle, BYD vehicles, from Rome to Hong Kong. So we drove 15,000 kilometers along the path that Marco Polo took 750 years ago. Marco Polo, of course, connected East and West. And the Yuan Emperor Kublai Khan invited the Polos to ask the Pope of that day, Pope Gregory, to send wisdom and blessings to the East, because Kublai Khan wanted to make the East-West connection. So before we started our journey, Sonia and I had an audience with Pope Leo XIV, our wonderful Pope. And we told him about the journey, and we told him that this was a drive of peace, culture, and sustainable development, because it would be in electric vehicles, and it would be in the cause of peace across Europe to Asia. His first words were, "Can I come along?" And of course we said, "Holy Father, there'll be a seat for you," but his schedule didn't permit. But he did send his blessings, and he sent his message of peace to the leaders that we would meet along the way. And let me say that we continue the Marco Polo journey today, because while we went overland as the Polos did, when they returned in 1295 from China back to Venice, they went this way. They passed the Strait of Malacca. They went through the Indian Ocean. They went to a place we read about every day. They went to Hormuz, because Hormuz was not just a place of crazy, useless war. Hormuz was already 750 years ago one of the leading centers of trade, of commerce, of business activity. So they went through Hormuz and then to Constantinople and back to Venice. Well, the Pope sent a beautiful message of peace, which I would like to hand to you. It is his encyclical. Pope Leo XIV is a mathematician by training. He's a very wonderful spokesman of peace. He's holding his ground, as you know, calling for peace, even when there's political pushback from you-know-who. And this is like the leader in front of me. This is so vital. So, Prime Minister, without further ado, I would like to hand you from Pope Leo XIV his encyclical Magnificat Humanitas, which is the encyclical letter on safeguarding the human person in the time of artificial intelligence. Exactly your theme.
Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Sri, thank you once again for spending part of your afternoon with us. We know there are many demands on your time, so we are especially grateful that you could join us today. Thank you for your keynote address. Thank you for your time and your support for the 2026 GBA-ASEAN Conference on Energy Transition and Integration.
Demi Tuhan dan negara akan ku korbankan jiwa. Aku berjanji akan satukan semua. Kita bertahan bersama tanah air yang tercinta. Semangat wajah kan ku bertaruhkan nyawa demi sejahtera semua negaraku yang merdeka. Terus melangkah, tetap terpahat di dada. Kita sejahtera bersama Malaysia. Malaysia. Aku berjanji kepada Ibu Pertiwi, kekal perpaduan ini terasa semangat madani. Semangat wajah kan ku bertaruhkan nyawa demi sejahtera semua negaraku yang merdeka.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Sri Anwar Ibrahim, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, for gracing our event. A warm round of applause from everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Yang Amat Berhormat. Thank you so much.
Demi sejahtera semua negaraku yang merdeka. Terus melangkah, tetap terpahat di dada. Kita sejahtera bersama Malaysia. 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 Aku berjanji dan ku bersumpah setia demi Tuhan dan negara akan ku korbankan jiwa. Aku berjanji akan satukan semua. Kita bertahan bersama tanah air yang tercinta.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia, leaves the hall, please let us give him some support by giving him another warm round of applause. Once again, thank you, Yang Amat Berhormat. I can't hear y'all. Can you clap a little louder, everyone? Thank you very much. He needs to hear it.
Kita sejahtera bersama Malaysia. Malaysia. Aku berjanji kepada Ibu Pertiwi, kekal perpaduan ini terasa semangat madani. Semangat wajah kan ku bertaruhkan nyawa demi sejahtera semua negaraku yang merdeka. Terus melangkah, tetap terpahat di dada. Kita sejahtera bersama Malaysia. Semangat wajah kan ku bertaruhkan nyawa demi sejahtera semua negaraku yang merdeka. Terus melangkah, tetap terpahat di dada. Kita sejahtera bersama Malaysia. Malaysia. Iya, demi Tuhan dan negara akan ku korbankan jiwa. Aku berjanji akan satukan perjuangkan semua, kita bertahan bersama tanah air yang tercinta. Semangat wajar kan ku bertaruhkan nyawa demi sejahtera semua negaraku yang merdeka. Terus melangkah, tetap terpahat di dada, kita sejahtera bersama Malaysia.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. The 2026 GBA-ASEAN Conference on Energy Transition and Integration. Can we have some background music, please? Panel 3 is slated to start at 3 p.m. We've got about 14 minutes before we continue with Panel 3, an ASEAN-led pathway to regional integrated energy systems. And that's going to be starting at exactly 3 p.m. In the meantime, we've got some videos that we're going to roll for you, just so you can get a better understanding of what's happening around here or what's been happening. So please stick around. The next session commences at exactly 3 p.m. an ASEAN-led pathway to regional integrated energy system.
Marco Polo saw a connected world.
You cannot make up your view on the world by conceptualizing it. You just need to be there. Travel is about the journey itself.
We are retracing the experience of Marco Polo along the ancient Silk Route.
We're going to drive across 12 countries, 43 days, 15,000 kilometers.
The key of this journey is the world is interconnected.
We're connecting dots, we're connecting civilizations. And seeing the world is about changing lens, capturing that fleeting moment of now.
Mayor Hidalgo, thank you for having us in your home and in this absolutely magnificent Hotel de Ville, which is very historic, very magnificent, replete with history, and the perfect demonstration to us of sustainability.
La maison brûle de plus en plus vite et de plus en plus fort et il suffit d'ouvrir les yeux. Nous avons, dans les pays riches, utilisé à l'extrême les ressources de la planète et nos développements économiques, nos consommations, nos productions ont des effets encore aujourd'hui délétères, destructeurs dans les pays pauvres. Et qu'on ne peut pas dire aux pays pauvres, vous n'allez pas connaître de développement parce que dans les pays riches, nous avons utilisé toutes les ressources de la planète.
Not a new report, not more reading, although as an academic I always love a new report, but real results and real action. And so we have a one-year assignment to get this done.
C'est dans les villes que la bataille climatique sera en partie gagnée ou perdue. Et nous ne pouvons pas perdre cela de vue. Alors il faut construire maintenant, là, parce que c'est urgent, parce que le moment est venu, il faut construire de nouveaux instruments, de nouveaux outils, et notamment de nouveaux outils financiers, de financement, qui nous permettent d'accélérer.
Nous appelons ainsi à la mobilisation de tous pour concrétiser cet énorme investissement.
So we need to accelerate funding and action to meet the 17 SDGs, and to do so, cities and countries ought to overcome both old and new fiscal and financial constraints.
The world has for too long been wrapped up in and bring us to a point where we can now speak as one people in one planet with one voice on a common purpose of keeping ourselves alive and well into the distant future.
Je crois dans la capacité que nous avons tous ensemble à pouvoir tracer un chemin qui nous permette véritablement d'avoir les résultats attendus parce qu'il en va de la survie de l'humanité.
We, humanity, and predominantly the rich, developed countries, have imposed upon ourselves nothing less than a planetary crisis. We face an unprecedented global challenge.
The 193 heads of state and government of the United Nations have adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the name of prosperity, people, and planet.
The world was given to us as a common home. It is a call to treat it with respect.
If there's one universal aspiration in the world, it's that every parent wants the best for their child.
I don't think advocacy can take the field any further. It needs knowledge. It needs science.
Welcome to the course of Sustainable Ocean. I, as a physical oceanographer, will teach you how the ocean physics work.
I'm a professor in global sustainability at Stockholm University.
I'm an evolutionary biologist.
I'm a professor of applied psychology.
So it's a dialogue between the scientist and you.
Human health is indivisible from the well-being of the planet as a whole.
People who suffer most from our unsustainable way of living are those who have had no say.
It's not like women's rights are a human rights problem only.
We've begun transgressing planetary boundaries.
It's always perceived as a zero-sum power game.
We need to understand how natural resources affect political systems.
How does it relate? Why is it important?
Sustainable development is impossible without human rights for all.
These pieces are interconnected.
Add your voice to the global discussion.
You can become part of the solution.
This is a course about the place of work in sustainable development.
The world faces major problems stemming from conflict, from inequality, and from poverty. In our view, lack of decent work underlies them all.
The challenges in the world of work are many and diverse.
Today in the world, 152 million children are working in full-time jobs.
Not only are women more likely to work informally in emerging economies, they are also often found in occupations that are the most vulnerable to decent work deficits.
Research indicates that the increased inequality can erode social cohesion, lead to political polarization, and ultimately lower economic growth.
What is the knowledge economy? It's not just a bunch of gadgets. It's not just high-tech industry. It exists in every part of the production system.
We have the global commitments to reduce poverty and inequality, to achieve the Agenda 2030.
Human workers have become enormously more productive. We're able to produce more stuff with less effort.
Work is at the core of an economy, and therefore it is a core part of achieving sustainable development. It means an economy that is prosperous, that is socially inclusive, and that is environmentally sustainable. Welcome to this new course on work and employment.
If we really want to be concerned about long-term sustainable food supply chains, you need to be concerned about the Amazon.
Transport counts more than a quarter of CO2 emissions in the world. How can we really lower our emissions but still meet our society needs?
Renewable energy is reliable and increasingly competitive. The action that we are taking is working to scale up renewable energy.
Wind, solar, hydroelectric, new modes of transport. We need to have a vision of where we're going.
Some will argue, well, we have all the technologies we need. Let's just get them deployed. Others say, no, we need new technologies, big breakthroughs. The answer, obviously, is we need both.
What we need to do if we're going to get to net zero is not only have good technologies, we also need to have smart policies.
Deep decarbonization is possible, it's necessary.
If we don't act now, it's going to be more costly tomorrow.
We're all in this together on one planet, facing a dangerous and deranged climate system. This means taking care of those who are being hurt. It means taking care of the poor. It means acting in solidarity. As we move forward together, we need to view ourselves as one world, making a maximum effort to keep the world safe for ourselves, for the most vulnerable people in the world today, and for future generations. I'm Jeffrey Sachs, University Professor at Columbia University and Director of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And I'm absolutely delighted to invite you to join the new course on how to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable development is the great challenge of our time, and the world's governments have recognized that in adopting the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. But how are we going to achieve those great goals? Why were those goals adopted? What transformations do we need for success? How are we going to pay for the investments for the Sustainable Development Goals? What are the roles of government, business, civil society, and global partnerships that can make them a success? I know that you're committed to sustainable development, as I am, and in this course we'll explore the pathways to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. Marco Polo saw a connected world.
You cannot make up your view on the world by conceptualizing it. You just need to be there. Travel is about the journey itself.
We are retracing the experience of Marco Polo along the ancient Silk Route.
We're going to drive across 12 countries, 43 days, 15,000 kilometers.
The key of this journey is the world is interconnected.
We're connecting dots, we're connecting civilizations. And seeing the world is about changing the lens, capturing that fleeting moment of now.
global perspective, and we've heard Malaysia's perspective. Our next discussion brings the focus back to the region and asks a simple question. What can ASEAN achieve by working more closely together on energy? Now, on our next session, an ASEAN-led pathway to regional integrated energy systems, we explore exactly that. Moderating the discussion is Professor Lisa Sachs, Director of the Columbia Center on Sustainable Investment at Columbia University. Hi, Prof. Joining her on the panel is Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Also with us is Mr. Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Economic Community. Professor Lisa, the floor is yours. A warm round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's an incredible privilege and very exciting for me to be here with Deputy Secretary General Singh and with my father, but especially also to follow the Prime Minister, because the real reason that I'm here is because Prime Minister Ibrahim, in his chairmanship, really accelerated this agenda. As we'll hear, and I'm excited for Deputy Secretary General Singh to give us a history of ASEAN's energy integration, but it has been a long-standing agenda. And during Prime Minister Ibrahim's chairmanship, Malaysia's chairmanship of ASEAN last year, Prime Minister Ibrahim said, let's get this done. Now is the time to actually look at what regional energy integration can achieve. This is the moment, which we've been talking about this morning. And most significantly, Malaysia gave a mandate to the ASEAN Center for Energy for the first time to do a scenario of what a regionally integrated decarbonized energy system would look like. And that will be included in this year's ASEAN Energy Outlook, which will be published at the ASEAN Summit this fall, which is really exciting. It will show how the region's energy system can look like, and it makes completely evident how much natural resources the region has and what that can achieve for the region in terms of its energy security, reliability, supporting the growing industries, competitiveness, affordability, and so on. Now the question is how to put that to action. And I have been a student of both of our panelists because Deputy Secretary General Singh is our tutor on the ASEAN region in every respect, on its institutions, on its history, especially with respect to the energy system, and also on how you see actually this moment as being distinct in the energy systems, evolution in this region, and why that makes for this the best moment. And my father has been my lifelong teacher on systems and energy systems, and I will say has shared a conviction that better systems are eminently possible, and that even if it hasn't been easy in other contexts, that's not a reason that it can't work if we plan for it and think about how it could work. And so being able to work on that with the two of you in this region and with so many other partners has been a really thrilling year. So maybe a little bit of, and actually the morning sessions, let me just say, were really wonderful context for this. We heard both about some of the challenges, but also about how compelling it is, and actually the interest from the industry side, the interest from the financing community, and so on. So from my perspective, the wind is behind the sails for this, but it's a matter of really understanding where we're going and then what needs to be assembled to get there. So, but maybe we were speaking a bit this morning about both some of the history that is promising and that shows how much integration has already happened, but also why this moment is distinct. So maybe if you can start us off with some of those reflections.
Sure. Lisa, it's great to be here, and Prof, what an honor to be sitting next to you. We learn a lot from you every day. So again, a big thank you to the organizers for inviting ASEAN to be here, part of the conversation. And I guess you alluded that this is not a new journey for ASEAN. We have been looking at energy integration very deeply, especially since the Blueprint 20, we started in 2015, right here in Kuala Lumpur. That was the year when actually Malaysia launched the 10-year blueprint. It was before the blueprint that ended last year, 2025, and then Malaysia again launched the new ASEAN 20-year vision, 2045. So imagine, even back then in 2015, this was the place where the ASEAN leaders committed themselves towards greater integration in every way, especially and including the energy sector. And actually that had led to a very deep conviction among the leaders of ASEAN. They all, definitely when it comes to energy, they think quite alike. They all know that there are two sets of economies in ASEAN. One set of economies in ASEAN where they all have a lot of energy, a lot of clean energy to be able to be generated. And these are countries like Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, where 60 to 70% of what they produce is green, okay, and clean energy. And then you have another set of economies, right? The Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, where those economies, they do generate some form of clean energy, but not enough, because their industrial base is huge, right? And we will always be catching up. So the ability for us to come together to really value integration very highly came very early, way back 15, 20 years ago, and it continues. In fact, last year, as what our Prime Minister also said just now, and also what Prof was also saying, last year was fundamentally an important year because it was the year where we launched under Malaysia chairmanship the ASEAN Power Grid Finance Initiative. That was the first time that we actually were able to give what I call real further impetus. The ASEAN Power Grid, by the way, is the largest integration initiative in our region, probably the largest decarbonization project, because it basically connects the economies together, like what I've described to you, the high supply countries to the high demand countries. Because we realize that power is going to be one of the most important base issues that are going to keep us growing. And today, especially this crisis that we are confronting now, and what we are seeing today, even more than ever, right? The need for us to be able to diversify, to be able to ensure our energy supply is actually become even more critical. Now, the reason is quite clear. We are a fast-growing ecosystem in ASEAN. Today, our GDP stands around $4 trillion. Our total trade is 4.3 trillion. Imagine our trade is larger than our GDP today. And because we are so large a manufacturing base to the world, we are like the third largest marketplace exporter group in the world. And we need energy to grow. And the growth rates that we are confronting today, 5% on average from now to the next 15, 20 years, right up to 2050. One thing we need and we are totally deficient is energy. And it's estimated previously, this was the outlook that we do in ASEAN every year, that we needed from now till 2025, we need 2.6 times the amount of energy we have today. But the latest outlook that just came out last year, it actually has changed that number. The number now looks more like 3+ times. That's because all of you are aware, we are confronted with emerging demand coming from all of the new technologies, the AI, and quantum is also knocking our doors. That's going to absorb a lot more energy and we need to be able to provide that. So can you imagine this is the biggest challenge the region has that could actually impact the growth of our region and the prospects of our people and the quality of our people is whether we can secure that energy. And we have become less of an exporting region, and today we are largely becoming more and more an importing region. And that, in fact, makes it even more compelling for us to really look at integration in a much more serious way. And clearly for us, we are looking at a vision of integration where it's not just about connecting in terms of demand supply, but really about ensuring that no one is left behind. There's still 12 million citizens of ASEAN that do not have access to power. So we still have those challenges to fulfill, right? And we need to make sure not only we are able to meet the new demand that's coming, the 3X, we need to be able to afford it, we need to think about it in a practical way, and we need to move forward in an aggressive way. There's no time left for us to move forward. And this is why I think today the ASEAN Power Grid Initiative that was launched last year, it brought all of the major players together to move the agenda forward. We have already identified the key connector projects on the ground. They've been identified for the last 10 over years. There are 18 connected projects. About 10 of them are moving in some progress already, and 8 of them have not started. So we are in the process of having to do more to ensure that we can get the bankability of these projects going. And when I say bankability, honestly, today, it's not really about ASEAN being a region where people don't want to bank. There's plenty of money sitting in the region from all over the world waiting to come in to support the project promoters. The issues we are facing when I keep saying bankability is we do face policy issues that prevent those projects to become bankable. And this is where the ASEAN Power Grid Finance Initiative, we brought the 2 important multilateral banks. For the first time ever, both of them, they are competitors, ADB and World Bank. For the first time ever, they came to us in the Secretariat to say, we want to work with you together. We think this problem is so large, no one bank can handle this. We'll come and work with you together, and we want to address the fundamental issues that are affecting the ASEAN Power Grid bankability. The main issue is really, in the past, the 2 banks, when they were looking at projects in the region, they did not look at the political risk requirements of projects. They really were looking at those projects like regular infrastructure projects. But these connector projects are not regular. They are of a high risk, and countries actually are also not comfortable in some of them undertaking some of these projects. But more importantly, when you undertake some of those projects, there is political uncertainty. Governments change. Many of these projects are running through 2 or 3 countries, and politics change. And many of these projects are running into 20, 30 years. So the political risk cover issue was the first issue that was committed by the 2 banks to be supporting us in looking at it in a different way now. They were willing to come forward and offer themselves and support project owners with the political risk cover. The second thing they were able to put in, of course, is the loan quantum amounts. Not only just for the loans, but together, for example, ADB put aside $10 billion as part of the ASEAN Power Grid Finance Initiative, and World Bank was willing to put up to $2.5 billion of funds, and more can be also put in the coming years, all in order to get the projects funded effectively. But importantly, part of that funding was also they were willing to give significant amount of generous grants in order to get the project feasibility of these projects going. A cost of one project feasibility for some of the connector projects can go up to $30 to $60 million, some even $90 million. So just to give you a scale of what feasibility looks like in some of these projects. So the banks were willing to come in to provide that support and to get the momentum going for the region. So this was the big, what I call the progress that we achieved last year. And this year, I'm happy to announce that we have also wanted, besides putting up the ASEAN Power Grid Finance Initiative, we have also created a collaborative partnership platform called PACE. Okay, Partnership for Collaboration in the ASEAN Power Grid. This program, this platform, again, co-hosted by ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN Center for Energy, and the 2 multilateral banks, ADB and World Bank. We want to create a focus where we can bring all the major partners and players, the finances, including whether it's the banks, the multilateral banks, whether it's philanthropic funds. We want them to be able to understand what's going on, and there's a central focus of conversation of what is needed to address some of the bankability issues that the region is facing. And this is where we have the ability and coordination to bring these issues up to the senior officials, energy officials of the region, and then some of the issues that we can't sort, we'll bring it up to the energy ministers, and if the energy ministers cannot solve, we'll bring it to the ASEAN leaders. So this is fundamentally the structure today where we are. The other thing I want to announce it under the PACE platform and under the ASEAN Power Grid Finance Initiative, we are in the midst, the 2 banks, in the midst of identifying bankable projects that they want to support so that we can create a focus. The idea is that out of the 200 projects that we can identify, for example, in the region, we want to be able to collect 5 key projects which are of low, what do you call them, like low-hanging projects which are easy to do, will show a momentum and to get the global market going in terms of financing. The idea is to be able to bring at least one project into full financing in the coming year in 2027. So this is where we are. I just want to stop here. I've actually given you a bit of history and also up to date of where we are with the ASEAN Power Grid Finance Initiative.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And yes, it's great. You rightfully referred to this twice as challenges, which it is, but the other thing that is distinct now is what an opportunity this moment is, because unlike 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, so many of the interests of the region are now aligned behind this integrated energy system, resilience, security, affordability, even because of the plummeting technology costs, and decarbonization too, the world's agenda, which actually, and access to energy too, because as you mentioned, we often in the West, I think, forget that the energy challenge is not only or even mainly a decarbonization challenge for many parts of the world. It is about access, affordability, security, and resilience.
No,
but
for example, in the US, they are talking about, with the new emerging technology, they need 40% more energy. Yeah. We are talking about 3x.
Yeah.
That's why our problems are really quite different from the rest of the developed world.
Exactly. I wonder if you can, the case for energy in the region, I think, is clear, although there's more to discuss with respect to the demand. But maybe if you can help us understand the value, and especially now regional integration, and even beyond the energy system, and why we should be thinking about this not only as a collection of projects, but really as a regional project, and the importance of that, and also what that means from the perspective of planning and financing.
Thank you very much. I have to do a good job because Lisa lets me teach in her program. Exactly. She runs the first and incredibly innovative global program in a master's in climate finance at Columbia University. And you've invented the program. There's a huge outpouring of interest from around the world. I will speak for you. We want to make partnerships with universities around the world. It's a very innovative program. Lisa holds down the Wall Street part of it, and Washington and UN. So the students go to visit the IMF, the World Bank, Wall Street, the United Nations, and so forth. But the world of finance is global, so this is really a global program. And thank you for letting me teach in it. I'm very, very grateful. First of all energy systems of the last 250 years since the steam engine came along requires trade, because some places have primary energy and others need primary energy. So there's going to be trade, and that's true whether it's coal, oil, or gas, or whether it's electrons from wind, solar, hydro, or from nuclear. There's going to be cross-border trade. So in one sense, it is inevitable that any energy system has to be an integrated system. The one we have now based on fossil fuels is based on long-distance shipping primarily. And it is, thanks to the ingenuity of the United States, a complete mess right now. Because what you do not want to do is close down international trade in oil and gas suddenly. The United States has instigated this in 2 places, not one. One is the lame-brained idea of expanding NATO to Russia's borders, thereby provoking a war and ending Russia's trade with Europe. This is, for Europe, almost suicidal economically, but they committed suicide in the name of NATO enlargement, so it's very tragic. But it's shutting down a major line of trade. And the second, of course, is this utterly useless, absurd, tragic war with Iran. Donald Trump brags, 6 presidents were told about it, but I did it. you would think he might think about that in another way. 6 presidents before him decided this isn't a good idea, but this president thought it was a good idea, and it's of course a disaster. But it has exposed the fragility of international movements of oil and gas, because 25 to 30% of oil and gas is implicated, certainly not only in the Strait of Hormuz, but in the Red Sea, which is also now under fire, and we have a complete mess. So we're going to have trade with green energy, but it's a bit safer. It's your neighbors. It is not coming halfway around the world or long distances. It's coming from the neighborhood. And that, on the whole, is an important measure of security. ASEAN is green energy rich, enormously energy rich, and the potential for hydropower is phenomenal, but so is the potential for offshore wind, so is the potential for solar power, obviously. And there will be new forms, ocean energy in a variety of forms, geothermal, and we heard about white hydrogen this morning from Minister Stella Christie. This is something new as well. Mining for hydrogen, for natural hydrogen in situ is something that is probably profusely available in this region. As we've just heard, some places don't have this. Singapore is not going to be generating its own power, but it needs to and wants to run on green energy. And that means that just by itself, because it's such an economic powerhouse for the region, it is the base for interconnections that stretch all the way to Laos and Cambodian hydropower. But the need in general for trade of electrons is extremely important, especially given the scale of energy supply increase that's needed. What is also true, even with the politics of fossil fuel lobbies, even with the difficulties in a country like Malaysia or Indonesia or other countries with a lot of fossil fuel, we will be decarbonizing, no matter what is said, because the planet is not going to tolerate decades more of high carbon emissions. We're at the end of, we close the margin of even relative safety. We're in the tipping point region now of the planet. A little bit more, we could have disaster. We don't know whether we're already overshooting to major tipping points, the end of the ocean circulation, or the drying of the rainforests, or the melting of the permafrost, or the destruction of the West Antarctic ice sheet. These may already be in train. If they are, we have, ladies and gentlemen, serious problems well beyond what we even envision right now. But we know we're close to those tipping points. So honestly, it doesn't matter if you have a Trump as president or someone else as president that says this, no, we're not going to do this, all energy and so forth. It's not true. We will come to understand we need to decarbonize absolutely, definitively, because it's too damn dangerous what we're doing right now, and we may already have entered the absolute horror zones for some parts of the world. So we're going to trade, we're going to interconnect, we're going to be green. This for sure is true. But there's one more very basic point about energy when it's green that it makes the interconnection especially important, and that is that green energy is, in almost all cases, intermittent. That means that you need a variety of intermittent sources to balance the fluctuations. Otherwise, the costs of energy storage multiply tremendously. You can store energy by overbuilding and then storing the excess energy during times when you can store it in batteries or in pumped hydro or in hydrogen and so forth. That's feasible, but it's quite expensive. A cheaper way is when the energy of this intermittent source is high here and low here, you trade in the direction to the places with low production, and then the other places balance, and you take advantage of the anti-correlation. For example, in the ASEAN region, the timing of hydropower for the inland hydropower and for the southern insular hydropower is very different. The seasonality closer to the equator is very different in hydropower from the places more poleward. And therefore, if you interconnect the hydropower in this region, you effectively save costs of energy storage tremendously. And this is what good analytics and good modeling demonstrates. What is the optimum way to build a system that meets the demands not just on average, but daily, intradaily, seasonally, takes account of cloud cover, takes account of droughts, takes account of El Niños, La Niñas, and so forth, so that you have a robust and resilient system. No country can do that affordably on its own. So that means a regional grid is essential. And then I'll just say it's not easy, because politics is not easy transboundary. Our world is organized as nation states. Regional bodies are intrinsically weaker than national governments. The mandates are limited. They're typically requiring unanimity or voluntary action. Even traditionally, our multilateral development banks, like the Asian Development Bank or the World Bank, only looked at a national loan. And I had a lot of experience with this over the years. I was involved once, only tangentially, with a project that would bring power, hydropower in the Zambezi River, and it involved Malawi and Mozambique. And the World Bank almost had a nervous breakdown to coordinate two countries, because it made a loan for one, and that country said, why should we take the loan? We can't get to the other. And then it tried to go to the other. Oh, why should we make that loan? That's just for the first one. And even coordinating two countries was a 5 to 10 year exercise at the time. And ASEAN, of course, is 11 countries and 25,000 islands or so. I don't know how many between Indonesia and the Philippines and the rest, but maybe 25 or 30,000.
But Prof, the good news is the last 10 years we have started trading electricity with each other. The Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore project.
Exactly.
It's actually working, and we have actually developed a very active way of building the entire protocols. The problem we face today with that entire initiative is the grids cannot take the volume. Laos has more than probably 1,000 megawatt to sell to these countries in the south. But the grids are where the choking is. And this is why when we are talking about the ASEAN Power Grid, it's not just about the connector initiative. We also have to look at the grid network. The grid has to be scaled up. The grid has to be modernized. The grid has to be able to take in alternative inputs, including from renewable energy, which today our grid system in ASEAN cannot. And you've seen even in Europe when they have attempted to do and load the system with renewable power, you see what happens. In Spain, right? it actually causes a lot of strain to some of the traditional grids, you know. So this is something very careful. We cannot afford to have power down shortages in our region, and that's why we have to tread this very carefully. And the investments are not just into the connector projects, but the grid itself has to be looked into.
This is something that Lisa and I spend a lot of time on, because power generation can be made a market pretty well. You can auction with offtake contracts, reverse auctions, and to get independent power producers on a pretty much a market basis, but not a grid. A grid is a public structure, typically. In economics, a natural monopoly. There's generally one large transmission grid, one. It's not a market competitive activity, so it's a public good. And then when you look at how it's handled, it's very interesting. We just drove, as I mentioned when the Prime Minister was here, drove across China from actually Korgos in Xinjiang province all the way to Shanghai, and then turn south by electric rail to Hong Kong and Shenzhen. All along the way, you saw giant transmission lines because China realized we have hydro, solar, and wind in the west, in the Tibetan Plateau, or in the west of China. We have vast open space for great solar farms, but it needs transmission. Being China, they have the China state grid, and they made tens of thousands of kilometers of high voltage, long distance power transmission. Now, come to the United States. We call ourselves the United States. It's a euphemism. We are 50 states, and cross-state transmission in the United States is very tricky. So when we had our green phase in the last 10 years, there were lots of power generation projects, and there are hundreds that are stranded right now because there was no system for the grid. And surprisingly, in Europe, for the Union, the European Union, I once, in my naive phase, said to some industry leaders, "Where's the European strategy?" And they laughed. They said, "Mr. Sachs, what are you talking about? We are 27 countries. And so even getting the interconnection of Spain and France, that's still an unsolved problem." So ASEAN faces a real challenge of 11 sovereign countries, distinctive national politics, many challenges, but what you're doing is so important, and if you make the breakthrough, this is incredibly empowering for all of the countries of the region. And my view is also being next to China in this is a huge stimulus for this. China offers a lot of technology and interconnection that can all make this work.
Great. Wondering if we can talk about next steps, because there are, I wouldn't say two schools of thought, but there's there's some projects that are advancing, and the expectation and the hope and the proposition is that these are good demonstration projects and that we should get them financed and they show what's possible. I hope that if you could tell us more about those and how those are working. And then part of what I'm grappling with is how you design those initial projects in a way that can ladder up to a system. Because to have initial projects is key to show what's possible, as we've discussed, but to make it a system that others can then join requires some design features at the outset. But maybe if you can tell us more about the LTMS and the connections that exist.
Just a bit of trivial on ASEAN power, right? So I'm not sure whether how many of you know this, that 60% of our power is not generated by the governments, not by our national utilities. 60% of our power in ASEAN is generated by industrial groups. and they are actually, many of them are globally significant groups in our economies. They are actually pretty well positioned to also play a significant role in driving many of these potential projects that we are talking about here. Now, the projects can be not just the connector projects, it could also be subsea projects cutting across several countries in terms of ocean linkages between one country to another. And of course, I talked about the grid improvements. So there are multiple levels of projects that are there in the whole spectrum of the ASEAN power grid. It's not just the connectors anymore. We have gone beyond that. The last 2 years, the understanding and thinking is ASEAN power grid support is going to cover both, not just the connector projects, the 18 of them, but it also will include the modernization of the grid, and we also include the subsea projects. In fact, right now, this year in Philippines chair, we are finalizing the subsea framework work together that will set out the voluntary rules and regulations on how subsea needs to be taken care of. And these are all foundational things that are happening alongside. Now, that hasn't stopped project promoters from thinking of which kind of projects they are wanting to move forward and then going to prepare project financing and feasibilities in order to pursue some of the, what I call the ASEAN Power Grid initiatives. The last count, I asked the two banks how many projects there were. Each of them gave me 200 projects. So there are plenty of interest out there. And not all of it is government driven. Majority of it is private sector driven, of course needing government support. Now, the issue of course today is why are some of these projects not becoming bankable? When I say bankable, it's not lack of money. Let me clarify that. Why are they not becoming bankable? Why are they not operationalizing? What are the issues lacking that prevent the project owners from pursuing those projects? Big reason behind most of it is normally regulation and lack of political risk cover and disruptions from policy coming from the governments. Okay? So I'm telling you there's a big chunk of it. So those are the complexities that many of the project owners are confronting. But notwithstanding that, I'm told by the two multilateral banks that are close to more than a dozen key projects that actually have a long, solid, stealth ability to actually come into fruition in the next 5 years to 10 years. So that's good positive news for all of us. I think the idea is then how do we as a collective community, both the regulators, the governments, the private sector of ASEAN, the global private sector, right, the financiers, both from the region and all our partners in the world, how do we all come together to make these initiatives stand on their feet? And I think this is where I do see that we have already, like since last year, we have turned the table. Now we are going to see some action. That is why I'm saying next year, if we can get 1 or 2 of these projects up and running, financed and issued, I think that's going to turn the whole capital market in Southeast Asia. You know, you're going to get a lot more confidence for projects like this to actually start taking shape. So to me, what's the next step? I will say this, I think, Lisa, where we have started in terms of bringing the whole community together like a focus, which we never did before. Everybody was doing and solving the problems on their own. That's not possible. One project owner of a particular project cannot go and talk to 2 different countries where the project is operating in and tell them what they need. They are normally put at the, they have to wait at the door to get themselves to even listen, okay? But actually when you bring this in the central focus, and when you realize that these are issues that are not confronting one project, but several projects in the region are facing the same issues, there's ability for us to then solve those in a neutral way, in a fair way, and things can then probably move at a lower cost, lower infringements to the business owners. I think that's what we are aiming for now.
When you mentioned how everything was fragmented before, one of the very, very first things when we started coming and learning is seeing who was doing energy system modeling in the region, and found a dozen groups doing energy system modeling that barely knew of one another. And so now that ACE has this, the definitive, regionally owned and led scenario, that supplants all of the others. And so the ASEAN, the Secretariat's leadership and convening of the community is decisive to making it not only coherent, but also ASEAN-led in its implementation. Maybe picking up on your last point about solving the problem or the challenges at a systems level. What are the benefits, if you can help us think about treating this, to think about this at a systems level from a financing perspective, and particularly in light of the public nature of the grids or the distinct features of emerging economies or countries that may have higher sovereign risk, and therefore the step to become quote unquote bankable as the private sector sees it is higher than it is, for instance, in Europe. So one of the things we've been trying to grapple with is if the projects proceed on the basis of bankability, it's going to always put further behind those that have higher sovereign risk, or the projects of a public nature, those that are regionally important but may not be privately financeable. So any thoughts on how we bridge or move from finding the projects that can be moved forward to show that this is possible and to get things moving, but to address the parts of the system that need system support?
Lisa, can I just put, Prof, is it important to, I think your question, another way of saying that, is it important to prioritize projects or let the market prevail? Because right now, the way we are operating, we are actually letting market set the pace. We're letting the project owners, there's a whole set of project owners in the region today, fully privately owned initiatives or government-private collaborations that are taking place that are coming into force. Okay, do we let 100 flowers bloom and let them see who is going to be the winner, and whoever comes to the market first and get the best of pricing, let them win? Or do you think there's a space for us to look at prioritization, and will the prioritization bring us greater value? I think.
Thank you. I think that when it comes to the backbone of the system, which is the long-distance transmission, it is a system that needs to be designed, not only developed from a market basis. It's quite different from projects that are competing on installing wind farms or solar farms or other power generation. And the reason, again, is that the grid is, to use the phrase once more, a natural monopoly. There's one major distribution grid. Of course, there can be microgrids, there can be off-grid local uses, dedicated power supplies, and so forth. But for the backbone of the interconnection within ASEAN, that is a design problem more than a market problem. Of course, once it's designed from the point of view of scale, resilience, cost minimization, it can be regulated as a privately owned, regulated utility or series of utilities. There are many ways to manage the financing, but the identification of the major corridors and what kind of technology should be deployed and what the scale is at 750 kV, long distance transmission and so forth, that is less a market choice, even if it's private companies in the end that will be deploying those technologies. It will be in a regulated framework. And regions that have a plan will do better than waiting for each corridor to somehow find its advocates, its lobbies, its deal making. Having a systematic plan will be what enables the scaled breakthrough. And there is the big difference of China and the United States today. We have no national plan, nothing close to it. China has a national plan. And when you see all of those tens of thousands of kilometers of long-distance power transmission, that happened because there was a plan. Why is there a plan in China and not in the United States? Fundamentally political. and one part of politics, one of my colleagues here and I have been working on this. How many technical PhDs are there in the Chinese cabinet? There are 11 PhDs out of 30 cabinet ministers in China. How many PhDs are there in the US cabinet? That would be 0. How many lawyers are there in the US cabinet? That would be a very high proportion. They sue each other. Lawyers do not build power grids, by the way, although occasionally they can help to sign the contract in the end. But engineers design the power grids. And this is, to a very important extent, an engineering challenge. What is the proper design of the backbone, not down to the most nitty-gritty detail of where you're going to put solar farms or wind farms or other choices. That can be done by auctions, by competition, by IPPs, by offtake negotiations, by offtake pricing, and so forth. But the grid is something different. That needs planning. Otherwise, you will be locked in bilateral, endless negotiation, bickering, startup, shutdown, and it's very hard for even a bilateral transmission grid to be done just as a standalone project. But if the leaders of those two countries in ASEAN know, but that's part of 18 projects, you're just one of them, get it done, because the other 17 are also getting done, so hurry. That is a different kind of politics. Each one can say to its own lobbies, its own regulators, its own utilities, look, we're part of a system. We're not a standalone in this. And I think that that is very important, because when you have a natural monopoly, you also have the hold-up problem in negotiating. You have a connection, and somebody knows, I can do better, I can squeeze more, or I don't like that, or for whatever political reason they are impounded on this. So I believe that this is really a design issue to a very significant extent. And I also constantly quote President Kennedy, who was the last good president during my lifetime. That was 60-some years ago. It's been downhill ever since. It really has been. President Kennedy had a definition of leadership, and he was the most inspiring president that we had in the 20th century, after or alongside Franklin Roosevelt. And President Kennedy said, by defining your goal more clearly, by making it seem more manageable and less remote, you help all people to see it, to draw hope from it, and to move irresistibly toward it. So Kennedy's idea of leadership was design the goal clearly and show how it can be accomplished. Don't just make a nice highfalutin goal, show that it's manageable. Here's what you can do. And this is, I think, also with this energy transformation, it's rather inspiring for ASEAN as a group to say we will be world leaders in this, because that will be a huge competitive plus for this region. It will be a huge source of prosperity for this region. Show how it can be done, and then the individual country inter-country negotiations will go a lot more smoothly. That would be my own advice on this. Does that make sense?
Could we speak briefly about the financing? What's remarkable is how much private sector interest there is, as you've said there.
But the bill is also huge. We're talking about $1 trillion the next 25 years. That's a lot of money just for energy transition.
It's a huge bill, and it's a huge opportunity for the private sector, which they see. So the question is the most effective way to match the capital with the projects. And maybe if you can tell us some of how you've already described the financing of the pre-feasibility and the commitment of the banks to support each project. What do you see as next steps for that? And then maybe if we can, this is one of the areas in which we can maybe dream more than what the ADB or the World Bank have done before, but to think about, or have you thought about, or is there thinking about what regional financing mechanisms could look like, either financing mechanisms from the member states or financing institutions that are financed to finance parts of the system? Is there thinking about other mechanisms other than just, or not just, but other than the de-risking of individual projects?
No, I think it's not like a magic formula. I mean, there are certain things you have to do correct and well. And like the Europeans, they have the EIB, right? So they are lucky they have an in-house development bank that has been involved in the integration from the beginning, and it plays a very significant role collectively with the development banks of many of the European countries. So there's a big coordination when it comes to financing, de-risking, support, and obviously the private sector goes behind that network. I think similarly in ASEAN, we need similarly that network. I'm glad World Bank and ADB has put up their hand. They want to play that role. In fact, ADB's president was at the summit in May, next to President Marcos, sitting next to each other in the Leaders Summit. And he turned around and told all the leaders of ASEAN, ADB wants to be the ASEAN bank, the major bank of ASEAN. So that's incredible, and they have committed in that meeting for $30 billion of support in order to fulfill and support ASEAN 2045 plans for the next 5 years. That's quite a lot of commitment coming from the multilateral. I think what we need today is really, I would say, focus, and then also coordination, which I do dare to say is lacking before that. But today we have that PACE platform, we have the ASEAN Power Grid, but I think with that focus and that coordination, we will hopefully overcome some of the bankability issues and get some of these projects going. And then some of the things which have not been financed, especially feasibilities, we need to get those feasibilities up and front, moving quickly, because if you have not done the feasibility, how do you even start? So there are some pre-feasibility studies that need to be prioritized. I think that will really go well. And then, like I said, if there was a momentum of financing that took place in the region, things, how marketplace have this tenacity to move. When there's one deal in the market, believe me, all of them are going to come. Okay, so that's how it is. And that's why we're all waiting. Everybody's in a waiting game, waiting for the deal. And I think we have some of that chemistry and the partnerships getting along, but more is needed. I think we need to, all of us, need to work a lot closer with each other and make sure we empower those projects.
That's great. That commitment is great about being ASEAN's bank, but you mentioned the EIB, and I've, thanks to my father, looked at the Latin American Development Bank. Africa has some financial institutions that finance it, and it's true that ASEAN doesn't have that. And so it'd be great to hear a bit more and to reflect on, including for engagement with the ADB and the partners, what role these regional financial institutions have played that's distinct from the multilateral development banks that may be useful and replicable in this context. I don't know if you want to say more about the role of CAF and EIB.
Just a few quick observations that we need a multiplicity of institutions and probably some new ones as well. But along our journey a few weeks ago in Samarkand, we visited a large solar plant, which was a 220 megawatt project. And what was most interesting about it was that it was jointly financed by the Asian Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the European Investment Bank, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So 4 partners, 2 of them European, 2 of them Asian, joined in that project. And that was the most heartening partnership that I've seen. It surmounted geopolitics and all the rest to get a very, very useful project done.
And I'm very gratified that Asian Development Bank and the World Bank are working fruitfully together on this. And also, we know, and thanks to you, Satvinder, also, they're thinking in an innovative way that we can do multi-country loans, or we can do two-country loans for the interconnection, and thinking about new kinds of structured vehicles so that it's a little bit more innovative than a single country sovereign loan for a single project. So there's a lot of will about that. We are in a period of new institutions. AIIB celebrates its 10th anniversary now. This is a China-led bank for Asian infrastructure, very useful for everything that we're talking about. There's the BRICS Bank, the new development bank in Shanghai, very keen on green financing, so that's extremely important. We know both in Hong Kong and Singapore just in the last few days how the capital markets regulators are keen to make those centers of green financing in particular, which I think is a very critical role because, frankly speaking, no matter what else, London and Wall Street are not exactly able to play that role right now in any event, but Hong Kong and Singapore can play that role.
Between the two of them, $10 trillion of assets being managed, right?
Yes, exactly. And I would say here, this can be the Islamic green finance center of the world, and should be, because there's a huge Islamic finance imperative, a great demand, a great capacity here, and a great opportunity here in KL as a global sukuk market finance for green sukuk, for example, and other instruments of Islamic finance. So I think that there are really a lot of opportunities. I've also wondered about creating an ASEAN infrastructure investment bank specifically, in addition, not to displace, but to raise even more capital. And Lisa was referring to a bank that I like very much called the CAF in Latin America. It started as a bank for Andean countries. It's now called the Latin American Development Fund in English, but its initials are the Andean Corporation for Development, the Corporación Andino de Fomento, the CAF. And what I like about the CAF was that when it was founded, it didn't have the US or Europe on the board. It was owned only by the Latin American countries. Incidentally, none of them was creditworthy at the time. They were all basically BBB or less. But they borrowed at A3. And it seemed magic, like self-levitation. How do you have 8 countries, none of which is creditworthy? They pool their funds and they borrow at several notches above their own sovereign rating. And I asked Moody's about that. How is it that that happens? And the answer was, it's a good bank. It's got a good balance sheet. It's good projects. So these countries have leveraged themselves to be able to borrow on more favorable terms without any permission from Washington or London or Brussels or any place else, just because they run a good regional bank. So maybe ASEAN should have at least one of its own financial institutions where the countries pool their resources to lever their resources.
So Prof, can I invite you to speak to the finance ministers?
I will be very happy.
And the central bank.
And even more than I, the president of the CAF should speak to them to tell them, look, you can leverage your own resources here to your own advantage. So I think it's absolutely something worth looking at. But what we know is it's going to be many kinds of institutions that are engaged. And I think the leadership from the ASEAN Secretariat, from the ASEAN Center for Energy, from the presidencies of ASEAN each year, that's the leadership that will impel the breakthroughs to move forward on the financing.
Just because this is now what I spend so much time thinking about. Actually, Deputy Secretary General, you said earlier that this is largely about addressing real and perceived risks, the political risk and others. And in reality, that is absolutely the case, because the investment opportunities are enormous, the capital is there. So the question is, what is the most effective way to properly assess the risk and then to allocate it properly? The assessment is a first part, because a lot of the risk that's assessed, the sovereign risk that is built into the financeability, is determined by the big three rating agencies, S&P, Moody's, and Fitch, and is largely a reflection of past historical debt management, and even more decided by GDP per capita and all sorts of indicators that do not relate to the actual potential and the growth of the region that you described and the viability of the projects themselves and so on. So part of it is proper assessment of the quality of these projects. And then to the extent that there are real risks related to the cross-border nature or to offtake and so on, what are the most effective structures, whether it's at a project level or at a systems level or at an institutional level, to be able to reallocate that risk to make these projects financeable. So in my assessment, in general, we don't realize that there are high leverage ways to reallocate risk that make these projects financeable without seeing it as a huge investment needed. It's really about how do we structure these projects with regulatory instruments and with some guarantees and some financial structures actually that make these projects financeable.
I agree with you, and Prof, I just want to say that, today, with what we are facing today, the geopolitics of energy now, and I don't think, I know I've been hearing the whole day about this focus on wanting to be green, but I also know that the world has moved. We need to have energy security, and because of energy security, every continent on this earth is rethinking their strategy on energy, including Europe. I spent time in Brussels also. There's I think, going to be a rethink of what they're going to do. And you can't go green all the way. That's the fact. You need to diversify. You need to be also self-contained. I think what ASEAN is also lacking right now when we talk about financing, right? Actually, we have not been investing in our upstream, oil or gas, right? Even in coal, because the financial market here in Southeast Asia, the banking hubs of Southeast Asia, they typically today are what I call spooked by a taxonomy that actually do not encourage the capital market here to start investing or continue to invest. Forget about upstream oil and gas, even critical mineral projects in this region are not necessarily referred to positively yet. Do you know that the World Bank and ADB couldn't touch critical mineral projects financing? It's only last year because of the bifurcation issue between China. That's why they have reversed the policies in the banks to allow them to look at critical minerals. Okay? So what I'm just saying is that a lot of essential necessary infrastructure that we still need, especially us, we need, I told you, we need 3 times what we have today in 25 years. We cannot shut down what we have today, which is largely fossils. We can't, right? But I think the way forward, how ASEAN wants to decarbonize is, we are looking at not business as usual, we are looking at the fossils, right? We will continue using gas, we will continue using coal, we will continue using oil, but we want to decarbonize. We want to capture what matters. You see, the complaint is about the heating of Mother Earth, it's about carbon. If we can capture the carbon, instead of storing, if we can reutilize it, through CCUS, we produce ammonia, we produce cement, circularize the fossils outputs in a positive way into things that the region needs to grow and build cities, to grow our agriculture, then honestly, what is so negative about fossils if we can manage that? Now, let me give you an alternative. When we look at green energy that you talk about today, solar, and all the critical minerals that you take out from the ground, the carbon footprint is also very significant. Very, very significant, and more importantly, most of these critical minerals are concentrated in a very few countries. And in the geopolitics of energy, if something goes wrong in those countries, God forbid, we all will be again in a constraint like what we are facing today. It may not be in a homos, but it's in a different form. That's why we cannot sacrifice diversification of energy. This energy mix that ASEAN is going to have is going to be a mixed bottle, but decarbonized. You see where I'm going? But I think in order to move forward, even when it comes to financing, even our, what I call the way we are doing financial taxonomies now, have to be reviewed. Because if we're going to use the existing taxonomies, we are not going to get there.
I'm with you. I don't like the taxonomies. What I'm excited about that ACE is doing now and that ASEAN can continue to do is a economy-wide model and understanding of not just the generation, but all of the demand sectors of the mineral value corridors, manufacturing, clean fuel production, or fuel production more generally for the maritime sector, the role of the digital ecosystems, and then using these scenarios can assess optimal pathways, the best way to both generate but also to transmit and to use the resources that are on the continent. So I'm excited to see what this model, we'll get a preview, I think, next week of what the scenario shows, but it's a really wonderful step for the region. You mentioned Brussels, you mentioned the US, maybe last word, because I know that you're always excited to come east after seeing how it doesn't work in the US, it doesn't work in Brussels, so maybe last words of why you've been spending so much time in ASEAN and this region and the potential you see here.
We have to be brief because I know we're at the end of the hour, but yesterday I showed the data that the center of gravity of the world economy, of course, has moved back to Asia after a very odd 200 years where it had moved towards the Atlantic. It has now moved decisively in any way you measure it back to Asia. This is Asia's home to about 65% of the world population. It's home to more than half of the world GDP. It's the fast-growing region of the world. It will be the region that is the make or break, but I think it will be the make of clean energy in the coming years. So this is where the dynamism is, and I think Asia will show the way forward. And in particular, let's recall we're at the GBA-ASEAN Forum. GBA, the #1 innovation cluster in the world today, and ASEAN, the dynamic heart of 700 million people with vast human and natural wonder, beauty, and potential. So I think I'm always very optimistic here, and after hearing all that is actually happening on the ground in ASEAN, I'm even more optimistic after this hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking. And we'll meet again at the next summit and report on the deals that have moved forward and the new, exactly. So thank you so much. Thank you.
We'd like to thank Professor Lisa, the director of the Columbia Center on Sustainable Investment at Columbia University. We'd also like to thank Professor Jeffrey Sachs and Mr. Satminder Singh. Once again, a warm round of applause for that panel session, panel 3. Now, before we break for tea, let me leave you with a little preview of what's coming up next, because we're hoping that you'll come back in. When we return, Professor Jeffrey Sachs will share his reflections on the 2026 Sustainable Development Report by the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network and what it means for the years ahead. We'll also hear from the newly appointed UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Nicholas Mient, as we look at turning today's ideas into action. So do come back after tea. We've got quite a few surprises for you. Please stay with us till the end. I urge you to stay with us simply because we need to make this happen. Once again, enjoy your tea, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. back to our final session of the day. Today has been about energy, and this final session steps back and looks at the bigger picture, because energy isn't just about keeping the lights on. It's about jobs, communities, the environment, and the future that we want to build, or all of us want to build within this country and also within the region. Now, this session also marks the launch of the 2026 Sustainable Development Report, which looks at how countries are progressing towards sustainable development goals and the work that still lies ahead through 2030 and beyond. Moderating this session is Professor Guillaume Lafortune, Vice President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and is also a professor at Sunway University. We need more energy in the room, a little louder please, just so that screen stays on.
Good. Okay, Selamat Patang, everyone. Good afternoon. I just learned a new Malaysian word earlier today, so I thought I would start with a good afternoon in Malaysian. Wonderful to be here for the in-person launch of the 2026 edition of the Sustainable Development Report. They didn't make it easy for me. I'm coming after the Prime Minister of this country, after not only one sacks, but 2 sacks in the previous panel. And I know it's the end of the day, so we're going to try to make this exciting and also dynamic. So I'm very happy that we have a wonderful panel also today to discuss and the results and go a little bit more deeper into the interpretation of these results. So what I'll do in the next few minutes is just to share some of those key findings. This is, to a large extent, a statistical report. The idea is to have a report card about how the world is doing each year in advancing towards sustainable development. It's the 11th edition. I'm very happy that we're launching this for the first time in person in Sunway in Asia. We've done a number of launches with Jeff here in New York, also in Paris, but it's the first time we're actually doing an in-person launch in Asia, and it happens at Sunway, so I'm very happy. It's also my new home now for the foreseeable future. So let me also thank, because this is the fruit of collective work, so colleagues that are here in the room, including, of course, Jeff, that provides the guidance for this annual report, and the leadership, but also my colleagues, Grayson Fuller and Guillaume Jablonowski, who are here in the room, and that gave yesterday at Sunway University a public lecture where we went into the details of the methodology, the data, and the results. So I'll focus on the key findings, then we'll hear from Jeff that would put these results into perspective, and we'll end with a panel discussion, and I'll introduce the panel in a moment, where we'll also discuss from very different angles and perspectives the priorities to accelerate SDG progress by 2030, and we'll try to have also a longer-term perspective, also thinking about the priorities for the post-2030 as well. So perhaps to start with, just to say that this is a series of report that we've been doing at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. It's the 11th edition, so since the goals were adopted each year, we keep track of the progress that the world is doing on this agenda. Just to say that in a few months, actually, we'll launch for the first time a GBA-ASEAN edition of this report. We've done this for Europe, for Africa, for Latin America, for the Arab region. And in a couple of months, on the sidelines of the APEC Summit, we'll be doing a GBA-ASEAN report, working closely with partners here, including at the TPC and Number 17 Foundation, alongside many, many other colleagues here in the room. This is a report, of course, that attracts a lot of attention from policymakers, also from the media. So there's a lot of media attention, including from mainstream, that keep track of the ranking of the country. We see more and more governments also using this as a KPI in terms of their targets for how they want to move towards the SDGs. So using our ranking as a KPI. And you see it here, it's used extensively at the United Nations when countries report on their action plans and strategies. So about 40% of the voluntary national review that were presented this year at the high-level political forum in July make a reference to SDSN research and to a large extent the Sustainable Development Report. We've done all the steps as a scientific network to get this, of course, peer-reviewed and statistically audited as well. So what you'll find in the report, and we've been distributing a few copies also throughout the day, is essentially There's 6 main sections. The first section discusses the policy implications. It's a chapter that was drafted by Professor Sachs, but also with inputs from the entire Leadership Council of the SDSN, and it identifies 8 priorities for action to move towards sustainable development, and I'm sure Jeff will share words after this on those priorities as well. There's the SDG index and dashboards. There's also metrics that we put together in databases to track countries' support for UN-based multilateralism, very much related to SDG 17. We have done 2 surveys this year from our network, but also 1,000 respondents, people involved in SDG implementation on the ground that you find in the chapter related to government efforts to implement the SDGs, and then, of course, the methods and country profiles. Okay, now I will share only charts, numbers, and data about some of those key findings. So the first one is that 10 years after the adoption of the SDGs, our estimate is that 16% of the SDGs target are on track to be achieved. And there's no mistake in this chart. You don't see a green color on that dashboard, which means that essentially none of the goals have been achieved or are on track to be achieved. Now, of course, some goals are particularly off track, and those would be related to environmental SDGs, SDG 15, SDG 14 also on biodiversity. I would also add to this SDG 2 on sustainable agri-food system, where we see issues in many parts of the world. Then you have sustainable communities and cities as well, and I think it's no surprise for anyone here, the goal on peace, justice, and strong institutions. Now, this global average also masks very different realities, of course, across goals, but also across regions. The second finding I want to share is that when we look and we compared to the baseline level in 2015, East and South Asia outperformed any other regions on SDG progress since 2015. So the chart that you have here is showing on the y-axis the progress over time in percentage point, and on the x-axis the baseline, so where did countries start in 2015. And so you see it here. Some countries were closer to the target. So this is on the bottom right here back in 2015, some advanced economies. They have been progressing more slowly. But then when you look at the top here, you see that countries in East and South Asia have outperformed many other regions. You also see that compared to what could be expected, some regions did not progress as fast, and this includes some low-income countries, but also some sub-Saharan Africa and some countries in the MENA region as well. You will find all the details. So we have country profiles for 193 UN member states. We also compile population-weighted averages for many country groups and for the world as well. So all the details are here, and the databases are public goods, so they can be reused for research and for anyone that wants to use them. Another finding that I think is quite interesting when we look 10 years after the adoption of the SDGs is that there's still near universal consensus when it comes to the paradigm of sustainable development. So one thing that we've done this year, we've tracked all of the UN General Assembly resolution that made a reference to sustainable development and the 2030 agenda. There were more than 20 resolutions that made explicit reference to this, and what we see is that overwhelmingly, the size of the majority that continues to vote in favor of these resolutions is very, very strong. We're talking about, most of the time, 170 or 180 countries that continue to vote on UNGA resolutions that make reference, and I've just put a few here, but on education for sustainable development, sustainable energy, investment for sustainable development, technologies for sustainable development. It's consistently the same country or group of country that vote against these resolutions. So the United States of America is one of them, sometimes or often accompanied by Argentina, and sometimes as well Paraguay as well. But it's a very small number of countries that opposes these resolutions. We also see that this momentum is very much alive. We have 190 countries that did present their voluntary national review to the United Nations out of 193 UN member states. 3 have not: Haiti, Myanmar, and the US. And many countries actually presented their 3rd or 4th VNR a few weeks ago in July at the HLPF. We also see increased momentum, and this is something actually relevant for this country here in Malaysia. A lot of local subnational authorities also take part in so-called voluntary local reviews, and you see this chart is showing every year the number of voluntary local reviews available on the UN DESA portal. And Malaysia is actually one of the countries where you have the highest number of local authorities and subnational authorities that have taken part in these voluntary local reviews. Another key finding, if we take a little bit of broader perspective around countries' effort to solve collectively the challenges of our time in terms of global security, the environmental transformation, trade issues, and broader economic and social issues. We've been tracking countries' support for UN-based multilateralism for many years now, and we have a framework which was published in the literature where we use essentially 6 key metrics to track basically how much countries support the work of the UN by ratifying major UN treaties, the way they vote against or with the international majority at UNGA, whether they participate in UN organization, contribute to conflicts and militarization, use unilateral coercive measures, or also contribute to the UN budget. Do they pay their dues to the UN on time? And here there's vast differences in countries' support for UN-based multilateralism, which is of course, very much related to SDG 17. Barbados is at the top of the ranking. Malaysia is actually doing very well. It's in the top 10 countries. At the bottom, you have 4 statistical outliers. Again, we have a method for identifying the statistical outliers, and this is Israel, the Democratic Republic of Korea, North Korea, South Sudan, and the United States, which within the outliers is actually an outlier by itself, the US. And just to give a few examples here, this is, from the UN 5th Committee, we can track whether countries pay their dues to the UN on time. So here in this case, the more you are on the left-hand side, the more you pay your dues to the UN system on time, and the more you are on the right-hand side, the more you have delays in payments to the UN. And this is just for presentational reason. It's G20 and large countries here, but you see that, actually, so Canada, Germany, India, and a couple of other countries systematically pay their dues on time. Malaysia is again an example of a country that pays its dues to the UN on time. But on the flip side, some countries have delays, and the US among these countries is the one that tends to pay its dues the most, not on time actually. Another example of a metric is, for instance, how often do countries oppose the popular demand at the UN General Assembly? So how often countries vote with or against the international majority at the UN General Assembly. And here on purpose, I stopped at 2024. I'll show the slides for 2025 in a minute, but there's clearly there's a number of countries that 70 or 80% of the time vote with the rest of the UN General Assembly. Brazil, China, you have Iran here. France is about 50% of the time, and then you have statistical outliers again. And you see them here at the bottom, the US and Israel. 2025 is, I think it's been said a number of times, but 2025 is a big turning point when you look at these data actually. And what you see here is the share of UNGA votes, and we aggregate it across regions that is aligned with the US across world region. And so you have it by decade, and then we isolated the year 2025. And what you see basically here is that even among traditional allies in North America or in Europe that tended to vote a little bit more often with the US in the past, 2025 is a year where the US is completely isolated in the way it votes at the UN General Assembly. It voted actually 5% of the time with the rest of the international community. Another key finding is that we surveyed implementers of the SDGs on the ground via our network, but also member institution at SDSN. And the key message here is that SDG optimism is largely in Asia. So we asked the question, in your view, over the period 2015-2025, how would you assess the progress made by your countries towards achieving the SDGs? And those are, again, organizations on the ground working on SDG implementation. And the region where the answers are the most positive is East Asia and Pacific. North America, driven by the results largely in the US, is the region the more pessimistic about the SDG landscape and the prospect of progress over the past decade. We also explored, and we went a little bit more into the details for specific SDG transformation, and at SDSN we work with a framework, the 6 transformation framework, which Jeff introduced with colleagues a few years ago. And when we look at specifically where do respondents see progress across major transformations, there is a little bit more positive answers around education, health, even on energy decarbonization or digital infrastructure. But the transformations where we see less optimism about the evolution of policy, landscape, and government effort is sustainable food, land, water, and ocean. Actually, my colleague Aline Monnier here, who will be in the panel, was organizing over the past 2 days sessions around long-term planning for sustainable agri-food system. And then the other one is around sustainable cities and communities as well. Final word about the priorities moving forward, where it's an important year, of course, for the UN with the appointment of a new UN Secretary General, and then in 2027 we'll have an SDG summit at heads of state level, which will kickstart, of course, the negotiations for the post-2030 agenda. And so we asked our network of universities and research centers, what do you think should be the key priorities of the global community for the post-2030 era? And according to these global experts, the answer we got is we should focus on implementation. The response options where we got more than 75% of agreement are the priorities should be strengthening the means for implementation, the governance, the science, the data, reforming the global financial architecture, guidelines on SDG synergies and trade-offs, the need to better reflect those international spillovers, so those negative impacts, transboundary impacts, and perhaps a goal on AI for sustainable development. And then they tell us overwhelmingly that the framework overall should remain fairly similar. And so we'll have actually tomorrow, and Dr. Sato will be a panelist in a minute, a workshop on the post-2030 indicator framework specifically, organized in collaboration between SDSN and the Japan International Cooperation Agency. So if you are still in Sunway tomorrow, you're welcome, of course, to join us for a technical discussion on post-2030 indicators. I will stop here just to say that everything that I've mentioned here is available. This is a global public good. Everything is very transparent. All the databases are accessible. The report is accessible online on the SDG Transformation Center portal. And with that, and with these statistics and numbers in mind, I will hand it over to Professor Sachs, who will put these results into perspective. So Jeff, if you can come on stage, and then we'll move to the panel discussion.
Guillaume, thank you very, very much for the presentation, but especially for the wonderful 2026 report. Guillaume leads a fantastic team which puts together this comprehensive report, and it is the reference point for governments around the world. They're extremely interested in their rankings, extremely interested in the details, and that's a great testament to the report, which has built up a large following during the years of reporting. I think on balance, the news is not so bad. We see that the world, by and large, remains committed to sustainable development. The broad commitment means the commitment to a world economy and national and local economies that are prosperous, that are fair, that are environmentally sustainable, and that are in peace. And one country became an outright opponent of the SDGs, the United States. This is weird. What is to argue about with those goals, except the United States is basically in a contrary mood. As you could see, it essentially votes against the rest of the world. The mentality is if the rest of the world wants something, it must be against us. It's a petulant attitude of US politicians who resent the fact that the United States is not all-powerful and no longer running the show. which they expected to do. So I regard most of the U.S. attack on multilateralism as a kind of temper tantrum of a country that no longer gets its way the way that it expected to maybe 20 or 30 years ago, and has not faced the reality that it will be much more prosperous and enjoyable and safe and secure if it actually gets along with the rest of the world rather than having a tantrum against the rest of the world. We'll get through this tantrum, I will tell you, because the American people are much better than our government, and this is objectively the case on every issue, whether it's issues of war and peace, or climate change, or relations with other countries. The American people are just fine. But we have a little bit of a political problem right now. Bear with us, if I could say so. Of course, don't agree with the nonsense, but bear with the United States. It will come back to be at least a normal, more pleasant country like the American people themselves. But what the report shows is that for the vast majority of humanity and for almost all of the 193 member states of the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goals remain central. And while it's rather shocking that only 16% of the targets are on track right now, which is not a good report card, it's also true, as you saw, that only around 16% are worsening. What we have in general is a rise of well-being in many, many important dimensions across the world, but at far too slow a pace to meet the goals that we have set, and with some alarming trends, mostly regarding the environmental crises. Because with the environmental crises, it's not only a matter of being late to achieve them, as might be true about income goals or reducing poverty. The environmental crises are cumulative. So if you delay, you don't just set back the time to meet them, the situation worsens. Every year that we fail to achieve decarbonization, every year that we fail to reduce the emissions, we have a cumulative rise of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere, and therefore a long-term or sustained worsening of the environment. Every time deforestation continues, we deplete biodiversity, we lose permanently many species, and we put the world closer to even irreversible tipping points. The rainforests are their own source of moisture to a large extent, as you know. There are atmospheric rivers of water above the great rainforests of Southeast Asia and the Amazon and the Congo Basin. And if you degrade or cut down enough of the forests, you lose the rest of the forest to drying. And we know that the Amazon, for example, is very close to a tipping point. So it's not only a delay in ending deforestation, it's the possibility of a catastrophic loss that becomes itself irreversible. So the Sustainable Development Goals show broad progress on issues of income, life expectancy, once we got past the pandemic effects themselves, on educational attainment, certainly on the penetration of digital technologies, on the rapid uptake of artificial intelligence technologies in many sectors with positive, productive consequences, but too slow to meet the goals, and when it comes to the environment, coming closer and closer to tipping points. What Guillaume showed in terms of attitudes towards the goals is extremely important. This is not easy going when you have 17 goals and a very complex policy regime, because we've been discussing all day just the energy transformation, and that's just one of many fundamental transformations that will be needed in our societies in the years ahead. So the transformations are making progress, they are achievable, our tools are better than ever before, but the progress is slow, incremental, not at the speed that we set, and risking overshooting or irreversible losses, especially on the environmental side. But the message is, don't change the direction, don't abandon the goals, don't invent arbitrarily in 2030 a new homework assignment of some other goals. These are important, the goals that have been set. I'm pretty impressed by them, I have to say. If you look at the list of the 17 goals, and if you're on Sunway campus, you can't help but look at them. They're all over the campus. If you look at these goals of ending poverty, ending hunger, assuring universal health coverage, assuring education, quality education for all, gender equality, access to safe water, access to clean energy, access to decent work, access to digital technologies, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities, reduced pollution in circular economies, climate action, protection of marine ecosystems, protection of terrestrial ecosystems, peace and inclusion, and global partnerships. Those are the 17 that I just mentioned. You wouldn't say, what's that doing there? There isn't any of these 17 goals that you would say, that was dumb. Why did they put that on the list? Or we don't need those. And there's not much missing. If there is to be another goal added, which I would favor, just an 18th, it would be on artificial intelligence. This is the only thing I would change from the 2015 agenda myself. I would add a particular goal, recognizing how disruptive and transformative and potentially positive and potentially dangerous artificial intelligence is, and how we need a governance regime so that it is AI for the good. That's the only goal that I personally would advocate adding to this list. But what is clear in the message is not only shouldn't change the goals, but we need to actually achieve what we have set out to do, and that means a major focus on implementation. And I think that this is really the theme that the world needs from now on, and certainly in the post-2030 era. I can tell you from a diplomatic point of view, when goals are set, whether it's the Paris Climate Agreement or the SDGs themselves, or other goals that have been set in treaties, the overwhelming diplomatic effort is on choosing the goals, and the amount of attention on how they're going to be achieved is vastly less. That's just a fact of life of international diplomacy in the UN framework. We spent 3 years of the governments discussing among themselves what should be the goals, but very little time on how they would actually be achieved. And the mindset, which is not correct, is we'll set goals and then each of the countries will do its job and achieve them. And this doesn't actually work. because we need a tremendous amount of global interaction, cooperation, global scale public goods, global financial architecture, regional financial architecture, regional cooperation to actually achieve what we have set out to achieve. So I believe that the next phase for humanity, if I could put it that way, is to be a lot more consequent and focused on implementation. And we've been discussing all day the challenge of implementation when it comes to the energy transformation. And I'll just end with 3 basic points. All of these goals require some deep institutional and technological changes in our societies, whether it's goals to end poverty or for decent work or to incorporate the digital economy or sustainable cities or climate action or sustainable land use and protection of biodiversity. None of them is a simple to-do list. They're all rather complicated. They're all rather 10 to 20-year projects rather than something that one accomplishes in a year or 2. So for me, the first point of implementation is serious planning. Serious planning that aims to achieve the goal in a quantitative sense. So if governments say we will decarbonize by 2050 or by 2060, the first question should be, what is your plan? Not what is your goal, not what is your intention, not what is your goodwill, but how are you going to do that? And that's what good national planning needs to be able to look at now. And I think we need a lot more of that than we have had during the past period of 11 years since the SDGs were adopted. The second point that is extremely important, we've discussed it at length today with energy, but it's true on land use changes, on protection of ecosystems, it's true on core infrastructure, it's true on the digital economy. Success requires regional cooperation, not only national efforts. Success is not the sum of 193 national plans, but is the success of an ASEAN-wide plan, or an African Union-wide plan, or a European-wide plan. We actually need regional organizations that are empowered, structured, goal-oriented, working together, and where the national governments give part of their sovereignty to the regional grouping so that they can get done what needs to be done. We can't have the zero-emission energy system in ASEAN without a region-wide ASEAN power grid. We've discussed that all day. And that is true across the board. The rainforest, the fisheries, the biodiversity of this region will not be saved a country at a time. We need regional cooperation. The third point that we need is financial engineering, a financial architecture which recognizes a very core feature of this policy agenda, which is that it is capital intensive. It requires investments. Often the investments that are needed are quite heavy for many years before the returns come in, and that means financing. The most important investment that any society makes is that every child has a safe birth, has an early childhood healthy environment, has decent nutrition, starts preschool on time, at age, has a quality education that continues at least through completion of upper secondary, but in reality now with a tertiary level of education as well. Kids are expensive. You need to invest in them 20 years, 25 years, 40 years. It goes on for a long time. They're worth the investment, by the way. You get good returns to them. And financially, if you look at the returns to education alone, it's probably about a 20% internal rate of return. In other words, pretty much unbeatable to put your kids through school. It's hard to find another investment that's so high. But, by the way, if you're a politician and you want results next year, well, you can get a child from first grade to second grade, but you can't get them in the labor market from first grade to high wages in 1 year. This is a generation-long investment by definition. We need the financing, whether it's the revenue system, whether it's the education finance system, whether it's Provident saving funds, whether it is international borrowing, whether it is foreign direct investment. We need a global financial architecture that works. Our current global financial architecture is not designed for that, unfortunately. It needs a major overhaul. It was designed to help rich countries stay rich. It is not designed to help the world to achieve sustainable development. I can tell you, it's not much of a secret, in the 20 years of deliberation, how to achieve, for example, $100 billion a year on climate finance, which was promised, incidentally, by the United States Secretary of State at the time, Hillary Clinton, in 2009, and it was promised for the year 2020. You'd think in 11 years the rich countries could actually honor their deal. They haven't honored it until today, and they never made a plan to honor it. And I can tell you, behind the scenes, the United States was the biggest opponent of getting serious about that plan, because the United States, above all, is a system designed to protect its rich people, not to honor the global responsibilities. So my point is, the global financial architecture needs to change. Can you imagine that the United Nations has a budget crisis right now? How big is the core budget of the UN? $3.5 billion a year. That's 40 cents per person on this planet per year. A budget crisis? The New York City budget is $120 billion a year. We should be financing the United Nations at 50 times its current rate of finance, at 100 times its current rate of finance, to accomplish what needs to be done. The argument that the UN is too bloated, too big, too bureaucratic, and so forth is a nonsense. We're talking about the world's biggest challenges, and we're talking about a tiny amount of money. We need to solve these problems, including, incidentally, global taxes rather than contributions by governments that are stopped and started depending on politics. So we need some automatic revenues that are taxes on aviation, on ocean shipping, on global financial transactions, on CO2 emissions, that fill the international coffers so that we can finance the global public goods. All of this is to say, ladies and gentlemen, first, don't be pessimistic. The world's not falling apart. One country is in a neurotic crisis. That's true. Most of the world is not. Most of the world wants to get on with normal life. And most of the world is determined to do so. Globalization is not falling apart. International trade continued to grow this past year, even as the United States tried to make a trade war. The rest of the world said, do what you want, we continue to trade with each other. the world continues to be committed to sustainable development. The technologies for success are better than ever. There's really nothing that stands in the way of accelerated progress. So let's get at it. Let me end by thanking Sunway University for being a campus of sustainable development in the world in every sense, for its students, of course, but for all of us who have the pleasure and honor to come here regularly, because this place inspires us to continue to achieve what we have set out to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs, for helping us make sense of the challenges and the opportunities ahead. We now move to our closing panel, where we'll explore what it takes to turn today's ideas into real progress through 2030 and beyond. I'd like to invite once again Professor Guillaume Lafortune. And you're going to be making the introduction of the rest of your panel. Prof, you all right?
That works? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. And so we will move to the panel discussion. Thank you, Jeff, for putting the results, of course, into perspective. And I'm very happy now to ask to join me on stage, first of all, Mr. Nicolas Mint, the new UN Resident Coordinator designate for Malaysia, Brunei, Darussalam, and Singapore. And I'm also happy to ask Professor Mahendran Thangaranair, who is Pro Vice Chancellor here at Sunway University. And then we have my colleague, Dr. Aline Monnier, Scientific Director of the FABLE Consortium at SDSN. We also have Dr. Ishiro Sato, who's Executive Senior Research Fellow at the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and my colleague also, Mrs. Karen Chand, Managing Director of the SDG Academy on Education for Sustainable Development. And I just want to thank all of you to have stayed with us throughout the day. It's been a long day, and I think we'll go a little bit also beyond schedule today. I also want to thank the hundreds of people that have been connecting online to this event throughout the day. Just for the small anecdote, we lost one participant 3 minutes after I started talking, and that's my 4-year-old son who fell asleep literally while I was talking a moment ago. So I guess I have an idea about how to change the bedtime routine tonight. So let's start with our discussion today. And I think there's basically two main questions for all of you here. You're all coming from different perspective on this issue. I think we want to look a little bit backwards and also at the immediate challenges, priorities, what you have observed since the SDGs were adopted from your specific either thematic or regional perspective. And then I guess we want to take a longer term perspective. So we've showed a number of charts and figures and discussed already some of the priorities for the post-2030. It's an important year for the UN, of course. So also if you could share your thoughts when you look at perhaps 15, 20, 25 years, what do you see as the key priorities in a context where negotiations will officially kickstart in 2027 when you take a longer term perspective on these issues? And I will start with you, Mr. Nicolas Mint. Again, you are the new UN Resident Coordinator here in Malaysia. So if you could share your thoughts on these two questions.
Thank you, Guillaume. Happy to do so. Colleagues, friends, it's wonderful to be here with all of you. And I have to say, you know, in this room, you guys are the SDG diehards, right? I mean, it is 5:45. We've been through, I think, probably 30 panelists over the course of the day. You're still with us. That's wonderful. I think this is exactly the type of commitment that we need. For me also, I will say it's an honor really to be here. I remember reading The End of Poverty when it came out in 2005. I was in my early days with the UN at that time, working in Myanmar. And I remember just being struck by the clarity and by the optimism that Professor Sachs offered in that debate. And to be here 20 years later, I really want to start by thanking Professor Sachs for all that you have done for those of us who work in development, for advancing, exactly. You have advanced our conceptual understanding, you have pushed the frontiers, and most of all, you have stayed optimistic and continue to rally the rest of us to stay optimistic and to find tangible solutions to very big problems. And I think the way that you presented your reflections of the report, you started by saying, the news isn't all bad here. And I think that's the sort of optimism that, that is really striking to me. And I read it, when I read the foreword of the report, that also really came through. And it was refreshing because in a landscape of very bleak news, it reaffirmed some important truths. That as a world, we are united in our humanity. We are united in wanting to build a better world for future generations. And the SDGs are the right goals. And so the question isn't if the SDGs remain relevant, but how to get there. And so I think that there's so much noise around, are they relevant, are they too complicated, are they right, are they not? And I thought the report, really the first contribution was just the clarity of this is what we need, it is what the world wants, we are united in our purpose here. And you know, I wrote a number of notes in preparation for my remarks, and I'm glad because they echo a lot of what Professor Sachs has just said. So I have evidence that this was my own thinking as well, but clearly how I read the report has been very much influenced by how I have learned over the years. By way of housekeeping, I did get this question earlier today. There is an official UN report on the SDGs as well. It's prepared by our Department of Economic and Social Affairs. It is also available online. This is not it. I think it's wonderful that we have multiple different reports that look at SDG progress because it's a really complicated undertaking, right? You're measuring complex goals across countries over time. And so you have to make several abstractions, assumptions, etc. And so I think coming at this from different perspectives is really useful. I think it's also useful because it underlines the point that the SDGs are not the UN's goals. They are our shared goals as humanity. And the United Nations has the privilege of being the custodian of these goals, but it's really through our collective efforts that we will advance on them. And so I think having this collective effort also to measure how we're doing is really important. Finally, I thought it was reassuring, at least in terms of the quality of the data and analysis, that the conclusions are broadly similar. The conclusions are not particularly reassuring, but it's good to know that even when we measure them independently, we reach similar conclusions. So the data behind them is good. Now, we are off track on the SDGs. Progress has slowed, stalled, or reversed. And on this trajectory, we will not achieve our shared ambition by 2030. And so that is a tough message. And I think it's hard to hear that and to stay optimistic. But I think it is exactly what we have to do. And so your first question, how can we accelerate progress? I think that the greatest opportunity for me is to use reports like this one as a diagnostic to tell us where the opportunities are. For me, one that really came out strongly was addressing inequality. And that's inequality at the national level and ensuring that we deliver on the Leave No One Behind agenda, right? So national averages often conceal a lot of subnational variation between men and women, between urban and rural communities, wealthier and more peripheral areas. And we see that in Asia, we see it in ASEAN, we certainly see it here in Malaysia as well. And so to accelerate progress requires more targeted action. And that's why localization matters. Local data, local planning, community participation. Guillaume, you spoke about the voluntary local reviews, and I agree that I think they're hugely important in that. They help us to understand who is being left behind and why. And while 190 countries have engaged in this VLRs, I was very pleased to see that Malaysia is in the top 2 of countries completing voluntary local reviews, having completed 44 of those. And the UN, again, has been privileged to be able to work with municipalities and actors to help complete these local reviews. I think they really offer a wealth of insights at the local level, and therefore opportunities for action. I think the other side of inequality is inequality in progress across the SDGs. And here I think the data shows that some real laggards are emerging. And they vary, I guess, across regions. Here in Asia, it's particularly around the climate and nature SDGs, right? Responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water. These are real challenges for us here in the region. And so that's a priority, I think. And to use reports like this to help us understand where those priorities are. And the economic priorities, the food security priorities, the health priorities, and resilience priorities, right? It's action on these SDGs matters beyond the specific goal. The fact that we have these gaps, I think, also points to the need for a new and different type of development. Because we know, certainly in this region, how to grow. Growth, in particular here in Asia, over the past generation, has delivered historic reductions in poverty and improvements in human welfare. It's something that I think the region can be tremendously proud of. But it has come at a cost to the planet, to human health, and to future generations. So for us in this region, I think the challenge is a different type of growth and how to jumpstart that. I think the second opportunity that I see on accelerating progress towards the SDGs is to use reports like this one to learn from one another. I think the lessons are really instructive, right? And Professor Sachs made this point that planning works when it is matched by commitment. And I think that's a really important lesson, right? Because planning, especially planning by government, had gone out of fashion for several years. I've just joined the United Nations after some time at the World Bank. The World Bank has recently had a U-turn on industrial policy, for example. Say, for a long time we said, don't do it, governments can't figure out industrial policy, it's too complicated, let the free market do its work. I think the last 30 years have shown that countries are capable of managing industrial policy and can deliver real results. And it's, again, this question of planning matched with commitment. And so I think that's a really important lesson. I think the other one that really struck me was this, that impact is strengthened when we build coalitions, when we go beyond national efforts to regional ones, when we go beyond national efforts to subnational ones, when we go beyond the state to work with the private sector, to work with universities like we're doing today. I think this point around coalitions and ensuring that the SDGs are advanced not just by governments, but by all actors across society is hugely important, because the politics of the SDGs are difficult. And so you need different coalitions of actors to push progress forward. That said, I think the caveat I'll put here is that lessons work best when we're realistic in applying them. And Professor Sachs made this point too, right? Don't just ask about the goal, ask about how you will get there. For me, the part of the report where I asked that question was on the global financial architecture. So I would, I'm in the UN, I would love it if our budget was 100 times bigger. Sign me up. But the question is, how do we get there, right? And to say we must have a global tax, yes, I agree, but what's the plan? And right now, when I look at the political landscape, I don't see it in the cards. I don't see how we build a coalition across states that delivers that. And so then the question for me is there a second best but politically feasible solution that we should be pursuing? Because I think it's dangerous to just say, this is what we must have without having a plan for getting there. So that's an area where I would push back a little bit. And then you ask what this means for the post-2030 agenda. So the first thing I'll say on that is the most important thing right now is to get to 2030. We have 1,617 days to go. We need to make each of those days count. It's easy to throw up our hands in defeat, or the way that bureaucrats might do, to make a new plan. I think what we need to do, and what we owe to those not in this room today and those not at the table, is to stay engaged and to stay laser focused on achieving the SDGs every day that we have between now and 2030. I think that's the shared responsibility for all of us, and that's where each of us have a part to play. And the 2030 deadline is artificial, right? But the goals are not. And so whatever we don't achieve before 2030, we will still need to do afterwards. And some of it may indeed be harder to do. And so I think that one of the worries I have is that when people start talking about the Beyond 2030 agenda, is that it lessens the urgency of action today. And I think that's particularly the case because of the complex geopolitics that we find ourselves in, where it might be tempting to say, let's just wait out this particular actor or that particular actor, let's resume this in 3 years' time or in 4 years' time, and we just don't have that luxury. And so I think that's where, for me, it comes back to what is politically feasible, what can we do right now? Now, beyond 2030, the UN has done wonderful work. We have the Pact for the Future. There's a whole bunch of good ideas in there, and so we can have that conversation. I think what's encouraging about that is that shared recognition that sustainable development beyond 2030 isn't about replacing the SDGs, but about strengthening our ability to achieve them. Now, whether it's today, until 2030 or beyond, I think what's clear is that we will prosper and thrive and leave our children and future generations a peaceful world only to the degree that we are able to collaborate. And I think that's the last point I'll make, which is that I'm biased in my new role, but I was very happy to see in this report that Malaysia ranks among the top 10 countries in its support for multilateralism. I think it's something that I have seen in my own work in the many different ways that Malaysia supports the United Nations. I was last week at Humanitarian Response Depot. It's one of 5 in the world. Malaysia finances the overhead of that depot year after year, and it has done so for 16 years. And at a time of massive funding cuts, Malaysia's contributions are providing the stability for the humanitarian community to be able to respond to natural disasters across the region. And it's just one example of many contributions that Malaysia makes to the multilateral system. I think here too, it's an ability to learn from one another and to say, okay, here are some ways in which countries are leading. Can we get other countries to pick up on that and to follow that lead and to play their part? And I think for Malaysia in particular, as a country that has had its own very impressive development journey, a journey that in many instances defied the conventional wisdom, defied the advice from international financial institutions, and did not rely on external aid. I think Malaysia has a lot of lessons to share with other countries that are now walking that path. Let me stop with that.
Thank you so much, Nicola. And indeed, on the support for UN-based multilateralism, I mean, when we look at the data, we see that it's very rare to see countries that pay their core dues to the UN on time, and it's quite striking to see that Malaysia is one of those countries that systematically pays its dues on time. So just in your new role, if we can be of any help at SDSN, and I think I speak on behalf also of Sunway University, we'd love to accompany you in this journey as well. That's a great segue also to our next speaker, Prof. Mahendran. You've done a lot of work and reports on the ASEAN, the blue economy, so if you could share your thoughts also on those questions.
And since taking office, we have a national planetary health action plan. No other country has that. And Malaysia is the first, which is really amazing. And we were fortunate that we were involved in that national planetary health action plan. The second one, which is about to be released, is actually the blue economy plan, which is also how do we ensure that our ocean economy is managed in a sustainable way, because close to 1/3 of our economy depends on the blue economy. So again, I think that plan is coming out. And key thing is that planetary health and sustainable development is core to that development. So inspiring the Prime Minister was critical, but also more so at home. I think Jeffrey Sachs have actually inspired Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia. And if you see, I think it's remarkable. We know that much of the challenges that we face today are because of the corporate sector and industrial sectors, and this whole notion of Anthropocene, where humans making changes to the climate systems. But actually, one of my colleagues who is here says that actually it's not an Anthropocene, it's a corporate scene, which is actually the corporate sector. But what is really fascinating is that it took an entrepreneur who realized that human engineering caused these challenges, particularly environmental degradation challenges. The only thing that will change that is human engineering itself. And what he did in 50 years to transform a mining land into a vibrant ecosystem itself is a critical thing where an entrepreneur can actually transform an ecosystem. And he And what he has done is actually not only, building a sustainable business, but realize that education is critical. Education and establishing a university where core to this development is nurturing the next generation leaders that are sensitive to the sustainable development goals. And that is really important. But what is also critical is that in the context of the university, we see that the entire, as Jeffrey mentioned, that, you see SDG not just on the walls, but in our curriculum, in our research and transformation that is happening, not only with our students, but also our researchers working with the community and with governments. So they're actively involved with government in terms of using the best research, scientific evidence to be able to make the change. But more importantly, I think one of the things that we see is that when the Prime Minister chairs the Sustainable Development Goals, in the last 2 years, he saw the report. And he says, look, nothing has changed much. Everything seemed to be quite constant. And he said, Malaysia is doing really well. Our GDP is very good, but we still have stunting problems, right? We still have many of the challenges. Why is this the case? What is it that we need to do? The numbers are telling us something, but what are we doing on the ground to make the transformation? So while the macro numbers are really good, what are the things that we are doing at the local level, whether it's at the community level or with the government level or at the education level to make that transformation? And I think that inspired Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia. He says, look, we have a lot of the challenges, the numbers are one thing. Is there something that we can do? And I'm going to give you an example of how leadership can make a big difference. 2 kilometers from where we are, Smart City, we have urban poverty. Close to 26,000 urban poor. While the GDP numbers and corporate performance are doing really well, we are starting to see the gaps in society. And we are starting to see relative poverty starting to increase. And this is a major challenge for many political systems, right? And as you know, Malaysia is going to an election. The key thing is that we are starting to see that while, corporate sectors are doing really well, GDP is really, people's incomes have not increased much. Cost of living has gone up. So what Tan Sri did was that how do we transform, how do we make a difference to a community, really going down to the ground. So mobilize the university to be able to see what are the research and what are the things that we can do to help this community. We saw, as Jeff mentioned, key things in this urban poverty. I mean, when we first gone to the ground, we saw actually many people have tried different things, but hardly they were making any dent. But through research, we realized actually we have a polycrisis there. We have multiple factors that are playing, lack of education, training, that links to job opportunities, healthcare. It's just very complex. But unpacking the complexity means identifying and prioritizing what are the key things. And that's what university research helps. So we identified what are the 3 or 4 things that we can tackle that will make a shift. And we started seeing that actually it is about education, training, providing jobs. And one of the key things we started doing is providing the right training to be able to then match them with jobs within the Sunway ecosystem. And that makes a big difference. It's not just about training, but also matching them with jobs. We also started with entrepreneurship training for women who are not working or single mothers through our university. The moment they got trained, we linked them up to the Sunway ecosystem. So it's that last mile problems that connects and gives that multiplier effect. So that is one of the key things that we see, that thinking through this ecosystem in a more holistic way, where trying to find solutions at the local level. And we started seeing that slowly things are starting to change on the ground. Initially, building trust was a major challenge, but as they started seeing some quick wins, they're starting to see, okay, they're starting to respond more positively. So again, as mentioned, the macro, environment and the macro data is really important, but going down to the ground and doing the transformation. I remember at that SDG Council, which the Prime Minister asked that question, And he asked me to present the Sunway case study. And I did present. And one of the questions is that, can this be scalable? Is it scalable? Because one university is doing this. The answer is that if one university can help 26,000 people in this community, we have 300 over universities, right? And if we have a similar type of model where the university supports this community, we can lift almost more than 1 million people out of poverty, right? So again, this is at the corporate level. So at the community level. At the corporate level, we also did the study with the National Planetary Health Action Plan. We interviewed, or we surveyed more than 2,000 industry players, right? 90% of them said sustainable development goals and planetary health are really important. But how many of them actually do it? It's about 13%, right? And we asked them why. So number one is actually the cost of this transition or transformation, right? Number two is that they don't know how their operations contribute to the planetary health boundary breaches. So they don't know. The third one is that they don't have the talent to be able to make the transformation. And finally, the worst group is that they really don't care, right? They said, look, it's our shareholder value. So in all four cases, what can we do as a university? So we then design programs for the corporate sector. So we now have a very active program on transitioning corporate from purely return on investment to return on values. You know, as you build your values and your value proposition, as Jeff and the Prime Minister mentioned this morning, it's about environmental value that contributes back to your corporate, outcome. It's about your social license. It's about empowering people and your workers. And if you did all that, you see that your economic value goes up. So it's about shifting that mindset, and the last 1 year we've been doing this. But more importantly, SMEs say, look, we don't have the resources. Opening up the university resources, the testing centers, infrastructure, and we started seeing now that some of the SMEs are starting to rev up. So yes, the doom and gloom, there is a lot of positive outcomes if I think institutions on the ground make that transformation.
Thank you very much, Prof, for highlighting some of your work on this. Also the territorial gaps, which is something we've been looking at also at SDSN and tracking not only the country averages, but also going at the subnational level and trying those gaps across regions. Because indeed, the issue of stunting and wasting in Malaysia is located in specific areas, but we need to be able also to incorporate this. And then on the education side, I guess, we'll also go back to this in a second with Karen as well. Aline, I think I mentioned it in my presentation, SDG 2, Sustainable Agri-Food System, is a goal where pretty much every country in the world have issues with. Nobody has solved it. So can you give us the solution in the next couple of years about how to solve this issue of sustainable agri-food system?
Thank you very much, Guillaume, for the invitation. First, I think it's also a pleasure to be next to you for this event. And also, I would like to say thank you to the Sunway University for their hospitality, because we have been able to organize side events over the last 2 days at the university, also using this opportunity to also bring people from our network from Indonesia, India, Pakistan, China, Czech Republic, and other countries. So it has been really a pleasure to be in this place together with you. So thank you very much. Indeed, I think that we don't start with very good news, also for the report, and I'm afraid that next year will be worse, I have to say, because SDG 2 is not on track, but also the signals that we see now is that we are really at risk of having several millions of people in addition in severe food insecurity status by next year. You have indeed seen the news. I think His Excellency, the Prime Minister, also gave a very good analysis of the situation with this poly-crisis. We have rising shipping costs, we have shortage of fertilizers, we have also rising prices of commodities which are stuck because of different conflicts over the past year. So, and in addition to that, we have some severe cuts in food aid. So let's not forget that. Fortunately, there are some countries who are trying to stepping in and to try to compensate, and we have also some philanthropists try to compensate that. Trade is incredibly adaptive somehow also, so there are new routes being created and so on, but there is an additional cost. And unfortunately, there will be vulnerable people, vulnerable countries that will probably suffer quite a bit during the coming year. Also, just to remind that the agricultural and land sector are really like the most vulnerable sectors for all these shocks which are coming. Climate change is really hitting us, and the sector. We just come from France, and you have heard the news. We have really wildfires spreading all over the place. We have exceptional droughts, so both in terms of agricultural systems and agricultural production, and also our natural capital, it starts to be really challenging. And it's not only France, of course, we see that in many countries over the world. So I think that also another aspect is that we can start to see like the effect of past unsustainable practices in the sector. We have some land degradation issues in some countries. We have decline in pollinators or ecosystem services, which have been partly the consequence of also unsustainable practice in agriculture. And of course, they hit back the capacity of the agricultural sector to provide then enough food. What we see still is that even though it starts to be really like we cannot avoid seeing this impact, the evidence is still a bit lagging, and we can see also a bit this same a bit hypocrisy like that for tobacco industry, you know, trying to gain time and say we don't have the evidence, so maybe this is not that bad, you know. But I think now we're really coming to a point where I think most of the sector and the agricultural actors also see that we cannot continue these practices. Maybe on another part is that here we are today to talk about the energy transition, and of course, like a large part of also this transition is thanks to renewable energy, and there are obvious links with food and land sector. There are trade-offs, clearly. I think that it has been also mentioned by some of the speakers today. We have land and water competition across the sectors, and I think that this idea that at some point we had a lot of marginal lands to kind of put biofuels or develop like large-scale plants also for the energy decarbonization, I think we see the limits of that. We don't have a lot of marginal lands. They provide either ecosystem services, which are very much needed also for the stability of our planet in the future, or like we have people and maybe subsistence systems, but still people are there. So what I can say in terms of solutions is that I also believe that, like as the other speaker said, there is no preemption date on the SDGs. It's really like a sustainability pact for humankind. I think so even the day, and I hope it will come, when we will have all the SDGs achieved, it will still be challenging to hold on these SDGs. That we see with the shocks and so on, food security will always be at risk. So it will be a constant fight. But what I would say is that also with Fable, we see that we need to have like highly context-specific solutions. So especially because agriculture and food depend a lot on biophysical conditions. They are very heterogeneous. We cannot have like one solution fit all. We need to have highly flexible policies because as we enter an area with higher uncertainties, we need a lot of experimentation and back and forth to kind of tailor also the policies to have like the impacts we want. Also maybe to say that we need more evidence still because like there are like some innovations and innovations need to be tested in real conditions, and then we need to learn from that. Problem is that like I still see the knowledge too much being used for power, so meaning data sharing is still an issue. It's not a problem of technologies. We have like a lot of tools now to share data, to make that open, to make that widely accessible. But very often still it's a struggle to access data. So I really firmly believe that the benefits of sharing data are immense for a country also to get support for this analysis from others. And so this should be really like accelerated in the future. Maybe just also a few lessons to finish from the FABLE initiative that I'm leading. So I liked a lot the remark from Professor Jeffrey Sachs, reminding us about Kennedy saying that making your goals more clearly is like part of the solution. And of course, like I'm doing models, so I can still like say that I think that models are fantastic tools for that. They force people to quantify these goals, right? And this is also the next challenge. But once you start quantifying, then you start monitoring them much more carefully, and then you start to have a much more precise plan. So this is something that I think is still very powerful today. Also, again, what we see with FABLE, it's an international initiative. Currently, we have 30 countries represented. Is that like international collaboration is still very much needed, and people want it. Want it. And so I just want to say that here also we can see that by working on common tools, common models, and so on, we can do a lot of improvements. There have been also ups and downs for domestic policies, and we saw that, for example, for Brazil. For a few years, the sustainable agenda was frozen. Now it's back on track. So also here again, like a lot of room for optimism when we look at the world and many countries at the same time. So I will just stop, and maybe this is a bridge to my colleague Karen, who is going to talk about human resources, is that we still see a lot of untapped human resources. So while AI indeed is very promising, we see that even beyond students, but during the whole professional life, there is still a lot of room to learn and to grow. And so I think that here also for FABLE and for other initiatives at SDSN, this is something that we will really continue to invest in the future.
Thank you very much, Aline. We're really running off schedule, so for our two last speakers, let's try to stick to really around 7 minutes. And I think, Dr. Sato, you will, of course, speak also about the priorities and the challenges on the data side. Just to say that, of course, we have tomorrow 4 or 5 hours of discussion on this topic as well, and you're all welcome to join. And then, Karen, you're, of course, here, so we can continue also the discussions afterward bilateral. So Dr. Sato first, and then Karen.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in this panel. Just a brief introduction. I'm from Ogata Sadako Research Institute for Peace and Development. That is a research arm of Japan International Cooperation Agency. And our institute has been working on a research project focusing on the indicator framework for post-2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. And we have recently launched a new research collaboration initiative with SDSN, and we are having a workshop tomorrow. So I will start with talking about challenges and priorities of SDG implementation in Asian region. In February this year, UNSCAP published a report on the SDG progress in Asian and Pacific region. And according to this report, the region is relatively making good progress in areas such as development of industries and infrastructure, and also innovation, and also doing good in terms of reducing poverty and also improving the health of people. So these are a good aspect. And on the other hand, according to this report, the region is lagging behind in areas such as conserving nature and biodiversity, and also climate actions, and also reducing inequality. So I think this trend is concerning, because these are exactly the factors that constitute the foundations for long-term prosperity of the region. Our human society and economy is totally embedded in the natural system. So without conserving and regenerating nature and keeping a good natural system, including climate system, our long-term sustainability would not be, it's not attainable. And also, without addressing the issue of inequality, we run the risk of losing social cohesion and also solidarity, and we may increase the social tension and divide, which will in turn undermine our ability to take corrective actions in all fronts of sustainable development. So that's why I think in Asia and Pacific region, and maybe also in other regions as well, I think that priorities, more attention and political priority should be given to conservation of nature and biodiversity, and taking climate action, and also reducing inequality as a foundation for long-term prosperity. So now I turn to the question of what should guide the progress of sustainable development after 2030. I think I very much agree with the point made in Sustainable Development Report 2026, and also a point made by Professor Sachs in his keynote, that I think we should maintain the current goals and target framework of SDGs. Yeah. And also more priority should be given to the implementation side of this. So priority should be given to the implementation. And implementation require many different factors, but I'd like to draw attention to one aspect of such factors, which is monitoring and indicator framework for sustainable development. Because a good framework of monitoring and indicator can guide and facilitate implementation. And although the current SDG framework has made very important progress in terms of measuring sustainable development, but I think it is very complex for many countries to fully implement, and also it's not good enough to guide the implementation of the sustainable development. So I think we need some improvement to the framework. And the question is what improvement is necessary. And according to, based on our research, what we propose is that we should streamline a global indicator framework and also give more emphasis on locally set indicators which align with local context and priorities. Yeah, but that's our proposal, but I know that different people have different views on the desired design of the framework. So I think it's important to initiate inclusive discussion of what is necessary design of a post-2030 framework. So I hope that our research collaboration with SDSN can provide a forum for facilitating such discussions. That's all, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sato. And indeed, we'll be continuing the discussion and exchanging views tomorrow at Sunway University on the post-2030 indicator frameworks. And Karen, the last word of the day is for you on education.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, and thank you for this opportunity to offer the last word. It's not easy to be the last one, and I thank you all for your patience and for sticking around with us. To answer your question specifically, Guillaume, I'll keep my comments brief. Firstly, to achieve the SDGs as what we have witnessed from 2016 up to now, is there certainly isn't a lack of ambition. 193 member states of the United Nations have committed to achieving these goals. And in fact, there is no lack of technology which continues to advance in order to help the world achieve these goals. A key challenge that we do see, and I think that comes across in the report as well, is there remains a capability gap. And if you asked me to talk about education for sustainable development and bring that perspective, when we look at education for sustainable development, we should therefore not look at it as just SDG 4, but we should look at it as the capacity building of people. And as the Prime Minister said in his address, sustainable development has to prioritize people, and it has to be for the people. And perhaps what is relevant to the audience of the GBA-ASEAN conference in particular is the capacity building of the global labor force. And the global labor force is made up of 3.6 billion people in the world. And, you know, out of, the statistics show that out of this 3.6 billion people, an estimated 59% of them, that's 2.1 billion, will require reskilling. And this transition has to happen up to 2030. So we have 4 years of 2.1 billion people needing reskilling. So we need to be clear also that this is not because jobs are disappearing. I mean, jobs are indeed disappearing. There are jobs that are being replaced by technology, but it is also because the skills and the competencies that are needed have really changed over the years, and they will continue to change. So, according to the WEF, 39% of core job skills that are needed today will not be relevant in the next 4 years, up to 2030. But there will be skills that will be crucial, will be so needed for the millions of jobs that will be created by, you know, the sustainable development transitions that the world requires if it were to achieve these 17 SDGs. So what does this therefore require? First of all, if we look specifically at the corporate sector, businesses have to become partners in lifelong learning. And this means that they are just one component in this education journey. So universities and schools will need to integrate the needed competencies, and this has to cut across all subject matter, all disciplines, right? Governments need to play its role in creating supportive ecosystems, but companies also need to play its part in providing continuous learning. And this is a critical journey that the private sector needs to embark on. So what this also requires is that businesses treat learning not as a HR initiative, but rather as business strategy, as part of its business infrastructure. And what businesses could also do is to hire people based on their learning agility and to reward continuous learning. The second point of what we require is, this has to do with AI. You know, we can't avoid the topic of AI. But I do believe that AI is increasing and not decreasing the value of human skills. So AI is not just technical skills and capacities alone, and the data shows that AI, to leverage technology and innovation, we also need what I like to call growth competencies. So competencies such as critical thinking, anticipatory competencies, the ability to collaborate, you know, to make technology a part of business strategy. It requires understanding the workings of AI, its challenges, its opportunities. And if we look beyond 2030, I think from 2016 up to now, it has really been an era of knowing what we need to achieve. And to a certain extent, how do we get there? But I think beyond 2030, it has to be the era of building the human capacity. And as you said, Guillaume, and you showed in the report, the experts have emphasized that the gap is really in implementation. And to narrow that gap, what we need is that human capability. So a learning ecosystem to support just and green transitions. They are not one-off training programs. They are not isolated university degrees, but they have to be lifelong systems that will accompany people and extend them along their career journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. And you're leading the SDG Academy. Your team is also in the room doing phenomenal work and putting out there some MOOC and open resources for education for sustainable development. It's time to close, so thank you so much. Please join me in thanking all of our panel today, but also thanking you here in the room and also the people that joined us online throughout the day. Since it's the last session, I just want to thank also all of the people that are behind the event, the SDSN Asia team, of course, all the people here behind the screens, our master of ceremony, and everybody for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Hopefully we can get one quick photo before we end this very, very long day. We'd like to thank all of you once again. Maybe if we can all come forward to take one last picture. It's been a very, very long day, and we'd like to thank those of you who have been here from this morning for being here all day. Before I go, I'd like to thank these people: the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, TPC Group, the Number 17 Foundation, the Hong Kong ASEAN Foundation, the ASEAN Chamber of Commerce Hong Kong, Sunway University, the Jeffrey Chia Foundation, the Asian Strategy and Leadership Institute, our speakers, moderators, partners, volunteers, and of course, all of you for being here today. Can we give a big warm round of applause to the organizing committee and also to Professor Jeff and the rest of our panelists on stage for giving us or shedding light on where we need to go next. With that, thank you very much. Have a safe trip back. I'm Jared Ratnam signing out. Professor Jeff, we'll see you on Friday for an interview with Bernama TV. Take care, everyone. See you soon. Bye-bye.